serikali tunapatiana pesa kwa polisi. Alikuwa anaanza kuomba pale Royal High School. Ndio uchaguzi kupatikana ukiwa na vitabu pale Gitondo wa Brainwashing. Inapalo tulipatia kule Shihota ambako walipata kura nyingi sana. Kwa hivyo tunajua hivi upande wa Wendani na Keo uchaguzi ulianza saa 9 ukabadilika saa 10 na kule Mweki haujaweza kufanyika. Hiyo ni kumaanisha kwamba watu hawakupatiwa nafasi ya kuchaguana. Ndio sasa sisi tunasema hivi kama aspirant
na tuchague candidate mwenye tunataka.
Hatutakubali uchaguzi huu uendelee. Tunasema urudiwe. Tunataka kuambia chama cha UDA hatutaki umaarufu wa hii chama uende chini. Sisi tunasupport UDA 100%. Na pia tutaki watu ambao walikuja wametumwa na Jubilee katika UDA hawajamaliza wiki 3 wanakuja kuvuruga uchaguzi. Umeelewana? Sisi ndio tumejenga chama na tutakuwa tuna machungu ya kujenga chama. Tunaomba Deputy President aingilie hii maneno ili watu kila mahali tunataka irudie roho nzima kwa sababu Gitondwa tulikuwa na shida. Kulikuwa na shida. Hiyo kulikuwa na shida. Wote hawajapiga kura. Huo ni uchaguzi gani? Huo ni uchaguzi bonoko. Kama namna gani? Kwa hivyo wacha nikaribishe ndugu yangu Iharo pia aje kuongea. Na pia hatutaki sasa kama aliondoka hivi. Kwa nini yeye anaanza kwa bado? Hiyo ni kwa nini kura ndio? Ku confuse voters.
Mungu ni mwema.
Kuna watu waliprint ballot paper.
Na kila wakati
ndio.
Wale Wakristo wote ambao wamekuja kwa njia ya msalaba tafadhali tukuje hapa nje ya kanisa. Tusikae huko. Wale ambao tumekuja njia ya msalaba tukuje kwa
tunakubaliwa kuingia ndani. Tumeelewana? Kwa hivyo huu ni wizi.
Wale wote ambao hawatakuja siasa, wale ambao wanakuja njia ya msalaba tafadhali tukuje pale. Na wanakwaya pia mjipange mahali pale ambapo mtu sisi tunakungojea umalize. Wale wote ambao wamekuja njia ya msalaba tafadhali tukaribie ili tuanze kuwa pamoja. Kama huoni fadha mahali pale huko tukuje pamoja. Lazima tuone Mungu ni mwema kila wakati. Tumekumbia Yesu Kristo. Nataka kuchukua fursa hii kuwakaribisha Wakristo wote wa kiamiti cha St. Francis of Assisi tukianzia ya msalaba na kukumbuka ya kwamba siku hii ni siku kwa sana. Tukiondoka hapa tutatembea ya msalaba stations, tutafanyia station kama vituo ziko identified.
Aha, yes. Karibuni sana. Tumekuja late. but tumeangalia tukaona hatuwezi kosa kwenda live leo. So Mwaura tunamuona hapo amepangwa analia. Kuna mtu anauliza hapa kama Mwaura shaiwin nini elections, sijui maybe kama shaichaguliwa in university, but in Kenyan politics hakuna kitu ashaichaguliwa. So Lenson purpose sidhani, hakuna mahali Mwaura ashaiwin. Kazi yake ni kunominatiwa. First time alikuwa Raila Odinga, second time Uhuru Kenyatta, and that time I think ana hope Ruto atamchukua. So karibuni Mohamed Hussein. Mohamed Hussein, tungetaka kusikia maoni yako kuhusu UDA nominations. Leo vigogo wengi sana marafiki za Ruto wamefukuzwa. Ketu wa Ruguru ameenda, huyu Mwaura amekimbizwa, Caleb Kositani ameenda, many guys wameenda. So tungetaka kujua hii ilikuwa democracy ama kulikuwa na ukora tu. Fabiano.
Mtembei sema bana.
Yes, tuambie UDA, about UDA nominations.
UDA imetuonyesha vituko bana, lakini nimesikia raha sana. Kuna huyu mama wa Ruguru alikuwa na mdomo sana. Nimesikia raha sana venye mangushwa. Na Ndeto pia namuona hapa analalamika, anasema anaenda independent.
Huyu Ndeto wetu mmoja.
Huyo Ndeto ambaye anasumbua huku kwa chat nyingine huko.
Sie waliambiwa UDA ni chama ya mahasla, si Ndeto ni hasla ama?
Hasla gani huyo? Hasla mwitu.
So apati ticket ama what is happening?
Apati ameangushwa, ticket imepewa Nyembeza bwana.
Okay, hiyo ni kumaanisha
sasa anasema anaenda independent lakini ana support Ruto.
Na ground alikuwa na watu ama alikuwa tu ana expect watu watampea kura tu?
Watu watoa wapi? Sijui, lakini venye namuona hana watu. Mimi niko Kilifi unajua.
Okay. Pen Nyagaka. Nyagaka uko hapo? Naona mic yako iko muted. Alex.
Mtembei vipi?
Yes, karibu bana. Nimengojea bana ndafungue show nikaona kutakuwa asubuhi nikaamua acha nianzie.
Nakwambia Bernard ametukosea, lakini unajua nini? Tuna understand. Alikuwa ametuambia mapema alikuwa anaenda fulani youth conference fulani na tunaelewa kweli. Yeah.
Tupe matukio ya leo. Mambo mengi sana yamehappen mpaka speaker wa National Assembly Cheboy ameshindwa na kamtutu akajulikani.
Najua hii siasa ni siasa ambayo ni tamu kwa upande mwingine, lakini kwa upande mwingine pia ina uchungu wake, na huo uchungu unakuja kujua wakati watu wanaamua. Na sasa hivi umeona watu wameamua, na ndasema hivi, let me say this, the UDA nomination has excited Kenya more than ODM and Azimio nomination. Let's be honest, we expected that it's going to be too shambolic, not national. We didn't even expect anything to come out of UDA, whether it was choreographed, but I think somehow Ruto has pulled a national excitement in one way or the other. And mimi amenishtua kwa sababu sikuelewa kwa nini amefanya hizi vitu amefanya, kwa sababu sielewi kama ukweli nomination ilifanyika ama they were just putting a stint. But ikiwa nomination ilifanywa, na hao watu wamechapwa nje na yeye mwenyewe amekubali. I have to say congratulations, hata kama simpendi. Hiyo ni ukweli kabisa, kwa sababu kuja kuangusha kama spika wa bunge kumwangusha Kostani, kumwangusha hao watu wote ambao tumewaona, si jambo rahisi. He might be afraid of a fallout, but I think Ruto is Ruto. He can do anything in his backyard. That's why he had to give a direct nomination to other areas ambayo alijua he was very safe, and play with other areas. Na amecheza mchezo mzuri sana. Amechezea watu ambao wamekuwa wakifikiria there is lieutenants, watu Kate Waiguru amechezwa. Mama moja Korila alilia jana, alilia nikamwonea huruma, but nilifurahia sana mtu alimshinda, kwa maana if the definition of hustler is anything, I think the next Bomet women rep, ningekuwa Bomet hata kama mimi si mtu wa hustler, ningepigia yule mama kura. Toto defines a hustler, and I think I like that excitement whereby Mutembei, we can put a nobody, a former Mboch, a true mama mboga in parliament, anashindwa kuongea kizungu, anaongea lugha ya mama mboga na tunafurahia. I think for me, I like that. So iko vitu nyingi nimefurahia. Mombasa was good. Baba made one of his greatest diplomacy politics to bring Shabal down. In that press conference, there was a lot of tension. You could see Joho, you could see mtoto wa Sharif kule nyuma, lakini vile walivyoongea mpaka wakakuja to the level whereby he acknowledged that we can only have one candidate and we can't lose Mombasa. I concur that Baba is a great diplomat. Now, Baba also made sure Shabal doesn't go for the Senate to disrupt again the politics. Welcome to the national politics. Kwa hivyo, I think we should have done such kind of things long time ago, where we knew that we really needed to make sure that we put our people together. I wish he could have put that face in Kisii long time ago. I think he could have done that in Homa Bay, regardless being in his bedroom. I wish he could have done that in Siaya, because Siaya we are looking at a situation whereby if we don't rig in, and I'm saying technically, I don't say we should go. If anything doesn't go by what I see, Gumbo is our next governor in Siaya. Orenga atapigwa nje mapema sana. And I think Baba had to do everything he has to do. Oburu is not going to win, even the Senate. I wish Orengo angekubali abaki Senate, ODM ingeshinda. So we are looking at a situation whereby even in Siaya, both the governor and the senator might lose if Baba doesn't come in. So the nomination of UDA has pulled us a surprise, and we need to go and reevaluate hawa watu ambao tulichagua. Wanaweza shinda hawa watu wa UDA? That should be the question. But congratulations UDA, kuna mahali mulifanya vibaya, but your nomination has generated a national excitement and happiness that Ruto was able to punish even those we didn't think that were punishable. Thank you Mutembei for now.
Okay. Pen Nyagaka, umerudi ama bando?
Nimerudi. Habari ya jenu, ninataka kuuliza huyu nani Alex swali moja mbili.
Muulize.
Nauliza Alex kijana yangu. Sasa thank you very much for congratulating us watu wa UDA. Lakini UDA ni kama less than 2 years old in Kenya, and it has held elections that I got excitement. When will Azimio or UDA
Okay, wacha nijibu hiyo kwanza kabla hujaniweka mahali pabaya.
Iko mbili.
No, wacha nijibu hiyo kwanza.
Nitaka niweke yote mbili ujibu.
No, hiyo kwanza. Nakujua uta run away from that question because nakujua. Tumekaa na wewe panel for a long time.
Hapana, kijana yangu, baliko tikanso Okay, go ahead.
Generating a national excitement does not mean a credible nomination. You should not intertwine those two. excitement means there were people who thought they were infallible, but Ruto also was watching them. So we are just laughing at them that you paid homage and sycophancy, and yet the man does not believe in you. You paid homage to room 350. You haven't been paid your dues. So you must ask yourself why we are saying generated excitement. We didn't say it was credible. So don't quote us being saying that it was credible. There's nothing credible there. So Sion
Okay.
said it very well, that ballot papers were already filled up. Okay? So there's nothing credible in UDA.
Okay. Hiyo nimesikia. Thank you very much. Now, predictably, that's what I thought your answer would be, but that's okay. Kwa sisi, we are very, very happy. Number two, do you really think Arati is going to win the governorship in Kisii County? Not in Nyamira, Kisii County.
No. No. I've told my people, I've said it here several times. People have abused me. I said it from the very beginning. You know, Mugala muwe lakini mpe haki yake. Truth is incontrovertible. Populism doesn't mean you have people who have played politics for a very long time. Now, why did the Azimio finally decide? They have called all the three candidates by force, and they are telling them, sit down and give us one candidate. That yesterday or 2 days ago. Now, they are sitting in a boardroom, and they are being told, sit there until you produce one candidate. Because these people refuse to sit down and talk. Now, Machogu came from nowhere. I didn't even expect Machogu is going to be that a lion in Kisii. I'm telling you, Machogu is coming brazen. And I've told our people, do not undermine this man. He has been given millions to disrupt Kisii, because that is where we have been lied to. Oh, Kisii is a swing county. Kisii is a swing county. To a point, our people have started believing. Secondly, our people love money. Their politics. It's called Ogoserwa. So if Simbarati thinks he can serve people in Kisii, Ruto have decided not to give Machogu pesa. Now we are seeing a situation whereby people are lining up, including lecturers, being given 5,000 in a funeral. Mtembei hata kama ukwe bwana uko na pesa, ikipata watu wanapewa 5,000 after matanga, I will line up. Mafuta imeenda juu sana. Kama nilikuja kwa matanga, lecturers are being given 5,000, hustlers are being 500. That means kuna pesa ya watu wako juu. I will line up and receive that money. The problem that has happened in Kisii is that we allowed Simbarati to do the same things Ruto is doing, to do the politics of handout. In ODM, we should never allow, because Raila does not subscribe in the politics of handouts. So people are excited in the politics of handout. Now, Ruto has come blazing and said, I own the politics of handout. Now he has started giving more handouts. You see where we went wrong? We accepted the campaign strategy of Ruto of handouts. Ya matusi, ya kuspo heshimu wazee. That is what Simbarati has done. And many people will disagree with me. But take it to the bank. Kisii has been told you have to give us one person. All of you three, we are not going from Azimio. Only one person is going. Sit there, we don't care who that is, but you must give us only one candidate. Why? Machogu is coming blazing.
Thank you very much, Alex. And that's why I always respect your opinion. And my candidate is Machogu and your uncle, Nyambati. Kwa sababu nikienda Nyamira atanunulia chai. So I will support them. And I listened to you and David Arika talk. That when I knew how connected you guys were, but that's good. That is politics. There's nothing wrong with that. Mutembei, congratulations. Sijapika hapa wakati huko, lakini congratulations, asante sana kwa produce product ambao ni mzuri sana. Gawaji nyingi iko kwa ODM. Alex itabuchukua kwa UDA after the elections. Asante sana.
I will never go to UDA. I will never go to UDA, and my uncle is not winning in Nyamira. Take it to the bank.
Friendly Mites. Uko hapo? Maisi uko hapo? Collins Webu.
Oh.
Yes. Ingia.
Yeah. Okay, although I've come when you have already started, I think you're discussing about UDA nomination.
Yeah.
And before I start my conversation, I want Mr. Nyagaka to hear this very carefully. Mr. Nyagaka, are you there?
Yes,
Mr.
I'm here.
Nyagaka.
Yes, I'm
Yeah,
there.
I want to start with you. I want to correct you something.
Okay.
Before I start, you have said that UDA is 2 years old, right? Is that what you have said?
Less than 2 years old. Less.
Now I want to tell you that you are clueless. So UDA is more than 2 years, less than 2 years old. UDA was bought from UDA just changed the name. Pardon, just hear me. UDA used to be called PD. Pardon? Hello? UDA used to be called UDA used to be called PDR. And some of its members, its original members, including Fatuma Gedi, the MP for Kacheliba, and the senator for Isiolo, and the woman rep for Isiolo. So UDA is more than is older than what you are saying. So you should get that. The name UDA is only that is less than 2 years old, but the party itself is longer than. It is around 5 years old. 5 years old, some years back there.
Right.
Then secondly, I like to talk about UDA nomination. I can say the nomination was somehow fair, although despite some challenges, because challenges were there. Of course, if you carried out the nationwide nomination, it will encounter some problem. Why I'm saying this is because even the people who purported to be the strong ally of William Ruto, they even lost the election. One of them is Ketu Wariguru, and these people lost the election because primarily they were not selling their agendas. They are not giving their manifesto. They wasted most of their time abusing and scolding Raila and Uhuru Kenyatta. Like, for example, some people like Sosion and Maura. I must say that I'm very happy they are no longer, they will not participate because Baba really assisted them. But instead of being grateful, Baba understood that where they're coming from, the ground is UDA. That's why he was not more concerned about them, even when they left the party, somebody like Sosion. But now, they went there and started abusing him. And also Ruto is one of the, I can say, is the most bright politician in this country. He knew that these people, even somebody like Sosion, for example, you will ask question later. Kindly, let me finish. Hello? Mutembe, Mr. Mutembe. Yes. Allow me to finish, then they will ask question. Someone like Sosion and Ketu Wariguru, people are not loyal even to UDA, because if you remember, Ketu Wariguru was with Ruto. He then shifted the loyalty to handshake team. Then he went back to UDA. So this person was fickle. If I can use that term, person who keep on changing the loyalty. That's why even the voters did not trust her. That's why he was able that's why she was voted out. But to be sincere, somehow the nomination was good, and I think on our side, I being the supporter of Azimio, we need also to up our game and make sure that, as I said the other day, that we should shun this idea of multiple candidates, whereby Viper or DM, each party present a candidate in a particular constituency, because these people might easily beat us in a respective constituency. I think that is all I can say. And lastly, I think we should just be prepared for our nomination. As you can see, the ODM nomination is going on well. So far, so good. ODM is the only party that is doing a digital nomination, which is somehow very difficult to rig. And I think UDA next time should also copy our style, because this is a universal thing. And I also foresee that in future, even the general election will be using digital system of election. Thank you. That is my presentation. It is now I give room Mutembe to welcome those who want to ask me questions, because I'm more than ready to answer them.
Mutembe.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
Thank you. That gentleman, Alex, that gentleman that spoke, he's right. UDA used to be something else, but I'm talking about when people left the party that Jubilee and joined that party and changed the name to what it is. Yes, I know the history of the party. It's long, in 2013, that's when it started, but it was never. We have 100 and I think over 70 or something parties. Sasa Kenyatta can move one party popular. So I know the history of that, but less than 2 years, I was meaning when people left Jubilee to UDA. And that's where we are really highly organized and we did what we did yesterday. Yes, the most popular people can vote. That's the part of democracy. That's the art of democracy. It does not mean that it's only those people who are big names that will win. Alex atawaambia huku Kisii kwetu Jaribari tuliangusha chai na mabilion. Na huyo guy was not even maybe had a million. Lakini alikuwa na mabilion.
Can I answer you? Okay, can I answer you? Okay, now you are correct. I think I'm aware that you are aware that UDA is more than. Okay, you are correct. But also I heard you telling Alex that when will also ODM organize an election that will match the UDA. I think on the ODM side, also on the right side, because you cannot compare what happened in Bomet with what happened in Busia the other day. I think ODM had the most organized nomination because no single candidate complained. The nomination was organized. It was digitally. It was when the results were trickling in, each candidate was okay. I think UDM ulifanya tu the nomination countrywide, yote pamoja countrywide, lakini ODM tumechoose kwamba kufanya different county, different area with specific day. Lakini sasa haimaanishi kwamba ODM kwamba umetushinda, si ODM. ODM in fact we are also organized, despite kwamba kulikuwa na some vurugu huko Homa Bay, Homa Bay, but also kulikuwa na vurugu huko Nandi, kulikuwa umekuwa na vurugu leo pia Uasin Gishu. So I don't think kwamba ati UDM imeshinda ODM kwa in terms of kupatiana nomination, kufanya nomination. That one I totally disagree with you. Totally. Unless you use something else to dispel my argument.
No, all I'm saying is that ODM is used to shambolic elections. ODM, I mean, they are fighting everywhere all the time. And I like the Alex analysis of what it is the openness. I really do think that Alex knows something about the elections in Kenya. But my friend, you have to look at the history, how ODM has done what it's done. Why don't you have even one member of parliament from Kisii? I mean, Busia at large. Busia means Nyamira and Kisii. Why don't you have even one member other than the one in Bonjari? Because of what you're doing right now. You give people, the most unpopular people, your certificate. You have the most name in Kisii, Alex Nakubali. You guys are very popular in Kisii, Busia. Busia means Kisii and Nyaribari. In Busia, you are very popular, but you self-destroy yourself. Nyinyi ndio mnachimaliza.
Issue of direct ticket. Kila party imepatiana direct ticket. Even UDA sometimes huwa na depend na consultation. Leo tunapatiana direct ticket Mombasa pia mnapatiana direct ticket. Also here in Nairobi. So issue to do with direct ticket, kila party sometimes mnaweza ona kwa mfano mfanye your own opinion poll na mnaweza decide kwamba which candidate is popular somewhere. Na pia vile wamesema violence tumewitness Bomet. Nimekuwa Nandi. Violence umewitness, kumekuwa hata hapa Uasin Gishu penye niko sahi kumekuwa na issue of violence. So violence huwa inaokaa kila mahali. It is not ODM penye violence huwa inaokaa, it is only one region, mostly from Luo Nyanza. Because that is the bedroom of the party. And when you come to the bedroom of the party, that is where vito inakuwa. That's why even UDA, the strong bedroom kabisa, despite kwamba nasema it is a national party, but the strong bedroom is Rift Valley. That's why in Rift Valley you saw the other day the women rep for Uasin Gishu. She was crying because he was beaten by aliangushwa na msichana mdogo wa 24 years. So this is something that is happening everywhere. It is only that sometimes unajua wakati ODM tumekuwa upinzani, media imekuwa inaangazia sana, lakini kuna vitu hapa ilikuwa ina happen hata kwa Jubilee last time, but ilikuwa inafanya nini? inafichwa. Haya, issue ya kusema ati kwamba ati hatukupata MP hata mmoja Kisii. That is something inaweza happen anywhere. Even Ruto at the moment, are you aware that MP mwenye represents Ruto in Tarubo constituency is not a member for Jubilee? Wakati Ruto alikuwa deputy president. So this is something that can happen. Sometimes unajua, sometimes you come from Kisii. Kisii, politics ya Kisii ni sawa na Luhyaland where I come from, whereby some people wana decide kwamba kupigia mtu basing on the sera, si lazima ati kwamba chama. Like for example, mimi I voted for Didmus Barasa kukuwa my MP. Si kwa vile nilikuwa napenda Jubilee, but that man had potential. Na hata next time I will still vote for him, not because ati kwamba napenda pa. Najua sometimes loyalty of the party sometimes inafanya kwamba tunapoteza maendeleo, and hiyo ndo siasa ambayo ina happen kwa most of these swing counties. So that doesn't mean kwamba ati ODM we are failing. No, in fact ODM naweza nikawapigia makofi, kudos. It is time to improve. We are leading as others follow.
Thank you very much for that expansion. I think Penny Yagaka, one thing you need to realize, ODM is a national party for a very long time, and the membership and the people who want the nomination through ODM are always also very many. By labeling Luo Nyanza kuati wako na violence, that is not true. And I think many people think so. I was born and bred in Kisumu. You realize that nominations are almost like the general election. When you win a nomination, it is almost guaranteed that you have gone to become the member of parliament. And that is why you will see that compassion and passionate fight at the level of nomination. By all necessary means, you must put your spirited fight during the nomination, which I think UDA for the first time are coming to learn that most of that will happen. But ODM has always done that. They give you a nomination, they end up campaigning. If you win, they campaign for you, and you end up winning. So you can understand why Luo Nyanza, during the nomination, all members of aspiring aspirants must fight tooth and nail to get the nomination. And their passion towards elections should not be taken as violence. No. I think that is very wrong. So who was next?
Can I say a word, Alex?
Yeah, but si ukae hapo kidogo alafu tualai somebody aongea and then tuendelee.
Okay, no problem, Alex.
Yeah.
No problem.
Yeah, Kennedy, are you next? Toa mute. Kennedy, toa mute. Kennedy, you are muted.
I'm there.
Yeah, now you can talk. We can hear you.
Yeah, you can hear me. Thank you, Mtembe, for giving me chance to contribute on this platform. What I can say is UDA did their nomination, but they should not just stamp that the nomination was that successful. You see, there were claims of rigging. We heard it from very many people. The real, if those candidates were popular when it comes on 9th August this year, there's a silent majority, and most of their candidates will go home. That's one I want to assure you for a fact. ODM has been conducting nominations since 2007, and we have been actually voted as the biggest party since 2007, 2013, 2017, until Jubilee merged as different parties to actually dethrone us from that position. We know we value consensus as a means of understanding. So the fact that this electioneering period decided to go for consensus doesn't mean that we are afraid of nomination. We want to gather all and scatter none. That's why we have preferred consensus and brought all people together, so that like what happened today, we saw Shabal and Nasir coming together. As a result of that, we are moving away from the bitter nomination period that can actually scatter some of our members. That's what we are doing. Doesn't mean that we are not democratic. We are democratic as a party. So as some members initiating that, democratic is not right. We have done nomination before, and now we have decided to go through the consensus means. And Collins has tried to portray that Luo Nyanza is somehow violent when it comes to nomination. It's not true. We have some uncouth members or some uncouth aspirants who may decide to hire goons and disrupt these nominations. That does not mean that the whole area is actually violent. When you what happened in Siaya, everything was peaceful. When you come to Homa Bay, there are some few aspirants who actually hired goons to disrupt this nomination. It doesn't mean that the whole area is somehow violent. No, that's not a fact. So what I want to tell the UDA supporters or UDA there is that they should not be happy that they've done something that ODM hasn't done before. Let's wait for August. There's a tsunami that is building. I'm actually talking from Nairobi. There's a tsunami that is building in Azimio. We are going to sweep Nairobi clean. We are going to sweep all this area clean. UDA will reduce to a very small party come 9th August. That's what I would like to contribute.
Thank you very much, Kennedy. Commenting on Mombasa in the consensus, do you think Shabal was forced, or do you think how do you think they came to the consensus in Mombasa? Can you preempt that for us, please?
Yeah, I can preempt that. What happened is that ODM, before we decided to give direct tickets or we decided to come up with consensus, we did what we called polling. We did the polling of these candidates in various places. So we realized that some of these candidates are very popular before we came up with the consensus. For example, when we look at Nasir has been doing a great job in Mombasa. You know, Shabal actually is a good candidate, but he has been campaigning. He campaigned against Joe, and he was defeated. So the polling helped us to come up with the consensus. We didn't coerce or force anyone to actually agree or decide to drop his bid. What we did is to poll these candidates. So we polled Shabal and Nasir in Mombasa, Abdul Samad Nasir in Mombasa. And from the polling, we realized that Nasir is popular. So we had to talk to Shabal to drop his bid and give him maybe another chance, maybe in the national politics or maybe another position, but to help the party. That's what we did in Mombasa. He wasn't forced. If you have been forced, you actually bolted out, or you've actually done what Sosyon did in Bomet. Lament everywhere in the media. We saw those guys were very happy. He was happy with the negotiation, and that's what happened. And that's even what happened in Homa Bay. In Homa Bay, we called those aspirants, all of them. We even invited Dr. Evans Kidero, who decided not to come up for the meeting, so that we could, after the opinion poll was showing that Wanga was leading. So actually, when that happened, we talked with them, and there's a consensus that was built up. But when you go to places like Busia, where the consensus didn't work, where the Florence Mutua decided to run with Otuoma, and he decided that he doesn't want consensus, we went for the nomination, and it was very successful. So that's what's happening on ODM. We value consensus because all these people are our people. We don't want to go to a bitter nomination contest and then scatter all these people. These are all our supporters. So that's what's happening now. And that's what I want to tell you, dear supporters, that route they are going to, we have gone to that route. We know it very well. After this nomination, they are going to lose very many people with their supporters. They run back to Azimio. And we are going to win in a big way. This election is for us to lose. We are going to win it in a big way. I want to assure you. As ODM, as Azimio. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kennedy, for preempting that. And I see Collins' hand behind. Collins, as you come, you will say what you want, and I would like you to also add on this. When they came in that podium, you could see Nasir was very, had a tension while Shabal was speaking in front of the camera. And you heard Shabal say, now, I have the opportunity to speak when the pipes in Mombasa do not have water. What came in your mind when Shabala hit that small note in order to bring a little bit of laughter? Because I think there was a lot of tension. What does that tell you about Shabala?
Okay, what Shabala was trying to imply is very simple. You know, they've been very bitter opponents.
That's for Collins, Kennedy. Collins' hands was up.
Okay. I think you are reading my mind because I wanted to add on that issue. You know, I'm wondering with people like Nyagaka, because when UDA applies consensus, it is okay. But when ODM we also apply consensus, it is like it seems that we are rejecting, we are putting with people. No. In fact, in ODM, as my colleague has just said, we normally do some internal opinion poll. Then we are able, in that process, we are able to discern who is more popular. Then we tunampatia tikiti. Sasa hapo anaenda na menyana na watu wa chama ingine. You know, the Ruto team wamezoea hii mambo ya sisi watu ya ODM tuna present multiple candidates. So when tuna present multiple candidates, wao wanapitia hapo katikati. But this time round tumeamua consensus. If consensus fail, tunaenda kwa debe na kuzuia mambo ya mark ballot box prior to election. Tunatumia digital. That's why in Busia the election was the most credible election which has ever existed in this country. And also kwa mambo ya Mombasa, I think as my colleague has just said, waliongea mzuri na hata Shabali mwenyewe ingawaje sama walikuwa tense kidogo, lakini ali accept, akasema kwamba walishare manifesto, hata akaexplainia the supporters kwamba it was not for my individual interest but for the interest of the entire people of Mombasa County, and therefore they will work together. You know, mtu akikubali hivyo, ukiona mtu amekubali mpaka anaenda anafanya handshake mbele ya on the media mbele ya Raila, hao ni watu ambao wameelewana. But ukiona watu wanakataa, like for example UDA wanasema kwamba ati hao they are the most democratic. Uliona vile huyo anaitwa nani, Girish aliprotest akaenda akaama hiyo chama. Kuna huyu is it Karen Nyamu or what, huyu from huyu wa Nairobi mwenye alikuwa anataka women rep, huyu ama sijui senator pia aliprotest. So I think we have done our best. In fact, kama hata kuna mahali kama huko Homa Bay unaona kwa mfano mtu kama Kidero amekataa, but unaona hata kwa ODM I think ni Kidero peke yake so far. I'm starting to be corrected. Sioni kama kuna mwingine mwenye protest unlike UDA, lakini sasa UDA what they are perfected on ni kulemea upande wa ODM. Kulemea upande wa ODM wanatutusi. In fact ukiona
so Collins, as you wind up, I want you to say this and then we go to the next person. What does that tell you about Baba for his love for Mombasa? Because he saw Mombasa being so contentious, and I think he felt a need for personally going there and making sure that his love and his dedication for the people of Mombasa does not disintegrate when he's actually becoming the president. What does that tell you about Baba and his resolute love for the people of Mombasa?
Okay, I think he also has a personal interest. Apart from personal interest, also ako na interest ya watu kwa moyo wake. Ako na personal interest. Mara ya kwanza nasema hivyo because unajua Baba ni mtu mwenye witness Mombasa. Like for example alikuwa na one of the strong supporter kama Hassan Omar mwenye sasa anavaa UDA, but alimpoteza because ya ako apply consensus during that time though. Ama Hassan Omar akaenda Wiper akakuwa senator na baadaye akamtoka akaenda sasa ameenda kwa UDA. So hiyo personal interest pia anataka aconsolidate apate wote because akuwa na strong council of governor pia itakuwa mzuri. And apart from that also anataka pia wafuasi anataka kwamba watu wa Mombasa wapate the best leader. Unaona? Wakipata the best leader, mtu yule ambaye atawasaidia na wasigawanye kura yao. Unajua gawanya kura yao, somebody anaweza pitia hapo katikati ambaye ni mtu ambaye hana interest. Unaona? So that is what that is my presentation. Thank you.
Asante sana. Murunga uko hapo? Murunga, you came in earlier before the panelists. Uko Murunga?
Niko Banade.
Karibu sana. Tunangojea utupe mawaidha yako. Tuambie maneno ya UDA low turnout in Central. At some point tunasikia ilikuwa 2%. Uliona how it was. What does that tell us? Can we now turn to UDA nomination central and the low turnout?
Yeah, I would say, okay, that is an issue of concern it should concern mostly the people who are affiliated to the party, because when you look at the numbers and the way it is been perceived that though that is a stronghold, it should worry the deputy president and more so the people from that region, because going by those numbers, and especially when you look at Kiambu County, I'll start from Kiambu County, where when you look at the number of those who voted for the gubernatorial candidate and those who voted for members of parliament, look at the numbers. Look at it's not even above 10%. So one would wonder, is it likely to happen in the same way in the general election? Because for William Ruto to get something closer to a contest between Raila Odinga, then he needs the entire Mount Kenya to wake up like they did, the Turakus and every other person, everybody, even those in the hospital should be taken out of their bed to go and vote. But going by the numbers, I saw less than 10% of those who are registered, which I think and I feel that it has been much hyped. It has been what is being spewed out there is not exactly what is reflected on the ground, and that's why we are saying that even to us who will be seeking to get at least 40% of the central vote, who have a reason to worry. We need to do a vigorous campaign over there, and even the president yesterday said the same, that he's going to start campaigning for Raila Odinga, and no one will scare him or no one will stop him from doing that, which is a good show. But all in all, we need to get those people out to vote. But more so for William Ruto to get a number actually to bring a contest closer to Raila Odinga, then he needs the people of Central Kenya at least to vote at least 60% of the population, 60-70%. They will do him a bit of justice so that he should also have numbers that can actually contend and if he's looking to become a president in the future. Because going by what we are seeing at the moment, seems like even the deputy president is up. And Alex, there's another thing that I've also observed, and this is in Kajiado County, where some of us are at the moment. Kajiado County is a county that UDA thought it would actually be a swing vote to them, but when we look at it, it's likely to vote in favor of Raila Odinga. Because when you look at the numbers, even the numbers that voted yesterday, those that are actually on the UDA, those that nominate the UDA candidate, the numbers are they are not the numbers that people have been talking about. Because rarely have we seen anywhere or any sub-county or even at a ward level or where the turnout has gone beyond 20-30%, and those people who are too close to the deputy president crying. Some are I don't know what they're going to do, but iko shida, manake watu wengi wanalia. Look at Mama Pete Tobiko. She has invested so much only to her. I think she feels disappointed because what I've heard from one of the guys who have been too close to her, they're saying that she's considering running as an independent candidate. But now when you see that, look at that. How many people are going to go by the UDA agenda? Some were in UDA because of Ferris Tobiko. And these are the people we are talking about. Hawa watu watahama chama na definitely William Ruto will be the one to suffer the loss, na itakuwa ni chungu sana kwake, kwa sababu Ferris akienda kama independent na sisi watu wa Azimio nasi upande wetu pia naona kutakuwa na shida kidogo, manake tuko na candidates wawili ambao wako strong, the incumbent governor and the former governor, they're all in Azimio, wote wanataka and they're threatening to go to the ballot. Sijuoni nani ako tayari kuweza kurudi nyuma ili wakuwe na uwiano, mmoja wao amalize aendelee, alafu mwingine asapoti mwingine. Unaona Alex, hapo kutakuwa na shida kubwa sana.
Sure,
Lakini
hapo kutakuwa na shida ya.
upande mwingine kabisa, ile kitu nimeona lazima tupongeze hata watu wa UDA, ili lazima tuambiane ukweli. UDA wamejaribu conducting nearly a national election, sio kitu ya mchezo. Wamejaribu, tuseme ya kwamba kumekuwa na hakuna kitu ambacho hakina challenges, lakini hao nao lazima tuseme kama wamefanya kitu mzuri, wamefanya kitu mzuri, na hiyo tunawapongeza. Lakini sasa upande wa numbers, I don't think, as I said the other day Alex, numbers don't favor William Ruto at all. They don't. Numbers don't favor William Ruto at all. And I'll tell you this, Ruto is actually facing a humiliating defeat in the month of August. He chose, in fact, he's a good candidate, but at the wrong time, basing on the numbers. William Ruto is not a candidate who should actually contend against Raila Odinga. Raila Odinga is an election machine that you can't beat, especially in an election like this one. And even if he brought in who, from which angle, he's going to lose this one. And there's also this issue, Alex, you talked about, the issue of Shabal and what is his name, Nasir. The two guys, let me say this. I think it's because Shabal has come to the party a little bit late, and the fortunes you didn't have the support of the party, and that one prompted those that they were the powers that be not to consider him for the seat. But going by what I've seen him post on his social media page, I'm happy that he took up a good decision to support the Honorable Nasir. And now that we have Wiper as well fielding another candidate in Mombasa, is it not something, Alex, is this not something to worry us? The likes of Nakina Sonko, and there is Sonko, and of course there is the UDA candidate that one, of course, we are not scared about that. But the Sonko candidate should be a reason some of us should actually talk about. And as partners, Wiper being a partner in Azimio, this is something that should have been put up in the coalition agreement, so that the strongholds where a particular party is perceived to be enjoying that support, wangeachwa waendelee field candidate. Because if we say that we do the same, tuseme ya kwamba tunachukua candidate, yes, tunaweza sema ya kwamba ODM sponsors Waita in Machakos. Kalonzo Musyoka usema ya kwamba sisi tunakosea, we are not for the unity. Yet you've seen him doing that in Mombasa. He has fielded Sonko in Mombasa. He's fielding another in Nairobi. That is he's actually supporting Ngatia, and he's also supporting.
As you finish, yeah, I think you can always come back to you. And I think you have mentioned it very well that Raila had to fill the gap that was going to be taken advantage by Wiper. And even Pa from Kilifi, the Kingi, Amazon Kingi. But I think that Solomonic wisdom that prevailed today has given Raila an upper hand again in cost. So we will go also to another person to give us their view of today. Jakindu Bey. Yeah. Oh, Jakindu Bey, before uongee Mama Selina yuko, gender sensitivity tuliambiwa lazima tuikubali. Na Mama Selina ukiingia nataka utuambie vile Mama Korila lilia na utuambie tunatakana tumpe pole ama tufurahi Toto ameshinda hiyo UDA nomination ya Bomet. Mama Selina.
Yes.
Yeah, tunafanya gender sensitivity hapa vile Bernard ametufunza. Yeah, umeona topic Mtembei ametupea na tulikuwa tunakuuliza juu ya Madam Koril, what is her decision?
Sana. Yes, na hata kwangu sijaona haionyeshi upande yangu topic, lakini kwanza nataka nipongeze msichana moja this time round wacha mimi kwa sababu umenipatia kama chenda, wacha nipongeze msichana mdogo amechaguliwa Bomet, msichana ya 24 years old amechaguliwa kama women rep, amechaguliwa mama msichana moja Kirinyaka ya 26 years old. Nimeona Nandi wamechakua msichana mdogo pia. Alafu sasa wacha niseme wale vikogo wale walikuwa najua kutusiana, wale walikuwa nasungusha marinda to women leadership ya kwamba wakuwe na heshima wakati watu wa Kenya wamekupatia nafasi ya kuongoza.
Mama Selina hatukusikii.
Singine Alex tunaambiwa tunalipwa kwa vitendo. Watu wengi wanasema turnout kwanza ya Hello?
Mama Selina unakatika
Alex,
katika.
unanisikia?
Ya simu yako inakatika katika, sijui wengine wanakusikia kweli, mimi sikusikii vizuri. Lakini Bey unamsikiza mama?
1 2 3 4. Wacha nitoke nione kama nitarudi.
Aya, asante sana. Jakindu Bey mzee, vipi habari ya UK? Tuambie maneno.
Salama sana, mimi si jambo, nimefurahi kuwasikia. Alex, leo wewe ndio umeshika usukani. Asante sana. Kwa maoni yangu leo nataka kurudia kitu ambacho nimekuwa nikiwaambia. Jamani, haya mambo ya uchaguzi hizi ndogo ndogo nimefurahi kwamba zimefanyika, hiyo ni sawa kabisa. Kitu ambacho imenifurahisha leo ni kwamba zile vurugu ambazo huwa zilikuwa zinasemekana huwa zinatokea kwa ODM peke yake, nimeona imetokea kwa UDA vile vile. Kwa hizo hii ni jambo ambalo si la chama kimoja tu, ni ya vyama vyote. Lakini mimi naweza kusema hivi, kwanza nikiuliza hapa sisi wana Kenya ambao tuko hapa kwa hii mtandao hii, kwa hii studio hapa, Nani anatolea hizi vyama, chama chochote pesa kwa kila mwezi? Nani? Hebu aseme ni nani huwa anatoa? Hakuna. Hizo vyama hazina pesa za kuweza kusimamia uchaguzi wa nchi nzima, hawana. Lakini sisi wananchi wa Kenya tunasisitiza hata pana tufanye tu uchaguzi, lakini hiyo uchaguzi hatuwezi kuiendesha kwa njia nzuri, kwa sababu hizi vyama hazina uwezo hata kidogo, na kwa kila wanapojaribu wakifanya kwa ajili ya uwezo wao, sisi bado tunasema hawa watu ni wa namna hii, wanafanya hivi, ni wawezi vitu. Lakini hatujiulizi wana uwezo, wanawezaje kufanya jambo ambalo linafanywa na Election Commission ambayo inaongozwa na, angalia ile pesa ambao wanataka kuongoza uchaguzi. Alafu sisi tunataka tufanye chama kama ODM ifanye uchaguzi ya watu wote Kenya mzima. UDA ifanye watu wote nchi, na wana pesa. Sisi wanachama hatutoi hata pesa wao. Mimi nataka kuambia saa zote tunasema tunataka hizi vyama viwe zina nguvu. Hizi vyama haziwezi kuwa na nguvu, kwa sababu hizi vyama zikiteua mgombeaji mnasema hapana, huyu mgombeaji hatumtaki, sisi tunachagua sisi wenyewe. Tutajengaje hizi vyama kama chama hakina uamuzi? Mtajenga namna gani? Hatuwezi kujenga hizi vyama. Hizi vyama zitabaki tu zisizo na nguvu hivi tu. Kama tunataka kujenga vyama hizi viwe na nguvu, lazima tuzipatie nafasi na tuangalie kwamba zinajengeka, tunazisaidia kuzijenga. Hapa Uingereza hawafanyi hizi fujo, hawachagueni kama hivyo. Na hawa ndio tunasema watu wa demokrasia, hawa ndio tunawaiga ati wana demokrasia. Hawafanyi hayo tunayafanya. Ni chama kinateua mtu, watu wanapeleka majina zao kwa chama, wale wanataka chama ndio inaangalia huyu tutampeleka pale, kwa sababu chama inaangalia hata popularity ya huyo mtu, na ni mtu ambaye hana mambo ya ufisadi, mtu hana mambo yoyote. Yeah? Ukifukuzwa kwa Jubilee hauwezi kuchukuliwa na ODM, hauwezi kuchukuliwa na UDA. Kama umefukuzwa kwa sababu una mambo ya uhalifu fulani, huwezi kuchukuliwa. Lakini sisi hapa nyumbani Kenya, unafukuzwa kwa Jubilee, unachukuliwa na ODM. Na wewe washasema kule kwamba wewe ni mhalifu, wewe unakisiwa kwamba wewe ni mpenda rushwa. Sasa hiyo hatuwezi kujenga nchi, hatuwezi kujenga hizi vyama, hatuwezi kujenga taswira zetu kwa namna hiyo. Ni lazima sisi wote wana Kenya tuamue kama tunataka kujenga hizi vitu, lazima tuchukue mifano vile zinafanyika, kwa sababu katika hizi nchi ambazo zimeendelea wanajua kabisa party haina uwezo wa kufanya hizo. Na hizi party za hizi nchi ambazo ninasema zina pesa nyingi sana, kwa sababu wanachama huwa wanalipa pesa kwa hizo vyama kila mwezi. Mtu anasema mimi nitakuwa natoa kiasi fulani kwa hiyo chama kwa sababu anaipenda. Hiyo si kwamba hazina, lakini huwa zinachukua hiyo, wanaitumia wakati wa campaign wote kwa ujumla. Hawawezi tena kuichukua eti kwenda kufanya zile uchaguzi ndogo ndogo. Na sisi tunasema hivyo, tufanye hizo. Mimi nafikiri hiyo ni jambo ambalo linatakiwa tufikirie vizuri sana, Alex. Hata saa zingine mkisema uchaguzi kule tuseme kama Kisii, inatakiwa vile vile tuamini chama. Kama hatuamini chama, tutaijenga namna gani? hatuwezi kwamba vitu zote haziwezi kufanyika 100%. Sometimes inafanyika labda 70%. Lazima tujue hiyo ni imepass, iko na pass nzuri. So hizi vitu zikifanyika, tusiseme kama wewe kweli ni mwanademokrasia unafanya kama vile yale masikilizano ambayo niliona wale wagombeaji wawili wale wa Mombasa walifanya vizuri. Kwa maoni yangu, hiyo ndio inatakikana. Mnakaa wawili, mnakubaliana, bwana wewe utaendelea, mimi nitakuunga mkono. Alafu mnajenga hiyo chama, mnachukua hiyo kiti, mnachukua hiyo nafasi, kwa sababu mkigombana mtapata hiyo nafasi na hamtajenga hiyo chama. Kwa hiyo ile ni walivyofanya ilikuwa ni jambo nzuri sana. Mimi nafikiri ilikuwa ni Nairobi, ile vile nilivyoiona, nilikuwa nafikiri ni Nairobi kwa sababu walikuwa wamekuja Nairobi kwa mwaliko wa rais katika ikulu kufuturu pamoja na yeye pale State House jana, mimi vile ninavyofikiri. Kwa hiyo ilikuwa ni rahisi kuwapata na kuweza kuzungumza nao na kupata suluhu, ambalo jambo mimi naona ni jambo la muhimu sana. Hata kule Kisii, kwa maoni yangu, nilikuwa napenda wangekaa chini. Hii kitu nilikuwa nimesema kitambo, Alex, nilisema wangekaa chini katika mambo ya kama ugavana au useneta, wakae chini wasikilizane, ili hizo viti ziwe za Azimio, kwa sababu wakizozana inaweza ikachukuliwa na chama kingine. So ni jambo la muhimu sisi kukaa chini na kusikilizana. Lakini upande mwingine wa UDA imenifurahisha sana kuona wale watu wa matusi kama akina huyu Mwaura ameangushwa. Wale ambao wenye mdomo yule mwanadada yule wa kutoka kule Laikipia ameangushwa, nimefurahi sana. Lakini nafikiri sasa hata wao wanajua kwamba Azimio itanguruma, vile hata wao wanajua kwamba Azimio itanguruma.
Asante sana Kakindu Bey. Tutakupa nafasi nyingine tena. Tafadhali tu mute sisi wote. Mama Selina, pia wewe tupe maoni yako. Ulikuwa unasema juu ya msichana Asla na dakika 3-5 hivi ndio.
Ninaweza sikika sasa?
Nakusikia Mama Selina.
Alex, kwa mambo ya election ya upande ya kina mama, na kwanza ngawa ni UDA tunasema mama ni mama, nikataka kushukuru hao msichana moja amechaguliwa Alex ya 24 years, amekuwa women rep ya Bomet. Alafu Nandi County wamechakua msichana pia na Kirinyaga County. Alafu leo walikuwa na mkutano pia wa mama kwa mambo ya Martha Karua kwa kuweza kusemekana akuwe running mate ya baba. So nilikuwa nataka kusema kwa Kenya leo ilikuwa ni siku kubwa. Alafu pia tukakuwa na wamama Jane Kiara, Waruguru na wengine wale waliesa pia kuangushwa kulingana na tabia yao, na nikasema kina mama hawastahili kuwa ngaa sana. Ule mama wa Ruguru alianza kutaka kulia, na nikasema kama unafanda Nikasema kulingana na mambo ya central turnout, watu wanajaribu kutetea penalty. Hiyo ni kutiririsha ya kwamba mambo ni ngumu mahali tunaenda. Nikienda mambo ya Mombasa, nataka nishukuru baba kwa kukutanisha hawa manduku wawili walikuwa nasimama kiti ya gavana, Nasir na nduku yake. Lakini yes, naona watu wanasema sijui anaitwa Chafara ama anaitwa nani, alikuwa nasikia usito. Kama uko na wafuasi na umejisikia, ni ngumu sana kuacha, lakini nataka kupatia heko, na baba alisema atafanya kazi na yeye huko juu. Lakini pia mliona Sharif alirudi akamwambia baba, hata kama unamchukua lakini uache akuja atusaidie campaign hapa chini. Kumaanisha he was a very strong pia governor, lakini na ni wakati ya Ramadhan kwa Waislamu, so walichukua hiyo nafasi kusameana na kufanya kazi pamoja. Hiyo ni heko kwetu na nataka kushukuru baba. Kidogo tena sasa, hiyo ni ya nani, Alex ya Kendu Bay. Tumekuwa na hii shida ya Kalonzo tena, wanatokezea tena leo wanatuambia ati tunataka Kalonzo, sijui walisaini nini, sijui nani wanataka nini. Mara tunasikia wanataka ati Kalonzo akuwe deputy. Hiyo cheo silisema baba ni Uhuru ni elder ama sijui, hata imenichanganya. So nashangaa sana, Kalonzo hataki kukuwa memba. Hawa wengine wamekubali kuwa memba, hawa ni walesi wa Kenya, kwa sababu kama mumeongezewa kuwa 11 na mulikuwa 7, na inasemekana wengine, Rais Uhuru Kenyatta is the president na atakuwa retired president. Hata kama tutakuwa na president amechaguliwa, lazima tuheshimu wale viongozi wetu walitutangulia. Kalonzo Musyoka, unasema Uhuru kwa nini anapatiwa kiti ya kukua elder ama anaongoza kama nini na anaenda nyumbani? Jameni, huyu mtu sijui tutamfanya nini na hiyo grupu yake. Wamesign sasa, wanasema wataki Kalonzo akuwe member, sijui anataka akuwe nini. He cannot be the vice president ama running mate ama akuwe deputy party leader. Constituency ya wamama Kenya ni kubwa kushinda hiyo yake anaongea, lakini sisi kina mama tunanyenyekea. Angalia hata a style, aone vile watoto wadogo wamechaguliwa, kumaanisha wamama ni kitu moja. Na mimi nataka cha Kendu Bay na Alex, wakati wa mama ama watu wamesema matakarua, kama mumeisikia mama mwingine wa mama wanataja, ama mumeisikia wa mama wakipishana, Kalonzo anastahili ya style up. Sijui kwa nini alikuja Azimio. Sasa anatuambia hataki kuitwa member. Yes? Kuna mtu anaongea.
Mama Stelina, ningependa kukujibu hapo kuhusu Kalonzo kidogo.
Yes.
Unajua hii position ya women in the society haifai kuwa ati they are supposed to be given chances. Hizi chances inafaa wafanye kazi kwa bidii wapate. Hivyo sasa inafaa ikuwe society ikuwe equal. Because ukisema women pia tuko na boy child. Na hao boy child pia wafai kuacha.
Nimesema uni understand. Nimesema maendeleo ya wamama, ya maendeleo ya wanawake wako na 4 million voters registered. Maendeleo ya kina mama Martha Karua wa mama ya maendeleo tunaita constituency ya kina mama. Hatujasema mtupatie, tumekuja kwa depol kuomba kusema hii ndiye sisi tuko nayo. Kama vile Kalonzo anasema anatoka Wiper, sisi kina mama tumesema tuko nyuma ya Martha Karua kama kiongozi, na kura zetu inaanza na milioni 4 ya maendeleo ya wanawake. Alafu hata ule mama wa Eldoret, women rep, Shole, yeye ni ya UDA, alisema kama wamama wanasema mother, she is also comfortable. Mimi nikakuja hapa nikasema, mtuambie kama kuna mama ingine wamepishana na Martha Karua. Kwa hivyo tukisema candidate ya Martha Karua, atukuji kama wamama, kwanza ni kiongozi na kwanza ana followers. Viti ya kutupatia ni ya women rep. Na hiyo ndiye msichana ya 24 years amewin. Na
Salina,
hiyo ni msichana
Salina,
na
mama
ya
Mama Salina, nataka nikusaidie. Naomba nikusaidie.
yes baba.
Naomba nikusaidie juu ya wakina mama. Huyo kijana vile amesema ati wanawake wanatakiwa wasisaidiwe wafanye kazi. Nataka nikuambie wanawake wameonewa kwa muda mrefu sana. Ni lazima tuwasaidie kwa sababu wanawake huwa wako disadvantaged mambo mengi sana, kwa sababu mwanamke anapoolewa anaweza kuwa ametolewa uko Nyanza, ameenda kuolewa Kijabe, na akitaka kusimama hapo Kijabe achaguliwe si rahisi. Kwa hiyo ni lazima tuwasaidie, lazima wapate mkono wa kuwasaidia. Kuna popote, hata ukiangalia dunia mzima, kina mama lazima wamekuwa nyuma, wamekuwa wakipigwa mkumbo. Kwa hiyo ni lazima
nani ni wapikaji kura kwa dunia? Wakina mama tumetumiwa
nasema katika nafasi nyingi zimekuwa dominated na wanaume. Kwa hiyo lazima wakina mama wasaidiwe. Sio kwamba wanasaidiwa kwa kupewa bure, lakini lazima tuwe na mkono wa kuwasaidia, kwa sababu wako na disadvantage nyingi sana ambazo zinawakabili wakina mama. Ukimchukua mama na mwanaume wanafanya campaign, mama ana disadvantage. Anaweza kuwa hata na mtoto mdogo ananyonya. Sio kama bwana anaweza kwenda saa mengi bila Kwa hiyo lazima tu balance. Sio kusema tunawapatia bure, lakini lazima tu balance, tuone namna gani wanaweza kupatiwa nafasi. Sio kupatiwa nafasi, lakini kupatiwa nafasi na wao wawe kama wengine, kama wanaume. Unaona? Sio eti watapewa bure, lakini kama kuna nafasi wapewe. Asante.
Na mimi nataka kuambia Kenneth kabla hujaendelea. Yes. Katiba ya 2010 Constitution, Martha Karua was the Minister of Justice. Yeye ndiye alipigania hiyo katiba mnang'ang'ania saa hii mpaka imesimama vile ilivyo. She was the Minister of Justice. Wacha nikuchukue tena. Wakati ya enzi ya Moi ilikuwa mbaya sana. Akaenda Keshoko, akaenda Kirinyaka Stadium. Moi akasema Martha Karua ni member of parliament, awesi alitoka kwa kiwanja ya Moi, akawacha Moi na watu na akatoka na watu kwa kiwanja. Hiyo ni mama shujaa. Wakati ya serikali ya Kibaki alipatiwa akakuwa Minister of Justice. Kenya walikuwa wamestakiwa kwa sababu ya judicial, walikuwa na ile mauaji ilikuwa imeendelea, ile walikuwa naua watoto. Martha Karua akaenda Geneva, akatetea serikali ya Kenya. Akirudi kufika airport, anaambiwa unatakikana na Kibaki. Martha Karua akasema nimetoka Geneva kutetea serikali ya Kenya kwa sababu watu wengi walikuwa wameuawa sana. Aliresign kwa sababu alisema hawezi kuendorse ufisadi. Aliambia Kibaki, tukiunda serikali, that was not the agreement. Agreement ya Kenya ilikuwa ni wasuie ufisadi na wafuate ukweli. Aliwacha bendera, alipembelezwa, akasema siwezi kaa kupepeta bendera ya Kenya na mumeenda kinyume ya ile mambo tulisema wakati tuliapisha Kibaki. She resigned, she went home. Na akabaki na MP ya Kishoko. So tukiongea kuhusu Martha Karua, atusemi mama. Ni vile ameumbwa mama, lakini ni kiongozi kama kiongozi yeyote. Kama ujui ama unajua historia ya Martha Karua, alikuwa church.
Mama Selina.
Ngoja kidogo. Tunataka mtu ya kukuja kusaidia baba. Kusaidia baba kusimama na kufunga hao watu wanaipa Kenya. Tunataka mtu mwenye atasimama na corruption. Hatutaki mtu ataitwa huko nyuma State House amwambie anyamase. We want a strong person. And again, wewe Kenneth, hii nchi ni yenyu. Nikikuona sana utafika miaka 30. Wewe ni kijana, unastahili kusimama kwa nchi yenu. Sisi wengine ni wasee. Tumefanya kazi yetu na kina Chekindube, lakini tunawalilia. Nyinyi ni vijana, mnataka kuchunga nchi. Unaenda kununuliwa na pombe ya shilingi 10, unalewa. Kama kijana unashindwa kazi ya kufanya. Unaenda kufuata watu. Na wewe mwenyewe huna pipi, huna mtoto, huna viatu, unafaa nini? Unaenda kupigia wanaume wengine makofi. Kama wewe ni nani? Kwanza vijana amustahili. Tunataka kuona vijana wamerudi na akili na wachunge nchi yao. Lakini mkituambia, mimi sahi na mzee Chekindube, tulifuata heshima ya wasee wetu, wa baba zetu na viongozi. Lakini nyinyi vijana, mnabeba mawilbaro, umemaliza university, unakuwa mjinga, unasema kazi ni kazi. Why did you go to school? Ulitumia pesa ya baba yako kwa nini? Na huyo pesa nani atarudisha? Nataka uniambie, out of 100% vijana, na ukue genuine, wangapi wameoa? Wangapi wamemalizwa na pombe? Ndio hakuna kazi. Kama hakuna kazi, unakuja nunuliwa na shilingi 5. Alafu unataka sisi ni kina mama na tumechunga nchi.
Asante sana Mama Selina.
Mbaya. Waongea wakijua. Mzee Chekindube amekula chumvi, Selina amekula chumvi mpaka nchi imefika. Thank you so much Alex.
Yeah, naona Collins hako na mkono yake huko juu, sijui kama alikuwa na swali ama alikuwa anataka kuuliza.
Okay. Mimi nataka kusaidia Mama Selina kidogo na Chekindube. Mama Selina amesema kuhusu issue ya Martha Karua. Na pia Chekindube ameongelea, amesema kwamba wanawake wasaidiwe. Ningependa kuambia kijana mwenzangu Kennedy kwamba our constitution promote equality and equity. Equality ni kuprovide the level ground. Then equity ni kufanya watu wakuwe sawa. Like for example, kama mkienda kwa mabishano, kuna vile utafavor ule mwenye hana miguu, mtu mwenye yako leo mtampatia some sport ground ndio afanye akimbia kwa sawa na mtu mwenye yako normal. Sasa wote waweze kuwa sawa. Sasa vile mzee Chekindube amesema kwamba women have some disadvantage kidogo. Sawa, nafaa tu kusukumwa kidogo. Na pia tukirudi hapo nyuma, amesema kwamba wanawake wanafaa wajitume. Tubisinzia, hata mtu yeyote atakuuza mtoto ya 5 years mwenye yako na akili atakwambia kwanza kwamba Martha Karua amejituma, because Martha Karua is somebody mwenye huwezi control. Martha Karua is somebody kwamba mwenye yako firm. Akisema ni no, naona disagree na President Kibaki vile Mama Selina amesema kwamba ali walk out of ministry kwa mkutano ya Moi na katoka nje. Sasa Martha Karua is somebody, hata ukombee na Kalonzo, Martha Karua is more equal to the task than majority. In fact, kwa maoni yangu hata ningesema Martha Karua is somebody mwenye angefaa apeperushe bendera ya Azimio, but the only problem is that kwamba President Uhuru is come from Mount Kenya. Sasa uwezo ukapatia Martha Karua, but Martha Karua is more equal to the task than majority of these men. Na kwamba ya kujituma, angalia sasa hivi anakampenia Raila huko Mount Kenya. Most of Mount Kenya MPs hiyo wa campaign, lakini Martha Karua ameenda is it Laikipia, anatembea, ni mtu anajituma. Wakati Kalonzo anazidi kucomplain na watu wake kwamba wapatiwe, Martha Karua anajituma. This means Martha Karua is selfless. Aseme lazima apatiwe kiti, but naona anajituma, anakampenia unlike hao wengine.
Shukrani sana Collins. Hapo pia nilikuwa nataka Collins uongea for 30 seconds na kwa nini basi katika vyama vyetu we are still imposing a lot of money. Some parties up to a tune of 250, if I'm not wrong, 100,000 for contesting for a women rep, and knowing that these women are a little bit disadvantaged. Secondly, naona UDA imesema inapeana 2 weeks to contest the results, lakini kuna kitu inaitwa complaint fee ambayo lazima ulipe pesa ndio usikilizwe. And do you think that is something our party should be doing, that when you feel agitated, first of all umenyanganywa labda tikiti, sasa lazima ulipe pesa ya kucomplain? Do you think that is something right? Collins, hebu ongea juu ya hiyo.
Wacha nianze kwa mambo ya UDA. UDA as I said from day one, they are hypocrites because wanasema kwamba ni chama ya hustle, chama mama mboga na boda boda. Mama mboga hawezi karais, amecampaign, ametumia financial muscle yake kucampaign. Sasa hawezi karais hiyo pesa ya kucomplain. That is a lot of money. Sasa hapo ni hypocrisy because mimi si member wa UDA, I can say that is unfair. Aya, vile chama unasema zina raise hizo large amount of money, like for example 250, that to me it is right because some of this party, as Jakindu Bey has said, it has no money. Sasa wanajaribu because women wenyewe pia wanataka credible election, na kwa wanajua ku run credible election we need financial muscle. Hatuwezi tukarun election bure. Sasa wanahitaji some muscle, although some parties like ODM and Jubilee wamekuwa open, wamesema kwamba pay this amount of money, like, but some parties like UDA wanasema kwamba ni party hustler. Mama mboga, sasa mama mboga hawezi raise that amount of money, maybe unless Ruto awalipie. For UDA it is unfair, but for these other parties it is fair because wamekuwa open ya kila mtu. Wenye wanasema kwamba ni hustler anataka raise 250, that is wrong.
Mama Selina, ulikuwa na mkono wako juu. I don't know kama ulikuwa na swali.
Yes, nilikuwa nimesema watu wengi, kwa hiyo vile umetuambia wamama wanalipa less. Unajua ile kitu inafanya wamama wengi wanashindwa, Alex, pesa inakuwa ni ya wababa. Kama wewe unasimama kiti, kwanza mpaka uombe bwana yako ruhusa, mpaka hiyo pesa ndio mnakuwa naye, ndio unaona wamama wengi wanalemewa. So wanawekewa up, si mbaya, kwa sababu kama hiyo ndio imekuwa ikishinda wamama, Alex. That is our problem. Ni hiyo tu nilitaka kusema kwanza, mambo ya pesa.
Haya, Fred, ulikuwa na ya Fred, naona ulikuwa, hiyo ilikuwa ni jibu lako, mama alikujibu. Huko umemaliza kuongea Fred? Huko ama umetoka?
Hayuko, ametoka.
Oh, okay. Sasa tunaweza kuendelea katika huu mjadala. Watu wengi wameangushwa chini, tumeona Kostani ameangushwa na kule bonde la ufa. Nilitaka nimuulize mama Selina, are you seeing the same script for William Samoei Ruto? Kwenda 2013 alimake sure ameweka wazee wote nje, alikuwa amemweka Kosgei nje, Franklin Bett nje, wale wote ambao walikuwa ni vigogo, ambao walionekana kuwa wanaweza mtatasha yale ambao angefanya vibaya. Kunao sasa young people have built themselves into credible people who cannot be shoveled around easily, watu kama Keter na other people. Do you think William Ruto is running the same script, that if you try to grow too strong, he has to destroy you because he wants to be the only person that says anything within UDA? Or ni watu walikuwa wameamua?
Hapana, Alex, kulingana na vile mambo iko, alikuwa ameambiwa
Ni kama Mama Selina wifi yake leo imekuwa ngumu. Mama Selina, unaweza toka tena urudi kwa sababu wifi yako imekuwa ngumu sana.
Alikalia watu, wacha nione kitu moja hapa. Kama umenisikia?
Unakatika kukatika, ndio maana tunasema unaweza toka na uingie kwa sababu hatukusikii vizuri.
Okay, wacha nitoke niingie.
Aya, Thomas Babu, karibu sana. Tunaongea juu ya huyu mjadala, naona huko kazini. Jakindu Bey, nimeuliza Mama Selina hilo swali. Ukimwona vile vigogo wa Rift Valley wameanguka, ni watu wamewaangusha kweli ama Ruto anaogopa ama ni vipi? Maoni yako ni gani, Jakindu Bey?
Alex, umesemaje?
Hukunisikia mzee? Tulikuwa tunauliza, umeona uchaguzi wa Rift Valley ambao tumeshtuka sana. Kuna watu ambao wameangushwa, ambao uliona kuna watu walipewa direct nomination kule Central, kuna wale ambao Kihika na wengine, lakini ilipofika kule Central, Rift Valley aliamua watu waende uchaguzi, lakini watu kama Keter, watu kama Kostani, watu kama Sosion, wengine wameangushwa chini. Unaona kuwa hii ni tabia ya Ruto kuangusha wengine kwa sababu hataki watu waendelee, ama unaona ni watu wameangusha hawa?
Unanisikia? Kabla Jakindu Bey hajaongea ndio nitulie. Unanisikia vizuri sasa?
Tunakusikia sasa mama.
Okay, thank you.
Mimi nasema Alex kwamba nimefurahi sana watu wengine kama Sosion kuangushwa, kwa sababu ni watu ambao ni watu walafi, lakini nafikiri kwa maoni yangu ni kwamba hao watu wameangushwa kwa sababu mimi ninavyoona Ruto anapenda watu wa yes, kwa sababu Sosion ni mtu ambaye anaweza kutoa maoni yake, na hata Kostani anaweza kutoa maoni yake. So nafikiri wale anataka watu wa kusema yes.
Hapana, Jakindu Bey, wacha nikwambie hapo. Watu huyu Caleb Kostani ni mtu ya mkono ya Ruto. Wale watu yote wametolewa Rift Valley ni wale watu wamezuia watu kuingia kwa Ruto, ni wale watu wamesema hawa ndiye the best, lakini Wakalenjin walimwambia wachana na sisi. Alikuwa na lineup, lakini ni watu walienda opposite. So si ati Caleb ni mtu mzuri. Hata hii kupikwa kwa Raila, huyo Mandago na ule Chelili mule wanamuita koti moja, walikuwa nataka kumwekelea ati alipepa watu. So wacha nikwambie, Rift Valley, hata unaona Bomet wamesema kama hiyo ndio maneno amefanya, wataenda Azimio. Unaenda Kilikoris, ule mtu alikuwa na tusingi Uhuru usiku na mchana, Ngeno ameangushwa chini. So mtu yeyote mwenye ako close na Ruto, wote waliwekwa nyumbani.
Point of correction.
Yes.
Ngeno alishinda na kura 10,014.
Lini?
Unaweza kama uko na wifi angalia kwa YouTube. In fact amekuwa na celebrate. Ngeno alishinda.
Mama Selina Ngeno alishinda Mama Selina.
Mama Selina Ngeno alishinda, niliona alikuwa na celebration.
Na kwanza mbele ni ule mwingine alikuwa na celebrate.
Mama Selina, unasema ni Ngeno mgani alishindwa? Labda sisi tunaongea juu ya watu wawili.
Joana Ngeno wa Emuru ya Dikiri alishinda. Joana Ngeno mbunge wa Emuru ya Dikiri alishinda na kura 14,000. Mpinzani wake alikuwa na 9,000.
Yeah, 14,000, yes.
Okay, I'm sorry for that. Lakini mbeleni walikuwa wamemunyang'anya na ndio watu wakakuja. Unajua huko si ya mchezo. Na ndio uliona walitoka na bimbo yote.
Let me say this.
Zungumza basi, yule mtu anataka kuzungumza.
Nimemaliza na ngojea nisikie mtu akiongea. Mimi nilimaliza.
Okay.
Ngoja nikuulize swali Mama Serena.
Yes.
Habari ya jioni. Sasa
Salama.
Kalamini. Wengi wetu tunapenda history sana, ngawaje tuko UDA. Nataka kuuliza swali moja, wewe ndio utaniambia. Ni kweli ya kwamba Kalonzo hakuacha Paul Ngei aingie kwa ofisi yake hata siku moja? Is it true? Nisijui, lakini nimesikia hiyo rumor. Kama ukitueleza na utueleze pipi ya hiyo bila alishinda yule rais nani anatia moja. Asante.
Kuna mtu ambaye hajafunga Wembe TV. Uko na background noise ama ni nani? Tafadhali tu mute sisi wote. Alafu Mama Selina uko chini sana.
Mic yangu bro nimemute, mic yangu imemutiwa.
Shukrani. Alafu Mama Selina, bu ongea kwa sauti kidogo, tuna struggle kusikia. Uko vizuri lakini
Mimi nimesema Kalonzo ule mzee mulimutisha. Paul Ngei alikuwa group ya Moi na ni ile watu walikuwa wamepigania Kenya. So wakati huyu Paul Ngei alikuwa amekatwa mpaka mkuu. So Kalonzo aliletwe na mulimutisha. So Kalonzo ni kupewa, hakuna siku Kalonzo amepigania hiyo kiti, ni kupewa, alipewa na mulimutisha. So angesuia mtu yeyote mwenye angetaka kuonekana Ukambani. And that is what he is doing even now.
Turudi kwa mjadala. Msipoona vizuri Penny atatutoa kutoka mjadala wa UDA nomination kwa sababu hataki tuongee. Penny, relax. Kamulu Mutisia hakuwa kwa huyu mjadala.
Hapana, unajua Alex, mimi wale watu ambao wametolewa kwa UDA, wale ambao nawajua ni Mwaura. Huyu Mwaura ni vizuri sana kutolewa, hata Sosien. Hawa ni watu ambao walipewa pesa za bure, alafu wana betray hiyo.
Sema Mwaura huyu Sosien, useme ni Raila aliwasaidia akawanominate na wakaenda wakamruka Raila, si ati walipewa pesa ya bure. Yes, nani anatingisa kichwa? Mwaura kuingia parliament mara ya kwanza, he was nominated by ODM. Huyu Sosien kutoka kwa TSC akanominatiwa na Raila.
Ni kweli, nasema hivyo, ni watu ambao hawana msimamo. Kwa hiyo hata raia wanajua hawana msimamo. Kwa hiyo kutolewa kwao mimi inanifurahisha. Ingawaje mambo yao mengi sijui, kusema kweli. Sijui mambo ya hao wanachama wengi wa UDA, lakini ninafurahi kwa wale ambao nawajua kwa sababu nimekuwa nikiwasikia matamshi yao. Ni matamshi ambayo sio ya busara. Kwa hiyo wao kama wamekataliwa na wao wenyewe, ni kusema wamekuwa wakitamka matamshi ambayo wananchi hawapendi. Hata hivyo, lakini
Penny,
Alex
Penny. Leo Central wanasema walishafunga hoteli na M-Pesa iliisha pesa. Sasa wanasema wamerudi makwao, ndiye turnout ilikuwa mbaya hivyo. Na ndiye tulikuwa tunasema hapa, wale vijana walikuwa na jaa kwa mamkutano, hawana kura. So wanasema kasi ya hoteli wamemaliza, na hiyo si mara ya kwanza Central kusema hivyo, hiyo ndiye kawaida.
Sasa Alex, mimi najua tuko kwa mjadala wa kujadili mambo ya UDA, lakini utaniruhusu niseme tu kitu kimoja, inaniudhi sana, ndio nilikuwa nasikiliza
Yes. Yeah, mzee.
Kalonzo na hawa watu wake kina Mtula Kilonzo waondoke, waende, kwa sababu hauwezi kuwa unataka uongozi na wewe unataka ni kama mtoto mdogo upewe. Unapewa nini? Kwa nini wana demand eti Uhuru bado atakuwa mkubwa atakuwa chairman? Kuwa chairman sasa kama wewe ni chairman ni vibaya, kama wewe si president huwezi kuwa chairman. Hao watu namna gani? Ni watu ambao kusema kweli hawafai kwa azimio la umoja. Afadhali watoke, Kalonzo atoke na hizo kura zake aende nazo, kwa sababu hatuwezi kuwa tunazozania tu. Hawa wana demand wanataka wapewe nini? Wanataka wakae wao tu peke yao? Hawa watu ni watu ambao hawana busara hata kidogo, na watu wa namna hii ni watu ambao hawaangalii, wanafikiria Kenya Kenya ni kubwa kuliko kila mtu. Kenya ni ya sisi wote, ni lazima tuifanyie kazi Kenya, si Kenya itufanyie kazi. Sisi ndio tunaitaka kuifanyia kazi, yeah? Inatuhitaji tuifanyie kazi, si ati kusema Kalonzo lazima awe kitu fulani. Hapana, si chochote pale. Hakuna ya mtu anachaguliwa na watu ndio wanasema huyu anafaa. So si mtu kuja watu wachache kuja kusema ni mtu fulani. Hapana. Asante sana. Pole Alex kama hiyo haikuwa topic, lakini mimi naona ni udhi. Lakini vile naomba kusema kitu kimoja. Nataka kusema kwamba huyu Uhuru ambao wanazungumza juu yake, Uhuru ni kiongozi ambaye wakati history itakuwa nzuri sana kwa Uhuru, kwa sababu mimi kitu jana Uhuru alifanya ilinishtua sana. Labda ninyi sijui kama ninyi mlishtuka kama mimi. Niliona ajabu Uhuru kwenda kwa kusaidia kanisa, kutoa ugomvi ambao wamekuwa nao, wafanya wawe kitu kimoja. Ni jambo la ajabu kwangu mimi kuona wale viongozi ukiwaangalia ni watu wazima kuliko Uhuru, lakini Uhuru aliona ile mzozo ambao ulikuweko, na ni kitu amekuwa akifanyia kazi kwa muda mrefu, ambapo juzi ilikuwa ndio kilele cha kuwaleta pamoja. Hiyo ni jambo la busara sana. Naona ni president ambaye anataka, na hata wakati huo alisema yeye anataka nchi ya Kenya iwe ni nchi ya amani, iwe nchi ya umoja, iwe nchi ambao Wakenya wote wanafanya kazi pamoja, na hiyo ndio itajenga nchi yetu. Hiyo ni jambo maridadi kwangu, mimi ni maridadi kabisa, na mimi nampongeza rais kabisa.
Kindube, nikikuuliza swali kidogo tu Alex. Kalonzo mwenyewe alikuwa anasema anataka Uhuru asimamie hiyo mambo ya kuelewana kwa mavyama. Sasa nashangaa siku ile alikuwa anamwambia Uhuru ujitokeshe utusimamie, imepatilika nini? Siku ile aliambia wewe ndio utasimama kwa hii kiti, waamini Raila. What went wrong?
Tumeongea maneno ya Kalonzo nyakati nyingi, na tulisema wakati tulikuwa na wakati wa kumtoa aondoke katika mrendo wetu, hatukupata hiyo wakati walideposit hiyo kitu. Tulikubaliana kuwa Kalonzo is going to be a thorn on our flesh. From the position we are speaking from, there is nothing Kalonzo can do until 3 months after election. That is when he will start his way out if he wants to. But I think Kalonzo knows that the next president is Raila Amolo Odinga. And as any party can do, he is trying to fight, knowing that now he might not get the deputy president. And he has realized that in the small prints of what he signed, that Raila has the absolute power over all cabinets. He's trying to do everything in his capacity, but I think it's too late for him. Don't pay attention to Kalonzo anymore, kwa sababu as we sit here today, there is nothing he can do. If he wants to get out, he can't get out until election. And even if it's after election, he has to start the process 3 months after the election. And if he has to get out, it will be 6 months after the election. But the seal and the thing they did is that nobody can break this government 1 year after Raila has been sworn in. So, I mean, there's nothing Kalonzo can do right now. Don't pay attention to him. We gave him attention too much until when they deposited that. Kumbe Baba knew that the small prints in what they signed, Baba ndio atachagua all the cabinet ministers, all ambassadorial, and all corporate MDs.
Asante sana Allen. Asante sana Allen. Sasa sina shida.
Yeah.
In fact, huyo mtu amenichosha. They just make me sick.
We have an upper hand on Kalonzo right now, and that is why now he's fighting Uhuru, because Uhuru alimmeza. Unaona, alikuja kutoka kwa Jubilee. Sasa anataka awe peke yake. Unajua, huwezi kula huku ukule huku, mwisho unapata hakuna chenye unakula. So Kalonzo comes with nothing. No, Kalonzo came with everything, but he might get nothing because ya ulafi wake. Mr. Babu, Thomas Babu, tuambie, UDA imefanya nomination yake, vigogo wengi wameangushwa chini, wengine wamelia. Mama Korila alilia sana, Ketu Waruguru akalia akasema mbona yeye hakupewa direct nomination vile Wahome alipewa. Kostani ni kama anataka kurun on independent. Watu leo they are making decision. Babu, Thomas, tuambie maoni yako.
Asante sana, nimeshukuru sana kwa kunipa hii nafasi na mimi nichangie kidogo. Mimi katika uchaguzi wa UDA, mimi ninafurahia bila watu wamepangwa. Walikuwa wanasema watu hawapangwingwi, lakini wengine leo wamepangwa. Wenye wao walikuwa na mdomo sana na walikuwa na kimberembere ya kutusi watu, wameonyeshwa mlango. Kwanza huyo mama anaitwa Ketu Waruguru, ninafurahia kabisa. Amekuwa mwanamke mwingine ambaye anatusi. Mwanzo alikuwa kwa UDA, walikuwa na Ruto. Kidogo ndio huyo akakuja, akakuwa sanitized huko nini Capitol Hill, akarudi kwa mlengo wetu, akakaa huko na sisi. Kidogo ndio ule tena akarudi kwa UDA. Sasa UDA amekuwa para, akakuwa kimberembere, ndio ule wa kutusi rais Uhuru Kenyatta na mzee wetu Raila Amolo Odinga. Akasahau kujua kwamba mdomo yako, matusi zako asitakusaidia wakati wa mchucho. Sasa ile kutopangwa, sasa amepangwa. Sasa yeye amekunyishwa maji na lazima akubali. Kama hataki kukubali, akitaka kuchiweka kamba, achinyonge. Mwingine ni huyu kijana, huyu mwingine anaitwa Mwaura. Mwaura mimi nafurahia kabisa. Kama ilikuwa ni kitu ile mimi nasherekea, ningesherekea huyo kijana. Wewe umetolewa kutoka hata mahali hakuna mtu alikuwa anajua wewe. Huyu mzee amekusaidia Raila, akakuweka pande ule, akakuwa nominated. Baadaye ndio ule umetoroka ukaenda Jubilee. Jubilee huyu amekunominate, ukasimama katika kiti cha ubunge ya Jaruiru, ukasimama hiyo the last election ya 2017, and this one amekunywa maji, ameangushwa. Tusi Raila kabisa. Hata mkikumbuka ile kurata ile wakati Raila alikuwa anaenda huko Githurai, huyo ndiye alikuwa amepanga ile wakati ile wa kutupia mzee mawe. Huyo kijana ndiye alikuwa amepanga wale watu wa kutupa mawe. Sasa ameonyeshwa, walikuwa wanasema wapango, amepangwa. Mwingine ni huyo anaitwa Sosioni. Sasa nilikuwa namuonea huruma. Leo anasema ataenda sasa kusimama kwa nini? Atakuwa independent. It is too late. Sasa hata ukasema nini? Tayari ushapangwa. Umekunywa maji, hata ukaenda eti unaenda kuwa independent. hakuna ile lineup Ruto amewapangia. Akina Kostani wamepangiwa, wale wameangushwa, wao ngoja tu kwanza watakunywa maji, wao ngoja tu wakati kura itatangazwa, jariri campaign ikianza, alafu Mount Kenya wakati wataanza kunguruma, wakati rais wetu wataanza kunguruma, aingie aanze kukampeni. Ila Ruto ule madharau imeonyeshwa hajaona bado. Ile wakati wale watu walikuwa wanasomba huko na wabeba, anawapeleka, anaonekana eti yako na umati kubwa, wale vijana ambao hawana kazi, wale vijana ile pesa wanapatia wanaenda kunywa pombe, hawana hata kura ya hawana, they don't have even voting card. Wacha ikifika wakati Uhuru atanguruma aingie Mount Kenya, Ruto atakiona. Mimi na wataendelea kupangwa. Wale wameangushwa ni vizuri, wacha wajue UDA ni Ruto na Ruto ndio UDA. Kwa hivyo wenye walikuwa nafikiria eti mimi niko karibu na Ruto na Ruto atanisaidia, hamuna mwenye amesaidiwa. Kwanza huyu mama huyu wa Naivasha anaitwa Jenny Kihara, huyu ambaye alikuwa anatusi, anasema, anaongea lugha nyingine mbaya, anaita jamii ya Wakenya kabila moja eti wale watu wa kurusha mawe amekunywa maji, hajaamini. Ukienda huko Kajiado unaona ule mama huyo anaitwa Tobiko, Paris Tobiko, ameangushwa chini. Kwa hivyo wataendelea kupangwa na hiyo ni vizuri. Kingine nitaongelea ni ile kwamba nimeona upande ya Mombasa mahali tulikuwa na wasiwasi mwingi, lakini naona mzee wetu Raila amewaleta wale vigogo wawili, amewaweka pamoja na wamekubaliana. Huyu mmoja atakuwa kampeni wake na ule mwingine apeperushe bendera ya ugavana huko Mombasa. Kwa hivyo hiyo ni sawa. Ninafurahia sana na tutaendelea kufurahia, na wengi wa upande wa UDA wengi watatoka. Wengi wale walikuwa wamechiweka huko mbele watahama hicho chama. Wanangojea kuanzia next week. Watu watatoka kwa hicho. Sasa Ruto atapaki tu. Wao ukiangalia Mount Kenya ni 2% ndio imepiga kura. That one is sending a very clear signal kumwambia wewe, yenye umekuwa kituambia tulikuwa tunasikiza tu na tuletea pesa, wewe unaleta pesa tu. Pesa yako tutakura. Lakini tutakuonyesha wewe ngoja Uhuru akiingia, ikianza campaign vizuri, Uhuru akiingia vile alisema jana, atakiona moto. Kwa hivyo mimi nitawachia hapo kidogo, halafu nitachangia tena. Asante sana Mr. Alex. Nimeshukuru.
Shukrani sana Mr. Thomas, maoni mazuri sana. Namuona Kamau Kimani amekuja, yeye ndiye hajaongea. Kamau, Mr. Bus, vile rafiki yake anakuita the bus driver, the low apathy, voter apathy in Mount Kenya, up to very few people went to vote the so-called now aspirant nominee for UDA. Do they really represent Mount Kenya? I mean, how can less than 10% of people choose you and then you think that you have been chosen? Na nashukuru sana mwenyeji amekuja hapa. Temba, nilikuwa na kitu kigumu hapa, sasa umerudi. Sasa kama utuambie juu ya the low apathy ya Mount Kenya tafadhali.
Thank you, Bwana Alex, and I'm happy to be here this time of the night. I think it is important to burn the midnight oil, because what we are doing here is as important as any other thing that is even being done by institutions and even political parties. Because what we do here is tell people the truth and tell them where the country is going. In fact, tell them where the country has been and where the country is going. Because basically, what Alex, you're asking me, I was in Kiambu, and I'll tell you, it was as if there was nothing going on. In fact, people went along their businesses as if there was no nomination of UDA. And that confirms our worst fears, that the people you see shouting around the deputy president's car, these are drunkards that are taken in some places and then they are told you're on a duty. I'll give you 200 bob. Your work, even whatever deputy president says, even if it is not making sense, bigger shout and be happy, so that psychologically people might think that they are voters. But the truth of the matter is, Mount Kenya is not excited about UDA. In fact, it is not about the party to beat. The fact is that there will be many parties. In fact, many people have said, even where I am right now, that they are going to choose a person. Yeah, they might choose a new UDA person because he is a strong, or let me put it, a good development-oriented candidate. But that will, the basic line will be the person, not even the party itself. Yeah, there will be so many independents in Mount Kenya. There will be so many parties. There will be NAC. There will be all those jibebes and stuff like that. And therefore, UDA is not a party of Mount Kenya. It is a party that is among the Mount Kenya parties. And what we saw yesterday was just a confirmation that the deputy president, after sending people to abuse the president and the first family and talking a lot on how he is having influence, yesterday it was confirmed to him that surely it is not the way he looks. And this is the beginning. You know what we call, you remember the Titanic, when they saw an iceberg and brushed it off, or maybe put it this way, an iceberg. The magnitude of these things will be felt on August, when people go and vote and he finds that surely the majority of people of Mount Kenya will vote according to what the president has said, because the president has given a direction, and it's a good direction, because Azimio and UDA, they are day and night. President Uhuru Kenyatta has seen that this country can be in bad hands if we make a mistake in the most unfortunate event and give it to the long hands. We have nothing personal about it. There's nothing personal with the deputy president, but I think history teaches us that you cannot change when you're over 18. If you didn't change when you're 18, when you are a young person in YK92, you did the things you did. And then when you grew up and got to 30 years, you did whatever you did, and we saw all these things in parliament. Then how are you going to change the country? And many people asking those questions. But when we look at the Baba, on the other hand, he has no corruption case ongoing in courts. This is a person who has been in trenches and fought for independence of his country. He cannot lead this country to destruction. He will stabilize the economy. He's going to make sure that Kenya progresses from where it is right now and become a better country in Africa and in the world.
But Kamal, we wanted you to dwell more and give us the information about this, because I mean, these people have been blowing things out of proportion, that their stronghold is Central. They have told us how they are going to win in Central. To a point, sometimes they have made it very clear to our minds, and even we have doubted President Uhuru popularity there. But what we saw was so different. Tell us what is happening on the ground. In Kiambu, you said it was business as usual. People didn't even go to vote for them. Why are they just stamping yet they have nothing over there?
I think it was such psychology. You know, Alex, there's what we call in psychology, mob psychology, where you want to create a storm out of a teacup. You want to create a big thing that is happening in Mount Kenya. In fact, at one point, Ruto said he is a spokesman of Mount Kenya. And people have just come to realize, for example, and I give you a very good small scenario. You see, it is very disrespectful for any person to come to your house and maybe, and let me put it this way, you're quarreling with your wife, and then instead of the person who was a master of ceremony, or the person who was the person who alisimama naye kwa harusi akuje asaidie hiyo mgogoro, unaleta mtu completely different from that setup akuje wasaidie. How can you send Murkomen to Embu to solve our matters of Mount Kenya and the greater Mount Kenya, and he's all the way coming from Marakwet. That was disrespectful, because we have people of UDA who could have sorted that issue. Like, for example, there is Kimani Eshongwa, Wamatangi is there. There is Kabogo. There is Justin Muturi, who lives around there actually. There is even the governor of Embu himself. He's in UDA. He's in Kenya Kwanza. Why didn't he send 2 or 3 people to Embu to solve the problem? So people are looking at these small things and realizing. When I listen to Malala is talking about how they have already taken 60% of the government, and then the Mount Kenya asking them, then what are we doing in this party? What are we really doing in this party? So it is really dawning on them, and they are like saying, if because politics is about interest. If my interest is not cut out there, then I'm not gonna be there. And I'll tell you this: when the BBI was there, and I'll just as an explanation. They said that no county will vote for BBI, but it's only 4 people in the whole counties of Mount Kenya that did not vote for BBI. What that tells you is that people will come out and vote with the president. The vote of the president will be more influential than any other person in Mount Kenya.
Okay, again, we saw a poll a few days ago in Nyeri, whereby they said UDA is very popular, almost 70%. We have seen in areas like eastern part of the mountain, which is the one that you said where Murkomen had to go and do some PR. But the turnout again shows that if that is 70% of all registered voters are UDA, does it mean that in the general election, if truly that is the statistics they have taken, these people are not going to vote, and therefore the apathy that you have been talking about is real? Yes, in mouth they support William Samoei Ruto, but to go to the ballot box and mark William Samoei Ruto, it's going to be a nightmare for them.
Yes, Alex, I agree with you. It will be so difficult for people to wake up, and I will tell you, there will be a great voter apathy. In fact, in my own projection, I think Central Kenya will go at the percentage of turnout will be at around 50 to 60, but that will be for Azimio. That one I can tell you for free. And Ruto has actually conducted one of the most symbolic nomination in the history of Kenya, and that by itself, because it shows that there were a lot of maneuvering, there were a lot of things that we saw even on social media, people voting at night, and the voting should start in the morning. So those kind of things have really made people fear to wake up and line up and vote for somebody you're sure he has a character issue, he has an integrity issue, and that is what people are discussing. And now I can tell you, the people he is depending on to go to a central presidency will not be there come the 9th of August.
Thank you very much. Atuya is in the house, a UDA guy, and you know him very well. Atuya, welcome. Atuya, you are going to give your submission, but I would like to ask you to comment on something. Sosion said that was shambolic, and even went further to say that was bastardization. Can you talk more about that?
Is it my floor to give my
Yeah.
submission?
It's yours to get the submission, and then now we'll go to second rounds.
You know, let me just first comment on that. I think losing an election is something very bitter, and especially losing a nomination slot where you know it's over. You cannot make it from any other angle. Sosion is a late comer to UDA. He should be reminded that. He was very famous in Nairobi, but not famous on the ground. The Bomet primaries were not so good, on the eye, but the people spoke. Even if those, Sosion, he has no reason even to complain. Even the sitting current senator lost. So him, by the virtue of being, he's never been with us, he's a latecomer. Yeah, he should prepare his ground for 2027. And the lighter note too. Let me just go back to what we are speaking about today. And I give, I think, a UDA nomination post-mortem. I think we still have issues going on in and around the nominations. But so far, so good. It was a near general election experience. No political party has done that in these preceding 2022 elections. So if I was to grade them out of 100%, I think I'll give them a good 68% for a start for a party that is not even 3 or 2 years old. To begin with, let me check something here. I want to congratulate UDA party for allowing the ordinary people to select their own leaders. UDA party is the only political party that has allowed the ordinary Kenyans to decide on who they want in leadership. UDA party is the only political party that you have seen big political leaders fall. There's no party in ODM, we have not seen any big we go home. We have not seen in any other political party any big name go home. They have protected their stalwarts, but UDA has given the Kenyans, UDA has given the common mwananchi the power to choose their
But
leaders.
Atuya, how can we send people home who overperformed?
That is on your side. Mwananchi will decide. I cannot decide for the people that your leader has performed. You should have let the people to decide. Collins, ndio naanza hata sijafika katikati. So it is only in UDA where you saw like a deputy, a National Assembly deputy speaker being defeated by an MCA. It is in UDA where you saw a 28-year-old girl defeating a sitting and current women representative in parliament. It is only in UDA where you saw close confidence of the deputy president, the next president, fall flat in Charles Keter. We've seen in Uasin Gishu, Kositan. And it is a good thing that UDA has shown the rest of the political parties, the wannabe political parties in this country, that the common mwananchi matters. Give him the chance and he will decide on who he wants him to rule them. To go to the second item, something that I've heard people celebrate about. Just a minute. My phone is locking up. It is about the vote turnout in Mount Kenya region. Alex, just a minute. My phone is letting me down. All right, the Mount Kenya turnout, something that has been ridiculed, and I think it was Mr. Kamau trying to show that UDA has got no ground in Central. I want to remind you that in majority of the counties in Mount Kenya region, we had what we call negotiated democracy. All the major political seats, namely the governors and some MPs, Senate, they were decided in boardrooms. We only had, I think,
I thought Pangongwi, you don't do things in the boardroom.
It was only in Embu and Kiambu where we had gubernatorial nominations. Nairobi was already decided. Muranga was already decided. Meru was already decided. Tharaka Nithi was already decided. I think Laikipia, it was already decided. Nakuru was already decided. Mombasa, Kilifi. So the turnout, the voter turnout in Mount Kenya region, for instance, a place like Muranga, like almost 4 member of parliament political positions had already been settled. The governor's position had already been settled. So we didn't expect so many people to turn out, because even Nyeri, we already had a governor who was defending the seat. It was non-contested. We had some MP positions that were non-contested. You know, Mount Kenya region, it is a region we as UDA, we had to approach with caution. So we didn't want to balkanize our candidates. We didn't want to...
But Atuya, don't you think you're conflicting yourself by saying that you are the only political parties, the party that did nomination? Secondly, you said earlier that unlike us who decided earlier, are you not contradicting yourself that in many places in Mount Kenya, you had caution because you realized there were issues or repercussions? Are you not saying that again?
Alex, will you allow me to finish before you come on to me? Because you'll make me lose the train of thoughts that I had. So the voter turnout in Mount Kenya region, and I want to also to give you another perspective to that. Paint a picture in, for instance, Kiambu County, where I am, and I think somebody said that there was no activities. Truly so. In 2017, we had all the stalwarts gunning for the gubernatorial seats in one party. But come 2022, we have all the big candidates, namely Kabogo, Moses Kuria, and now Wamatangi, in 3 different political parties, but all under the Hustler Nation. Imagine a case scenario where all the 4 and 5, including Babaya and Wainaina, were in UDA, and then tell me that the voter turnout in Mount Kenya in Kiambu could have been low. There's a reasons as to why, like, people in Kiambu never turned up to vote, because clearly to say that seat belongs to Kenya Kwanza Alliance. It's either between, for me, it's either between Kabogo and Moses Kuria, and the 2 were not on the ballot paper for nomination. So you could not, you didn't expect more people to turn out for nomination exercise. The Senate position had already been decided because it was not that highly contested. To move on, another issue that I had want to say, we have seen people like Ketu Aruguru failing. We have seen people, and any other, the MP from this is the lady from Naivasha who also failed. These are people who came to UDA when they realized that the ground was UDA. They never came to UDA because they felt deeply inside they were in UDA. And the people at the ground have punished them, because you cannot come to a party late and complain that food is the food is over. Ketu Aruguru was trying to bite a big chunk of what she's not yet got to chew. She's a good politician, but she's not yet ready to go and battle MP seat from the guy that he wanted to wrestle the seat from. It was only wise for her to remain to go for women rep. And even if she wants to go independent, we encourage her. If she wants to join Jubilee, she cannot join now. But we want to remind them that party loyalty and party being faithful to the party, some people were paid for that, some were punished for that. You cannot sit on the fence, say bad things about UDA party, and then come late that you want now to be elected. That was another issue that we saw. happening at the primaries. Generally, UDA has performed well in the nomination exercises. The voter apathy that you think will happen in central Kenya, it happened because majority of the seats had already been decided. And you have not had, and now Alex, I'll come to your question. You've not had any leaders descend from Mount Kenya region. When Irungo Kangata was given the direct nomination, you've not had anybody complain as you had in Migori. When Waiguru was given the ticket, she was given the ticket because our candidate feared her and she ran away to go into independent. So nobody's complaining. You've not had people from the mountain complaining that so and so was given direct nominations. The governor from Nyeri, he had no competition. Where we had competition in Embu, we conducted a nomination for that. Where we had competition in Kiambu, we did nomination for that. Unlike ODM, where they gave direct nominations where there was competition. I think that answers your question, Alex. And to finish with, I had something that I wanted to speak about. The Azimio deal. I think I saw it on the menu here. I can't remember. Alex, and I think I've not read that document. I don't know if it's public. What we have seen is that all the powers in the power sharing deal that is rumored to be shared with the registrar of political parties, all the powers have been preserved, not for the president, but for that governing council. Something that is very unconstitutional, something that is very alarming, something that tells you if we were to elect one Raila Odinga today, he will not have the political power in his hands. It will be delegated to none other than President Uhuru Kenyatta. And this proves the point that we have been crying out here, that Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta wants to cling to power for another 10 years. He wants 20 years of absolute power to continue what he has led for several years, that is state capture, to continue. Them is looking at me and I'm losing my words. Them already backstage. No. It was just a joke. Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta wants to continue from that power sharing document. He wants to have another 10 years in power to continue the loot, to continue swindling the country's money and take them to offshore accounts, accounts which Alex and Themba will tell you they are legal. He wants to continue building more highways using CBA bank loans. That's why that deal, all the powers have been concentrated on that governing council. But one thing I know, because if Raila was to be president, he will want to walk away from that deal, and he will want to betray Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. Raila will want to enjoy absolute power, and if by the bad luck Raila becomes president, he will come looking for William Ruto, and they will with him. They will change the Political Amendments Act, and Uhuru Kenyatta and the Mount Kenya mafias will swim in mud. That is it for now.
Alex, I want to disabuse some of the arguments.
Sure.
That Atuya has made, saying that the voter turnout was a result of many people had been appointed or given a certificate on what we call negotiated democracy. That's a big lie, and I'll say why. Because even if there was no nomination in some counties because of a governor has been given a direct certificate because of loyalty and friendship, what about the councillors? What about the MCAs? What about the women rep? Why did they go and choose the MCAs? Why didn't we see lines to choose the MCA, which at least each and every ward was supposed to at least have an MCA? So that is a big lie. That is saving a face after a shambolic nomination. The other thing that he said that Uhuru Kenyatta, because he has been gazetted as a party leader of Azimio, chairman, that will now change the constitution. That is not constitutional. That is a party affair. The constitution still is there. There is political constitution. There is party affairs, and Uhuru is going nowhere. He is the leader of Jubilee in the next 5 years. He is our leader. The other thing is about this Pandora box they keep talking about. If you, and I know if you have a candidate Uhuru Kenyatta and Ruto, we know who is a thief. We know who has sabotaged this country. In fact, there was a whole suitcase, I think yesterday, a whole suitcase of thievery of our presidential candidate. Your presidential candidate.
And Atuya, don't
Hello,
run
can I say
away
something?
from.
Hello?
Sure. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay. I think that we are just like many UDA supporter, are just people who like believing in fiction na uongo. Because he anasema in UDA is the only party where voters were allowed to make choice. Hakuona yenye ili happen Busia because unajua hao wamecarry nomination yao countrywide, lakini ODM inaenda system by system, area by area. We carried nomination in Mombasa kwa MCS, hiyo uliona. Tulikari nomination in Busia, hiyo uliona. Sasa akakuja akasema kwamba ODM is the only party ambaye big names zimeenda nje. Unajua big name inaenda nje, kama big name ana perform atabaki, big name akienda nje ataenda. Last time hiyo kwaje ilikuwa last time Midiu alikuwa big name alienda nje. This time Florence Mutua ni confident wa baba alienda nje. Unaona? Hao ni wale ambao wanaenda nje. So according to yeye UDA wakifanya negotiation democracy wapatie mtu ticket is okay. Sisi ODM tukifanya it is wrong, of which hiyo ni uongo. Nitakana afikirie hapo. Then yeye amesema kwamba Kihara and Wariguru walikuja late. That is the primary reason why they are voted out. Hiyo ni kitu anadanganya because mtu kama Kihara alikuwa na huyo anaivasha Kihara Masjid whatever the name, amekuwa na Ruto from the word go. Kwa hiyo tunafuatilia politics na ndio anaweza kudanganya hapo. Na hata kama kukuja juzi nafanya ameenda nyumbani, kuna huyu MP sijui wapi wa izitu wa Ruiru mwenye ameangusha ameangusha Mwaura. He just alijoin, alikuwa Jubilee akajoin UDA just last month. Lakini ameshinda Mwaura, mtu mwenye amekuwa UDA. Sasa kukuja late, iwezi sema kwamba ati huyo mtu ndio mfanya kankani. Vile kitu inafanya Waruguru akaanka ni kwamba yeye alikuwa na waste time yake kutusi Raila instead of marketing. Sasa hapo itakana kwamba to dispel hiyo issue ya kucomplain. Yenye unasema kwamba hapa kwamba UDA haja complain. Kitu ya kwanza wewe tuanze na Central. Ngirishi kitu yenye alisema mara ya kwanza mwenyewe alisema na mdomo wake kwamba kitu yenye ilifanya akatoka UDA ni kwamba alikuwa analazimishwa asimame pia awachie kitu nani? Achie kitu kwa Riguru, ndio ilimfanya akatoka, which means aliprotest. Then apart from Kenya, there is this guy from Kisii, Omiko Magara. Omiko Magara alisema kwamba alikuwa pia anakuwa forced a step down. So iko alamika, it is across the political divide. Si ODM peke yake. It is only that you people mnapenda kulemea ODM sana. Mna kiti ya ODM you magnify. Mnasema kwamba hao ni watu wa mawe. Tunaona hata imeokaa Wasingishu, imeokaa Nandi. It's happening also in your area. So hiki tu msiko mnalemea ODM. Alafu unasema low turnout, kama vile kama wamesema kwamba low turnout. Kuna MCS. Mbona haikuwa large turnout? Last time if I'm not wrong, Waititu wakati aliclinch nomination ya Jubilee. Alipata sijina 300, is it 350? Nomination alikuwa anampita nomination ya Jubilee. Sasa hiyo Matangi sija amepita na ngapi? I don't think hata less than 200. Very low. Sasa hiyo kwamba imewapatia kwamba mambo ni kubaya and you should be ready to prepare. Na tuache lie. Negotiation democracy ni kila mahali. Ni hayo kwa sasa.
Atuya, I just want to comment on something you said towards the end. The leadership structure ya Azimio. I want to give you two particular political parties so that you can have a comparative look. In the US, the Democratic Party, the chairman of the Democratic Party is one James Harrison. You've never heard of him. I'm sure. The executive director is Sam Connell, deputy executive director Roger Lau, political director Alan, and several others. So that's the chairman of the Democratic National Congress. I mean DNC, which is basically like the ruling committee of the Democratic Party, right? I want to give you another one. That is ANC in South Africa. ANC in South Africa. This is public information. You can Google and you can get it. Right? If you want, if you care to. The president, there's a president, then there's a chairperson. The chairperson is called Gwede Mantashe. I don't know if you have ever heard that name. Never heard that name. He's not even the president. The Secretary General is Jesse Duarte. Of course, there was one who was suspended. There's another one who is acting right now. And spokesperson is Pule Mabe. All right. And so forth and so on. Now, your assertion that the chairman of Azimio la Umoja is the president, therefore, he is going to control the president, who is also the party leader. I mean, Raila Amolo Odinga flies flat on the foot and on the face of this kind of stuff. I mean, sometimes I understand we can have a very tilted reasoning, but we need to be a little pragmatic and as we check out what is the practice elsewhere. Do we even know, is the party leader in other places the same also as the chairman? What is the role of the chairman? Who is the party leader? How does it happen with the president? So, well, you might move with that. I think it is not, nothing can be further from the truth, what you have said. There are parties that have indicated and have shown that the chairman, the president who is going to be elected is not necessarily the chairman of that party, the chairperson of that party. They are members of the NEC, but not necessarily being controlled by the said party. So you can comment on that, maybe.
Just to ask, have you read the documents? I've not had an opportunity to see it.
Atria, why do you come without reading documents? Why do you comment on things you haven't read?
Have you read it?
Yeah, I've read it.
Okay, share it with me.
It has
The
been
information I have.
It is a public information. You just go.
No, the information I have that there will be a governing council, and the governing council, according to that agreement of those parties, will be very powerful, that it makes the decisions of that coalition.
But
and
each
the
party,
chair,
each party has
let me
a
finish.
governing council.
The chair of that council will be Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. You will obviously selectively want to understand it.
No, wait, Atria, let me ask you.
I will understand it.
Let me ask you, does UDA have a governing council?
Yes, it does.
It has a national executive council, right?
Yeah, it does.
Yeah, so what's the problem? That's part of organization structure of a party.
But Kenya Kwanza does not have a governing council that will dictate how presidential things will work, will be dealt with. That is the issue here. The governing council within Azimio is the one that will decide on how governance of this country will be dealt with. The constitution will be suspended and we will be ruled by an illegal entity.
I give up.
I think hiyo ni poroja ya UDA, hiyo ni poroja ya UDA because the constitution is very clear.
There's one thing that will happen after Raila will be elected. If it happens, I know he will want to repeal the political parties act.
Temba,
And
what is wrong
You
with
know,
it?
Atuya,
What is wrong with
he will
Atuya,
come to look for William.
you don't have to
Atuya.
lecture us in what we are going through in Azimio. You need to do what you are doing in your KKA, because what is your problem if Raila it will be used or Raila is this? What is your worry? If they rule us, that is what we want. We are okay. We are satisfied. The way you guys, you are satisfied with your thieves. So we are ready. We are okay. Wherever it will come, we are right. Why are you worried
On
about
top of that,
Okay, Atuya.
on top of what Selina is saying,
Wait
you know,
a
in this
minute.
country, okay.
Mwaura, wait. I want to hand over this to Temba. Temba, thank you. 2 hours, 30 minutes. We have had a very good, robust debate. I want you to take over officially. I don't know if you want to give your submission before you take over, but I want you to take over officially. But let me tell Atuya, constitutional duties cannot be taken away by political parties, whatever agreement. You know that. The duties to appoint ministers and everything is vested to the president according to the constitution. And you are talking of what you have heard, not what you have read. Let us not have a debate on speculation.
Alex, very
Alex,
true to
everything
what you
these people
say.
they do is to say I hear. Even
Atuya,
their president they
Let
hear.
me answer Alex first.
Atuya,
Alex,
Atuya,
very true.
hold on, Atuya, hold on, Atuya. I really respect you as a debater. That is something I want to tell you. I really respect you as a debater. But I think even for you, while I appreciate that you have a concern for Kenya and what it is, I don't think you really honestly need to come and just peddle a lie. Atuya, you don't have to peddle a lie. Please let what you're saying be a discussion that can be held in a political podium out there. But when you come here, hold on, Atuya. When you come here, I struggle to debate with you. First of all, number one, you haven't read the document. You haven't accessed the document. So where have you gotten this information about a structure? That's number one. Number two, each political party, Atuya, presents to the registrar of political parties the organizational structure, how they are going to nominate their whatever, the way they are going to function, because it is the part of the register of register of political parties to look at if the party is following its constitution. Number three, the constitution of Kenya is supreme. There are things that you cannot touch. There has to be a referendum. So when Atuya you openly, that's why I even said I give up. I struggle.
You're just being ignorant there.
Wait,
No.
Atuya.
You want to lecture me
Hold
now.
on,
No, you're becoming ignorant. Let me tell you one thing first.
Atuya, calm down.
No, you want to
No,
lecture me.
calm down,
Let me
Atuya.
remind you one thing.
No,
Just
calm
one
down.
thing. Just
Let
one
me.
thing.
I usually give you time to talk. So let
One
me
thing
finish.
before you
No,
go on.
let
One
me
thing.
finish what I'm saying, and then I'll allow you to talk, Atuya. We cannot, Atuya, start saying, how do you even stand up and say that Raila will suspend the constitution and the party rules will be taking place? Surely,
Who says
Atuya,
that?
you've just said that right now.
Let me tell you what I'm saying. I know you just want to be selective so that you can make your followers and those people who are
Okay, so we
following.
are all here not listening to you. Okay,
No,
let me
tell you what you are trying to do. Just want to paint that I'm trying to quote things that are not here. And Alex, I've not said that the constitution will be suspended. I've not said that Raila will not have the executive power. What they have agreed is that the powers vested in the president shall be delegated willingly to the council. That is something that the president can decide. We go sit, make a decision, and then I'll come and appoint. It doesn't mean Raila Odinga will not be the one spearheading it. But the agreement is that They will come up with a plan as the council, and then Raila Odinga will implement it. So that means Raila Odinga will be a puppet of the council. That is something that you must agree. Even if you tell me anything, that is the factual, and that is something that is true. Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta wants to drive Raila Odinga. That is it. Not that they will suspend the constitution. It is delegated powers to the council. It is not about reading the document. It is about understanding.
Okay, fine. We have heard you. No, we have heard you.
You read the document and you
No,
have
we have heard
understood
you.
it the way
We
it
have heard
is.
you.
You
We
don't
have heard
want
you.
to understand it the way they don't want you to see
We
it.
have heard you. Thank you. Thank you. Let's let it rest there. Let's move to someone else. Yes, Collins Webby.
No, the people who have not spoken is Maggie, Ziana, and you. Unless Collins is asking a question.
I'm answering Atuya. Okay, Atuya is no, I haven't met Atuya personally, but I want to believe Atuya is someone who is learned. Yeye ni mtu lazima ako na degree. Anaongea tuna argue someone like ako na degree, hata anaweza kuwa na masters. But Atuya needs to know that Constitution of Kenya supersedes the manifesto or the agreement of any party. Unaona? So president act according to the constitution. Na aiko anasema kwamba kutakuwa na council ambayo itakuwa ina decide. Council is kama it is true kwamba hiyo council exist. It is only that ODM ama Azimio wameweka open kwamba president atakuwa included. Even at the moment Uhuru na Ruto walikuwa pamoja, kulikuwa lazima kuna watu wana make decision. Au cabinet yenye Uhuru wako nao, si wote aliwaappoint. Kuna wengine alikuwa na seek advice from his advisor. Maybe Uhuru is among ambao watakuwa advisor wa Raila, of which is good. People do consult. Even Biden alikuwa na consult, mpaka sasa hivi ana consult na consult the former president Obama. So that is not that is not something ambayo ni strange. What I have observed is that hao watu wa UDA, that's why Magwiji wanaenda nyumbani. Instead of selling their manifesto, they are very busy discussing about Azimio. Wanashindwa kufail, wanafikiria kwamba kupita kura ni kutalk ill of others. Sell your manifesto. Time is running up. If you continue like this, talking ill of ODM instead of selling a manifesto, you will fail, my friend, and the time is coming. Sasa ukata miti hapo kiabu, kata miti.
Okay, we move on. Princess Diana.
Asante sana Bwana Themba, Collins, Thomas, Selina, Atuya, and Mr. Kamau Mkile. Nawasalimu sana. Jambo la leo nimeona mkizungumza kuhusu hii mambo ya uchaguzi. Uchaguzi ni wakati wowote uchaguzi unapoenda unakuwa na shida kiasi. Lakini UDA walikuwa na jua ya kwamba watapata uhasama katika upande wa mkoa wa Kati. Lakini tumeona percentage ambazo zimekuja pale sio mingi sana. Na walikuwa wanatumia sio kama vile ODM na Azimio ilikuwa inatumia wanakura wale ambao wanapiga wana vyeti vya kura vya Azimio, ODM, hizo vyama vyao vya Jubilee. Wao walikuwa wanatumia IEBC. Sasa kama ni 2% peke yake ndio ilifika pale, hii inatuonyesha ya kwamba mkoa wa Kati ile walikuwa wakitegemea, sioni kama watapata watu. Kumera imeisha, kwa sababu sasa sidhani kama hao watu watakuja wakifanya hivyo. Mumeona wenyewe na walikuwa wakitumia cheti nini cha IEBC. Kwa hivyo kutangulia sio kufika. ninaona ya kwamba wanapigania sana. Sasa kama hiyo imeponyoka, kama mkoa wakati imeponyoka tayari, naomba wakubali, wainue mkono, wakubali ya kwamba wameshindwa. Mimi leo sikuwa na mengi sana, lakini nimefurahia tu kuona kina Kate wakilia Sotioni. Hata nilikuwa nikicheka moyoni kwa sababu vile niliona Sotioni akilia kama mtoto. Sijui nani mwenzangu alimuona akilia, alilia kweli kweli kama mtoto. Ila hali saa zile alikuwa akitusiana, hakukuwa analia. Kate anarudi tena kusema ati Simba bado yupo, lakini ameambiwa KWS iende ikamchukue Simba. So Temba, sina mengi kabisa. Nashukuru sana kwa kunipa nafasi.
Asante sana. Mukile.
Thank you. Sorry, it's my first time kukuja kwa hii show. Thank you for letting me in. Naona mmesukuma bwana Tuya sana, lakini nimesema wacha nikuje pia kumtetea. Because we just need to analyze politics. Essentially, hatuwezi weka emotion. As much as tuna support our own political divide, but ukiweka ndani emotion, hata wale wanatazama the show watakuwa confused what is really going on. So I understand voter turnout haikukuwa high, and these are primaries, and any democratic country when you wanna run primaries, especially tuseme Africa, turnout inakuanga low. You can't compare between turnout ya primaries na general election, so ukipeana equivalent that because kumekuwa na low turnout, especially in Mount Kenya region, then that is equivalent to general election, you will not be analyzing well, because kuna a lot of reasons, many people say, especially the presidential candidate who wanna move a lot of people to go to vote. It is even in Nyanza, ukiangalia Nyanza how they did it, ukiangalia the voter turnout to those counties wamefanya primaries, it is not, we sema ilikuwa 100% turnout, so turnout during nomination inakuanga low, but it's a practice of democracy. Tuna appreciate that we normally say Kenya is a democratic country, and when tuna exercise that as people, it doesn't matter who has won, who has lost, but we are exercising it at the primary level, at the denomination level. That is a good step for us, So miaka zile zilikuwa zinapita kitambo, we never even used to kujua inafanyika aje, tulikuwa tunashtukia mtu anasema nani ndiye anarun, and that is it. But now at least we have more exposure because of the new constitution. Imetupatia that mandate. Yeah. Then when it comes to Banatu alikuwa na explain about this document imekuwa deposited kwa registrar. It is true when we deposit an agreement, especially for a political party. Political party is the first time coalition of political party, and we normally used to do coalition of political parties. Yeah. So ukiangalia the structure, the reason why we feel the president hataki kuenda mahali, the president has a lot of power. Any president, hata akuwa anakubalika na akubaliki, akona powers. He's a man who can wake up and suspend a lot of things in the country. He's a man who can wake up and say, let's increase this and this. He's a man who can deploy our military to any country. So akona a lot of power. And ukiona ana support especially Raila, and you guys mmekuwa mna follow Raila for many years. The current Raila, ukikombea, si ati kusema kwa ubaya, but ukikombea, the Raila I used to know nikikuwa mdogo, different, is another side of the coin. Yeah? He was a man of people, let people end or make a decision, but now he's a man of let's talk, let's have a conversation, in the room, in the office. You guys can say it's different right now, which is okay. It is his right. But now if you have the president, wamefanya hii agreement, he's the chairman of that Azimio council. And now when it comes to the party, Raila is the party leader. We don't have any deputies, right? We now have members. Remember, hii ni majina tu. They cannot, hizo functions and they make it to be public. Ukiangalia what has been deposited there, it's just the structure, how they are going to do. But ukiangalia, you have some things zimekuwa signed, zimewekwa, zenye hata hatujui, you know, hizi hatujui, tunaongea tu sisi hatujui. But out of knowledge from how you politics has been running, we feel uncomfortable for the president to still be in another organization, yet for him, he's supposed to be like, guys, thank you for 10 years. Choose whoever you want. I'm supporting this candidate, it's my right. Choose whoever you want. I'm not going to influence anybody to make their decision. But we feel he's going to influence because he's going to campaign. Jana amesema anakuja kwa rally. Yeah? Very soon anakuja kwa rally, he's going to campaign. Right? He's going to campaign for him. So when he symbolizes unity, we don't feel comfortable that he should be doing that. Let him have his democratic right, but he needs to know that kuna limits zile watu tunafeel kama supporters of the other coalition parties, tunasema no, you cannot step on this. So in reality, President and yes.
Umesoma hiyo document, hiyo agreement?
I went through the
No,
structure.
Umesoma the document?
Yeah.
Okay, number 2. What is the agreement between Ruto and Mudavadi? What are the documents they have signed?
We are waiting for it until it gets deposited to the register of political parties.
No, you said that what you are known is only public. What is the public document? You said the other documents that are secret.
Okay, the other document, I know the one they signed, ilikuwa agreement of working together. Yeah?
No, is there a document wamesign ya siri ile ambayo kina Mudavadi wata control Ruto?
I think hakuna ile kusema ita control Ruto, but I think once they deposit it, yeah, we will know because UDA has been so open.
Listen, hold on. I'm just asking you pole. Enda pole. You are comfortable with every document that Mudavadi and Ruto have signed?
So far, I've not witnessed one. Sijaona moja, but I know they have much of agreement.
Oh, you haven't seen even the other day when they are signing some documents when they are launching Kenya Kwanza, you didn't see any signing?
Hii political Kenya Kwanza? See, they just signed, there was just an agreement of working together.
Did you see what they signed? No, did you see what they signed?
Sorry?
Did you see what they signed?
I wasn't there in person.
Okay, so you don't know what they signed, right?
Huh?
You don't know what they signed?
I've been briefed.
No, you don't know what they signed. You are not there, you don't know what they signed.
I was not there in person, yes.
Okay, so what if they signed that Ruto will have to do certain things that you don't know? Is that good or bad for you?
Technically, to me, lazima everything has to be public, and we have done that one in public. There's nothing.
No, I'm asking you. You see, you're not answering me. The question I'm asking you: what if they have signed somewhere that Ruto will have to do certain things that Mudavadi has to agree with? Will that be comfortable for you?
As an individual or as the whole party? You know,
as a party member,
as an individual or
as a party member? As a party member.
As a party member, it is subject for discussion.
Okay, so if you're comfortable with everything Kenya Kwanza has done, and you know they are going to be, and you're comfortable with the signings that they have done, and you're okay, and you're in Kenya Kwanza, now what is your problem?
Unless it's because what is my problem? I think I've not said any problem. I was just analyzing the issue, so I don't know if I've.
No, you say you come and say that we are not comfortable. Who are we? If you are comfortable with what Kenya Kwanza has signed, and you're okay with the agreement that the deputy president has signed, and now what makes you not be comfortable with
what you're trying to do? You're trying to use my words in another way. I didn't say I'm comfortable with what the deputy president has signed. I have not said that. You know,
No, you
unajaribu
say,
kubadilisha the
you know,
language so that I fall into the
I'm
trap.
trying to make you focus on the first things first.
No. What I'm trying to tell you, my brother, is that
Mm.
there was a mutual agreement of coming to work together. Then once we have that mutual agreement, we come together, we form an alliance, which is Kenya Kwanza. We invite other stakeholders, which are other parties that are just joined in. We sit down, then we structure. So what will be there? It is a structure that will be deposited, right? And it has run like that. Even in public,
Which is okay, Mukile. I'm taking you through that so that I take you through your focus, all right? Your Kenya Kwanza have signed very nice documents and they are okay, and they have a presidential candidate whose documents you guys are okay. The other day we saw them signing some things. You guys are okay, right?
We are okay, but we haven't had any member who is of the stage of the president signing the document.
So your problem is that you don't have a president on your side.
Our problem is we don't want the president to be involved actively.
Oh, okay. So you would have been okay if he's involved actively on your side, but not this other side.
We don't need his support. We are comfortable.
You don't?
Yeah, we are comfortable.
But you are
Remember, you just misleading Mukila to agree to what we say.
Technically anataka kutumia words zangu
Hold on.
justify.
That's why. Hold on.
That is
That's
not
why
how we
saying.
run things.
That's
What
why
I
I
was trying
say.
was to
Hold on,
analyze.
Mukile.
Yeah.
When you speak, that's why we encourage you before you speak. When you come here on the debate, what you say is what we respond to. We don't respond to what you haven't said.
But
okay?
now you're trying to twist it, and I'm
Hold on. What you say is what we respond to. We don't respond to people. We respond to what you say. Okay?
Why are you interviewing him?
Hold on. Why are you being unruly today, Atuya? What's happening?
So now, just niulize maswali. Just let me ask me the question. I'll be able to answer you.
Atuya, Mukila, can you mute?
Okay.
Atuya, why are you being unruly? You just raise your hand, then I'll give you time to talk. I mean, that's how we deal here.
I'm just asking, why are you interviewing him? I
Mukile.
see that behavior with
Mukile on the floor.
UDA supporters. Why should you interrogate him into extents that you don't do with others? You are the moderator here. Keep the conversation. We, the others, will question him.
You know, you have brought assertions that he's coming to defend. So allow him to defend himself. And number two, Mukile, when you talk, remember whatever it is you say, hold on, don't unmute. Whatever it is you say is what the members will respond to. So be ready to defend what you have said, okay? That's what we encourage. We encourage members when you come, whatever you say, be ready to defend it. That's the nature of debate. So don't just say, and then when now we start interrogating it, then you start saying, why are you questioning me? Are we together? So it is what you have said that will respond to, and you'll hear even Kinywa responding to what you have just said. Kinywa, karibu.
Thank you so much, Mr. Demba. But the first thing I really want to say hi to everyone. Mokire, Princess, Atuya, Kamau, Selina, Babu, Collins, and Ferdineri. So I'm so grateful today. We had a Mount Kenya something here, but I had something I was doing, so I couldn't attend. So let me just go to the point. You know, the first thing I would like both Atuya and Mokira to know, Mr. Kenyatta is a party leader, Jubilee party leader. I'm excluding Mr. President as a president in terms of the politics now. In terms of the parties, Kenyatta is a party leader, Jubilee party leader. I don't want to talk about the presidency now. I'm talking in terms of politics. He's a party leader. And I feel so much like the people who are in UDA, because I don't believe in Kenya Kwanza, because in Kenya Kwanza, the only thing that is done is UDA. They are so much concerned about the president. Remove the tag of presidency. the first thing I want you guys, people from UDA, to know that Kenyatta is a Jubilee party leader. And as a party leader, they have the mandate in the party. And he is working and he is doing his mandate as a party leader, not as a president. He is doing it as a party leader, not as a president. So where you dear guys are messing it, it's that they are taking Mr. Kenyatta as a president in Jubilee. After exit in 3 months' time, he will not be a president of this republic, but he will remain a party leader of Jubilee. That's for Atuya and Mokire. I think there is one thing I would like people to understand. Let you dear people not come here and try to put us into this mess of Mr. Kenyatta is a president in our party. We know Kenyatta is existing with atatoka kwa hiyo kiti in the next 3 months, 3-4 months, atakuwa, he will no longer be a president. He will be now a party leader of Jubilee. And he has the right, constitutional right, to campaign for Jubilee party. And I want Mr. Demba, I want them to substantiate about if Ruto is a president and is a UDA party leader, does Ruto have right to support any candidate in UDA? You know, these people are trying to, I think they are brainwashed. And I'll keep on saying this, Mr. Demba. You know, we come into forum and start yapping here, and sometimes we need to go back to the ground. And I would like to get it from Mr. Mukili and Atuya about the ground. If they normally talk to people on the ground, physical. And Mr. Demba, let me just say this. I've been in Sagana for 4 days, Sunday to yesterday. I was not there for politics, but with my time, I used to talk to guys there, border guys, all those people. I used to talk to them. And I used to try to ask them some questions about, without falling any side, sikuwa UDA na sikuwa Azimio. I was just neutral, so that I understand the issue about the politics. And I used to ask them, you guys, just give me a reason why you can support Azimio or UDA. And I'll say this now, openly. These people, they knew much about Azimio than UDA. I'll say this, because there is one thing. You know, Mr. Demba, we started with the bottom up. You remember in the panel here, we had a section of people to come and explain about the bottom up. I think you remember what happened. No one could say anything, explain about the bottom up. We had that thing, I think, for more than 3 times here. I tried to talk to people in Sagana or those way Karatina, and nobody understood about bottom up. Even they were asking me, hey, bottom up, how does it work? You understand? Just because of being Bruno. But if you go to Azimio, they were a little bit, they used to understand. Even they didn't talk about 6,000 actually. They were not even telling me about 6,000. They were talking about the issue that they were looking at. They can help. The government can help. So when we come here and we start talking about the president, because the UDA and Kenya Kwanza people are much worried about Mr. Kenyatta campaigning. Mr. Kenyatta is not campaigning as a president, and I'm going to say this 10 times. He will campaign as a party leader, Jubilee party leader. And if he is supporting UDA, let me tell you guys, these people from UDA cannot be talking about this thing. They could not be annoyed about Mr. Kenyatta is campaigning or saying about anything. You know, we started with the bottom up, it didn't work. We came to dynasties and hustlers, it didn't work. And sorry to say this, yesterday there is Penny Nyagaka, it's an UDA follow a member here. Penny Nyagaka said Asla is someone who is not learned, who didn't go to school. And let me say sorry before I say this, because I would say it's true. And Asla is someone who didn't go to school, because the people I've been talking to, they have gone to school and they wanted to know much about what will help, not about this issue of Asla and what dynasty thing. They wanted you to know about, because they have gone to school. So this is something Akina Atuya has been in this platform for long. Atuya is a legend here. And Atuya has been taking us round. And we said, let someone come here with the facts. And with the facts, no one will interrogate you. My friend, you come here with the lies, we are going to interrogate you, and you are going to get you. So Mr. Kenyatta is a party leader. I'll keep on saying that. You remember that. Don't forget. Secondly, he will campaign for the party, Jubilee, and no one will stop Mr. Kenyatta to do that. Thirdly, Mr. Kenyatta is getting out of the office within, I think, 3.5 months. He will not be the president of this country. So the point is this. Wacha tuache kuweka mambo ya Rais Kenyatta kwa hii siasa ya UDA na Azimio. Azimio is a coalition, and Mr. Kenyatta is campaigning as a party leader from Jubilee. And Demba, I think Atuya and Mokile, they should know this. The people from UDA wing, they were rejecting, opposing the political amendment bill. They were rejecting it, saying that any party from this place is a village party. They are the people used to say that. And we, with numbers, they used to say they have numbers. You saw what happened in the parliament. They had to run away, abuse, blah, 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 blah. But finally, they are the people who are looking for partners to do a coalition. I think if they were very serious, they could have said, no, we don't need any party to join us. They couldn't have even done this thing of Kenya Kwanza. It could have been UDA. So they have already accepted the village parties. So I think these people from Kenya Kwanza, you guys, especially youth, are brainwashed with the lies and propaganda. And I'm talking this as from Mount Kenya. And I'm going to say this. Today I was in Kiambu. I was working in Kiambu today. And like 2 hours ago, I was meeting with the boda guys somewhere. And I tried to ask them, explain me about the place we should go. Do you know what they were saying? They were saying that this UDA, Kenya Kwanza, is enjoying us, and we have come to know that. These guys are enjoying us. And that's why UDA people are very much annoyed with Mr. Kenyatta, because Mr. Kenyatta doesn't insult. Mr. Kenyatta will stand and say the truth. The same people are talking about the fuel in the country. I remember very well one of their person, Duale, the bill ya mambo ya mafuta. Duale was the person who was championing it when he was a majority leader in the parliament. The other day, Duale was asked and he said, right now I'm not a majority leader. So don't ask me about that.
Azimio, can we ask you questions?
Ask.
Oh, you ask. The question is,
Yeah.
Colin, mute.
Yes.
Before
Hello.
I want to ask Mukila. He said that he is not comfortable with the president being the chair of Azimio coalition party. But my question is, surely Mukila, why are you concerned with another coalition and you have your own coalition? Because you cannot say that you're not comfortable. As who? We are comfortable with the president or the party leader of Jubilee in Azimio, and he is not going anywhere.
Let me just finish so that Mokile and Atuya can respond kindly. Let me finish so that they can respond. I think we will give them enough time to respond. We have no problem. They are our brothers too in this platform. You know, it's a politics. Now, let me, Mr. Kamau, let me just finish so that I give them time to respond. So, the message I'm trying to send is this. You know, I've been doing follow-up on these things. Me, I normally go around in Mount Kenya very well for work, so I have time to mingle with people. I just don't come in platform and talk. There is one thing I'm going to let people know. The same people who are fighting the government right now, they are the same people who was trying to sabotage the Jubilee government since from 2017 after handshake, so that things could not be done. And I want to take them back to 2007, 2008. We had a problem, a dispute between the Kibaki and the Raila thing.
I think you are addressing different things from the ones we wanted to address. Now the floor is yours, but you are
Atuya,
going
just
out
give
of the
me
road.
time. Atuya, let me tell you, I cannot let you to just interject me, as I want to make it clear so that you guys can understand.
We understand. Don't go through the bushes. Go straight.
No, give me time. I finish, Atuya.
You've had 7 minutes already.
No, let me finish. I'll give you time. Then the moment Mr. Kibaki and Raila took the 50-50 government, see what the government did in this Republic of Kenya. Considered with 2002 to 2007, nothing was done great. But since 2007 to 2013, things worked. Country changed. Look at 2013 to 2017. What Uhuru Ruto did? Nothing. See, when Raila Amolo Odinga came in, what the government has done from 2013 to 2017 to now, 2022. And the same people from UDA, because they don't want peace so that they can get a direct thing, they were opposing the handshake. You know, Mr. Kenyatta need peace, and with the peace, the country will prosper. But without peace, the country can never prosper. And the UDA people, especially William Ruto, that's what he needed. He didn't need peace so that he can get this president. And I think, as I close, because I want to finish my submission, in Mount Kenya, I am from Mount Kenya. And what I'm doing with my time is to remove wheelbarrows in Mount Kenya youth mind and bring them back to original mind. That's what I'm doing now. Natoa hizo wheelbarrow kwa akili zao na warudishia akili zao za ukweli, so that they can focus. You know, when Ruto is on the street saying that I'm going to give 100 billion for this, 50 billion for this, how? Structures. Which structure will he use? No, nothing. We need something that is in constitution so that no one can mess with it. If there's BBI, you know, these guys who are fighting BBI, these days they don't talk about it in Mount Kenya because we have questions to ask them. The BBI, because in Mount Kenya we have lost. Someone from Mount Kenya who is trying.
Are you still on the topic we were? Ama mimi ndo nakukatiza.
You know, there is no topic here. I have not seen the topic of today. I could have got the topic. So
there's a topic. There's a topic.
We were speaking
There's a topic.
UDA
topic is about nomination. UDA nomination.
Okay, it's okay, fine. Okay, fine. But Atuya,
the chair is not in here.
Atuya, I know you.
Alikuacha ukiongea.
No, just give me 1 minute, Atuya. No, Atuya, stop being unruly. I know you.
Unaongea a lot and you're speaking nothing.
Nothing. Okay, it's you are talking nothing, Atuya. You are brainwashed. That's why even you don't know what you are talking about.
Order members, stop being personal. Just stick. Stick your topic.
Atuya want to be like an angel. And Atuya is the person who has been brainwashed.
No, continue, but stick to the topic.
Okay, let me talk about nomination. I think they will know that. About nomination, there's
You
something
have
that
had your
happen
7
anywhere.
minutes. We cannot listen to you the whole day, Bana. Selina,
My friend,
ongea. Hapana, Kinyo, you have spoken for 10 minutes. Wacha iende
Atuya,
round, utaongea baadaye. Somebody else.
Atuya, I think you are the person who has been
Mr.
brainwashed.
Mr. Kinywa,
You cannot
Mr.
take
Kinywa,
15 minutes speaking something
just to calm the debate, maybe you can end from there. Maybe you can end.
Someone else to come in.
From here.
Kamau
But
can talk,
Atuya
Selina or Princess.
is brainwashed. This guy is brainwashed. Let me finish. About the nomination, I think nomination everywhere, they have issues. Even in ODM, even in UDA. About nomination, I have no problem with nomination. But one thing I want to say, in UDA, let me say this, in UDA, they try to show us that they are angels. They are going to conduct their nomination. And I want to say this categorically. They said that Azimio, it's analog. Ni wazee. Azimio, we are using, that was it, online. But UDA, they are focused on the manual deal so that they can have a good way of leaguing. So this Azimio, I think, let's cut it off there because I'm really disappointed
I'm
about
sorry
this.
because you know umeongea vitu nyingi mpaka at least even us who are going to respond, we don't know what we are going to say.
I think,
are we going to,
I think Mr. Atuya should end.
Just
for them to respond.
Write a note.
Not Mr. Atuya, Mr. Kinywa.
Write a note so that you remember.
Bwana Kinyo, let me just answer you one. There's a word you have been using so much in your discussion called brainwashed. My brother, brainwashing, you need to know the definition of how to be brainwashed. We have a medical, psychological definition. We have a technical definition. We have a social science definition of brainwashed. We have a mathematical definition of being brainwashed. So, and this, if you are going to be psychological, that being brainwashed is because of what I believe in, I will say the same applies to you. That is how I'll answer that question. The same.
I think
Mr. Kinyo, give him time. Give him time. Give him time.
The same case, the way you believe in the beliefs of Azimio and the president and other things, that is also called brainwashed. The same case I believe in the UDA agenda and the bottom-up agenda, it is the same. So the way you are using that word to mean toxic, but in reality, it's not a toxic way. On how you use it, it's also how it depends how the toxicity will come about. So I'll be so glad and say, Bwana Kinyo, you are also brainwashed with the Azimios, you understand? So as much as you love using that word, that, youths have been brainwashed, Danson or Mukile, it's not a bad word, but the way you are using it, you need to substantiate. Are you using it psychologically, mathematically, socially, or biologically? Because it has a broad definition. Then other things that you have talked about, maybe you can just respond there. That's the only thing I wanted to correct you on that.
Okay. Thank you, Mokire. Thank you, Mokire. I think, let me just go to this point about brainwashed. As per your understanding, you have talked about a lot of way of understanding the issue of brainwashed. One thing that is happening here, this brainwash is emotional. So that the people should vote emotionally. Listen, no, I'm just giving you, this is emotional brainwash because you want, let me say it, the people, they don't want people to vote with their mind, peaceful mind. They want people to vote with emotions. And here we don't need emotions. We want real mind. As you vote, I'm voting for this person because of this and this and this and this. But for 4 years, you have been coming around in Mount Kenya here at our place, telling us how the president has made us.
Okay. Now you have responded to my question, but your definition doesn't. I didn't say I was just correcting you that you need to understand the meaning of being brainwashed, either psychological. There is no emotional brainwashing. You know, the
My friend, I
breakdown,
think you are just beating around the bush.
the Oxford Dictionary gives us the meaning of how to be brainwashed. So I just don't want you to be misusing that word, so that you go to the our boys in the markets and telling them you are brainwashed, you are brainwashed. It's not a word that is. Just tell them, listen, guys. The party I'm supporting as Azimio, it is standing on these values. It is standing on these policies. Can you guys come to my side because these policies are better for us? Instead of going, the way you are doing it, it doesn't work. Analysts.
I need to interject.
No, hold on.
I
Let
need
me
to interject.
You have been speaking for 10 minutes continuously, or more than 10 minutes. And I need a chance to respond to you on the same. I want you, when you go outside there, uko kwa ground vile umesema, please go and sell the policies of your party you believe in. The same case, I'm doing the same. Because as much as we are saying, we are the people who are making our people get more confused. We, whom we say, we are pretending that, we believe in this. But when you go to the ground, what you are selling to them is things that they are fiction. The political nature. If you tell me, for example, I'm just using an example, the common thing people say that the deputy president,
Temba, tumekuja
deputy president, for
mkile
example,
huyu ngoja we mkile we ngoja bwana
excuse me.
wewe huwezi ukakuja hapa kutupasha
No. Wait, guys.
No.
Wait.
Hii masaa si hata sio watu kama nyinyi. Ngoja wewe.
Wait, Kasudi. Now, this is what you're going to do. If you unmute and you speak without permission, I'm going to throw you out. Simple. Anybody wants to speak, inua mkono. I'm here, I'll give you a chance to speak. So if you unmute and speak, I'll not give you a warning, I'll not tell you anything. I'll just throw you out. So that we learn common decency in debate. You don't have to keep unmuting and speaking without being given a permission. Otherwise, we'll be at a marketplace. All right? So let's observe that. I mean, when we do that.
Lazima ningejionyesha.
So that is what we are saying. I mean, we inua mkono, we give you a chance, you speak, you allow the other person to finish. When you are given a chance also, appreciate we are many. Don't take the whole time. Make a point, move to the next person, allow people to ask you questions. Right? That's how we need to do it. So Mukile, you had some questions you wanted to ask Kinywa.
No, I was just responding to some issues, especially he was using the word being brainwashed so much that we people who are in Kenya Kwanza, we are, brainwashed a lot. And I was just telling him, brainwashing, it doesn't mean that it applies the same on both sides. For us, we can also say you are also brainwashed for believing in Azimio policies. Then I'm also brainwashed in believing, it's not. That's what I was telling him. There's nothing like being called emotional brainwashing. We have a scientific or a definition, even the dictionary, how it defines these terms. So let us use them correctly. And I was also telling him that he's doing a great job on the ground, maybe going to get some feedback. We're also doing the same. But when we go, let us sell the policies of our leaders, what they're doing. That is the best way to grow our democracy. Let us go there. When you meet these people, let us explain to them that these policies of Azimio or Kenya Kwanza, this is how it's going to impact you. That is how we can feed our community. We have had a chance going to school. We have degrees. We are educated. We have some people maybe who are not educated as we are. So when you go to them, let us make them understand, other than feeding them information that is not going to be useful for them to make a better decision. So that is what I was just telling him, and that is the best way we can grow our democracy, and that is also the best way we can grow as young leaders. So tomorrow when I meet Mr. Kinywa, in Sagana or where, si tunashikana mashati, we just say, hey guys, we are having this, we have a good conversation. So that is the only thing I was saying, that we can have a healthy, but let it be policy based, not emotional, not calling people names. It is We can be here right now. Tomorrow you can be a leader in that position, an MP or a senator, and you may wish also to be respected, you know. So we as the people, let us advocate what our leaders are saying. The same case you asked me about the document, I know we explained that. That is the best way, so that some people have not even heard about this. They are watching us. They are going to listen to us. Let us explain to them things to understand more, other than driving what is being done, you know, in the marketplace and other things. I think that is the only point I had for them.
Okay, wait, Kinywa. Collins, what is it?
Okay, just to add on what Kinywa said, you know, these people from UDA people, sometimes they are very funny. It is like they don't read the constitution, and if they read it selectively.
Wait,
Because
hold on, hold on, maybe.
Yes.
Just mute. I want us to not be general in our comments. All right. When you cease generalizing the comments, when you cease generalizing what someone says, we will be more objective. I want us to respond to what someone has said in the here and now. So if it is Mukile who has said something, let's not put all the UDA people together. All right. Respond to what Mukile has said and say, Mukile is saying this and this, I don't agree with it, or I agree with it. But when you come and say that we or this UDA people, then you lose the point completely. So let's try as much as possible not to bring all the UDA people here. Let's respond to Mukile is here, Atuya is here. What has Atuya said that you don't agree with, and for what particular reason? All right. That way you'll help the debate. But when you say these UDA people, when they come here, you are responding to even people who are not here, and we cannot bring all of them here. You know, just respond to this person who supports Kenya Kwanza and what he has said here, because you never know what he has said here probably is not what he'll say the next minute. And that's why I told Mukile, what you say here is what we respond to. So let's just respond to what he has said. Has he said something that you don't agree with? Respond to that. Don't start by characterizing these UDA people. We will not move anywhere. You will not even listen to him on what he has said. All right? So Collins Weby, when you start responding to Mukile, kindly just isolate. What is it that you don't agree with Mukile, that you think he needs to, so that we keep the conversation going? That way we even help the listeners, we help even someone who is following. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, thank you for correction. I'll there to that. Mukila just say that there's a certain document which personally I haven't read, but I believe it exists. Niongee kwa lugha ya Kiswahili kwamba kuna document fulani ambaye kwamba president atakuwa na make maamuzi, na pia penye ameguzia amesema kwamba president ana power sana, anaweza kubadilisha vitu mingi. Hii inamaanisha kwamba yeye Mkile kibinafsi kwamba afuatilii matokeo ya nchi hii ama asomi constitution, because it's just the other day kwamba kuna walipropose mambo ya BBI and ilikakuwa nullified na constitutional court, because hiyo ina limit. Kuna hata kama president ana powers, the 2010 constitution kuna vile ina limit president. Sasa hata kwamba hiyo vitu zingine zikuja kwamba ni unconstitutional, kuna vile itakuwa limited, waweze kumake unconstitutional things. Sasa hiyo document ni manifesto, ni kwamba ni agreement ya watu wa Azimio, lakini itakuwa limited. Jambo la pili, I think Mukile na hata mwenzake Atuya wanajaribu kubase kwa vile Kibaki hako kampenia successor wake ama hako openly. Na ni Kibaki peke yake. Ukiangalia mzee Kenyatta hako kampenia Moi because Kenyatta alikuwa ameaga, hasa angejagua successor wake. Na Moi akampenia Uhuru, lakini ingawaje Uhuru alianguka, Kibaki hako kampeni. Sasa wanajaribu kuleta sasa scenario kwamba president asifanye active campaign, lakini ukichunguza hata kwa manchi jirani kina Mkapa, akina Nyerere na hata huko Amerika ukiangalia kina Bush, huwa ana kampeni, wanachukua successor wao na ana campaign. Sasa si jambo la kwanza. President apart from being the president, pia ako na constitutional right ya kukampenia yoyote, ako na freedom of political association, freedom to make a political choice. Sasa yeye izuatishe, unajua Uhuru mara ya kwanza alikuwa amesema yake 10 ya Ruto 10. Mimi niko sure kwamba Uhuru sasa angekuwa na kampeni ya Ruto wangekuwa wanafurahia sana, lakini kwa vile this time system I work against the side of Mutile side, wanaona kwamba inawakosea. Unaona? Sasa hiyo ndo nilikuwa nataka tukusema. Kwa hiyo asante.
Okay, asante. Atuya?
You know, there's one thing, Collins, you don't understand. Nobody says that we are mad that Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta wants to campaign for Raila Odinga. What we are against, it is the aftermath. You know, you people for Azimio believe or think that if you win this government, we others will be expelled from this country. If Raila becomes president, something that I don't want to happen, I, Atuya, will be under the rule of Raila Odinga. And the decisions that government will make will affect me. Our issue is that there is an agreement between Raila Odinga, Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, such that Uhuru will remain within the privileges of power after his term. That is what we are talking about. Currently, you cannot tell me to substantiate that, show me how Uhuru will remain in power. But there is sufficient unwritten evidence to show that Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta wants to extend his tenure in office, not really in power, but in a way that he makes decisions. I've just closed that document. And Kinyo, when we say, when you keep insisting that Uhuru Kenyatta is just a party leader, we are not forgetting that fact. We know it. We have not forgotten that. The Constitution of Kenya does not allow a retired president to hold any constitutional office. Nyamaza nimalize kwanza. Uliongea 17 minutes. We gave you your time. So what we are speaking about, we are not worried about Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta being the Jubilee leader in that Azimio thing. But there is the governing council that has been formed. There is and I will read you what that council what it says about policy direction. According to the agreement, the council will be charged with the governance of the coalition party and give policy direction of the coalition. Kinyo umesema tuko brainwashed. I hope you understand that, you internalize that, and make a wise decision about that. The party will give the council will give direction of the coalition. And who will be the leader of that council? It is Mr. Kenyatta. And then now here comes the legality of the part of it. I know you will say the constitution says this, the constitution says that. Here comes the take. They have agreed that Raila Odinga will exercise the political power. He will exercise what the constitution says. But he has delegated his powers to that council that they will come up with a decision. No, Kinyo, what you believe in what you want to believe. You believe in what you read. You're not reading the political side of that. Don't read it and just say it will be a council. The council will be making policy direction. Who will be the chair of that council? Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. They will sit down, make a decision, and then Raila will come. That council will not be making public decisions. It is a council that will be making decisions, and then they will be exercised by Raila Odinga. What does that mean? Uhuru Kenyatta will be ruling this country through the back door. That is what we are against. And then I wanted to ask you a question. You said that the political parties agreement that was passed has helped Kenya Kwanza to form a coalition. Least you forget, Kenya Kwanza is not a coalition, is not a coalition party. Kenya Kwanza is just an alliance. So that law did not help us in any way to form that alliance that we are in. Number three, I think I've addressed the party leader issue, and the thing you guys keep insisting that Uhuru is just a party leader and is not, is the. And I wanted to ask you a question, Kinyua. Does the president cease becoming a president? When does his term end? If you today you tell me that he's campaigning for Azimio because he's a party leader, has he stopped being a president? Anyway, I don't have an issue with that. Let him campaign for that. What we are speaking about, it is the aftermath. And Kenya, I want to remind you one thing. The fact that majority of the people in here are Azimio, and the fact that the people in the comments are Azimio, does not make you and the other panelists to feel like they have the monopoly of good ideas and good thinking. We are not here, we being a minority here does not mean we don't have the capacity to think and read things. Insulting us that we are brainwashed, saying some utterly nonsense kind of things, it is not called for.
Okay, thank you, Atuya. Now, before I bring Kenya, because he has been mentioned many times, I think Bantu Warrior has had his hands up for a while. Let's allow him to maybe give a comment, and then I'll come to you, Kenya. Bantu Warrior. Bantu Warrior.
Asante sana Bwana Temba na salimu wote hapo. Nilikuwa nimekaa nje lakini kidogo nikaona afadhali nikuje. Asante sana. Nimwambie nani.
Bantu Warrior, do you have
Atuya,
another? Do you have
kwa nini
something?
yeye yuko wari na Azimio na nyinyi muko na UDA, muko na mambo mengi kwa UDA huko. Nyinyi muendelee na mambo yenu ya huko UDA, mwachane na sisi. Tuendeshe mambo yetu. Baba anaelewa kitu gani anaendesha. Usije hapa ukaanza kuleta mambo ya Azimio. Unaona? Tuko wengi hapa tunakusikiza. You have to concern, you talk about your own party. And stop talking about Azimio and aftermath. There's nothing to do with you. Asante sana.
Okay, asante Bantu. Okay, Kenya, you can respond to what Atuya said, and then Atuya also is bringing a concern. Then I can go to someone else.
Okay, thank you very much, Themba. The first thing I'm going to appreciate about Mr. Mokire, I've just seen the first person from UDA being remorseful, and he's so cool sometimes to respond. I think for Mr. Mokire, I think he's remorseful as a first person. Another thing, I want to go back to responding to Atuya. The issue about the council, you say the council will make decisions. Then Baba will come in. Baba will come in as who? As a president. You understand? And the council decision will be for coalition, not for the presidency. That time. That will be for coalition. How the coalition will be guided. The presidency the president will be having the mandate to execute his or her duties as stated in constitution. You know, in this policy of about the coalition thing, there is nowhere they're interfering with the constitution. That's the fact thing. The president will execute his mandate as per the constitution. So you cannot try to impose this to the president on Azimio side, that if Baba is a president, then the council of Azimio coalition will be making decision that this part should not get the fund. Let me say that. And that works. No, there is the president will be using the constitution, the mandate for. So there is no way the council is to govern the coalition, to make decision for coalition, like the way I think Atuya, you remember Jubilee used to work. There are some matters that are dealt with the party, within the party. Disciplinary will not work towards the presidency. That will go for the party. And you know, this is a coalition that has got many parties. And if there is anything they want to discuss, the Jubilee, it's in a coalition. The Wiper, all other parties, they have their own entities. So they will sort out their things. But for the Council of Azimio, as the Uhuru is a chairman, you remember Morade is a chairman of Jubilee. And I'm sure Morade, they have never done anything, a decision to the government. The moment the president take the sword and take the oath, he or she works with according to the constitution, not about the party thing. So those are the things people should understand. And another thing, I would like to ask, even if we are asleep, do people think, even you in UDA, do you think Raila is someone who can be dictated on what to do? You know, those are the things that we should be asking. As to me, it's a big no. Raila is not a person who can be dictated on what to do, because he will be working under the statute of constitution. What constitution states, that's how the president will be executing his or her mandate, not about the coalition. If it's about the parties, even Uhuru, when he was in Jubilee party, maybe he could have been doing things according to the way Jubilee wanted him to do. Do not support this side, do not do this side. So for that one, Mr. Atuya, I think you really need to go deep into it and understand the dynamics about that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'll be fair for both sides, so I'll allow Mukile to say something, and then I bring Makiadi hasn't spoken, and then I bring Kasudi. So Mukile, you say something. I'll want to be fair to either side. Okay, so Mukile will talk. I bring Makiadi, then I bring Atuya, then I bring Kasudi, so that at least all the sides. If there's a question you can respond to, just respond to.
Yes, Bwana Kinyo have just said that he wanted a deep explanation of what Bwana Ito was explaining when the president is running, for example, the coalition as the chairman. Bwana Kinyo, we have something called cocktail presidency. There's something called cocktail presidency that was done in Brazil. There's a whole book that has been done whereby the president, after leaving office, you know, he had to somehow have influence over the president who was coming in. And for him to be successful, they had to have some kind of back room. You know, we have something behind the tent that we may just speculate as supporters, but they had some form of arrangement. And in this arrangement, they did that the president will have some form of he will be chairing, you know, he'll be leading, and the president will be running things smoothly because it was a very severe election in Brazil. So with cocktail presidency, as much as if Raila wins, of which personally I don't think he will win. Let's say he wins, for example, the cocktail president, when he's there, he's just left, you know, he has some mizizi. Bwana Uhuru ako na mizizi nyingi sana. You know, akitoka saisi atatoka tu nazo. Kuna mizizi ameeka. You understand? And some of these decisions, they'll be also be going through the parliament. Right? So akikuwa na hizo mizizi, na for example, me personally too, from what I know, if Raila wins the presidency, hii mambo ya BBI mutasahau. I cannot say that. I don't think he will allow it to go on. This guy has been trying for 5 times to win the presidency. Now, if he has a chance to go in, can you imagine that scenario? They tell him, Bwana President, we need to run another constitutional amendment. We need to spend billions of money over it to run this exercise. And let's say, for example, the UDA or Kenya Kwanza team is controlling maybe the Senate or the Parliament. You know, those obstacles. And the guy will want to run the government smoothly. At that time, that is the time you realize that mulikuwa mmeniona tu nimenyamaza.
Nani,
You know?
Themba, why are you allowing Mukile anatukanyaka hivi? Alafu
Yeah, so I was just explaining the curtail presidency. So atakuwa na influence. The influence will be there so much. So Bwana Raila anaweza kuwa na a lot of discomfort. So ataamua aseme no. Mimi tu wacha niendeshe vile tena. Because imagine, I'm just giving an example, Bwana Kinyo. In your house, the way you are sitting, right? Hiyo nyumba saizi another person comes in. Ana take over. Then ukikuja anakuambia bwana kaa hapa nje kwa veranda uningoje niko na shughuli zangu kwanza. You know how you can feel? You know, the president will come back, atakuwa anakaa kwa guest room to wait for Raila to come and maybe have a discussion. Mwambie I have a busy schedule. It's not as easy people think, because now they have been together. When Raila goes in, it will just be as smooth as Uhuru comes in the morning, he goes out. You know, it's like a walk-in. Let's have this discussion. It will not be that easy. So that is why we are saying. That's why we are saying. Yeah. So that's what I just to explain, and also there are some studies that have already been done on the same. Okay.
Thank you. Makiadi.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Ndemba. Salimia panelists wote. I don't want to make a submission first right now. I was listening in the back, and I listened to Atuya and Mukile, my two brothers here, making some baseless accusations and statements of which we cannot let them pass. I listened to, especially Atuya. I listened to Atuya saying that when Raila Odinga wins the presidency, that the document that they have signed allows him to suspend the constitution so that he can. Yeah, don't. I heard you properly. I even wrote it down that the document would allow Raila Odinga to suspend the constitution so that he can do his own stuff. Mukile here is all over the place. He's talking about things that have not even happened. He's moving from the BBI to the document to accusations that I mean, you guys must give us the exact place you read this thing that you're saying the constitution will be suspended, because I'm looking at that document right now, and I want you to show me where it is written that when Raila takes office, that Uhuru Kenyatta will be controlling the government. Because it looks like you guys are speaking from a point of misinformation. I want you to tell us where.
Okay, Atuya.
Makiadi, if I say that, then I have to withdraw, but I have to explain what I meant. We can decide to come up with a chama the way we are here, and we will draft a constitution about that chama. But you, Makiadi, Ndeto, Demba, and Selina can go aside, make a decision, and then you will delegate what you decide. You will tell Demba, go and implement it. So what we are trying to say is the agreement that has been reached, and I want to the agreement that the coalition, the document that has been placed with the Register of Political Parties gives that council the power. Uhuru Kenyatta will not be in government. This will be an illegal entity that will come up with policies that will be sanitized through the constitutional means. It doesn't mean that now Uhuru will say, ABCD, let it happen. They will sit as a council, come up with a decision, then it will be implemented through how it should be implemented through via the constitution. So our issue is, and we don't have, it's like a kitchen cabinet. We don't have any issues with that. Our issue is, why should we have a failed president in the name of Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta leading that council? And I want to remind you that sisi watu wa
Uhuru
UDA,
is not failed the president. Uhuru is not failed.
sisi watu wa UDA, if you guys were to join government, we will be Kenyans na tutakuwa ndani ya serikali. So we must give our ideas, and we must say that thing, if your government comes to be, we will suffer.
Martin.
You know, it's so funny, but Atuya, the other time you came over here na tukasema, by the way, you're a good debater. But today I was out there tulikuko chini, Mina and Makiadi, and we were discussing, should we go in, should we not go in? Let it work itself out. Let's see how it goes. And let me tell you, Atuya, honestly, I think you're a very smart person. And I like you in our discussion, and we told you, you know what, always come through. But again, Atuya, you're doing something very irresponsible and not fair. Now, I will ask you the same thing that Makiadi just asked you right now. And I wanted, because at the comment section we were there, and we wanted you to actually say, what document did you read about Azimio, and tell us what you read. And again, at the same time, when you're doing that, you have this claim of Uhuru will be running the government at the backstage. Now, let me ask you a question. And you know what? On a lighter note, let me bring it on a lighter note. First of all, your person, the one that you're asking us, is asking us to go for 3 terms. He's been a president. I said on a lighter note, please note what I said. On a lighter note, he's been a president of Kenya. When Uhuru alienda ICC, alimwachia and he became a president. He's been a vice president for 2 full terms. He's been a president for, I don't know how many days Uhuru went. He's been a vice president for 2 full terms. Now he wants to be the president for another 2 terms. And then when you talk about atisjui Uhuru atakuwa kiranuko, listen, right now he's UDA, he was URP, he was the chairman of URP all that time. Now, are you telling me that for you to be settled down, and for you, because I know Demba doesn't want to engage people, you know, people are just coming up to say stuff, but we can say it. Are you telling me now that Uhuru has served 2 terms and is done? He's going home. He's not going to be the president. Are you telling me that Uhuru now cannot be the chairman of Jubilee and cannot do anything, so he just needs to go to Gatundu, never do anything, so nobody, he's done? What are you talking about, bro? Can we be serious with this thing? The guy, the Jubilee has agreed for him to be the leader, you know, the party leader. He's not coming to be a president. How many people are in Jubilee today? How many parties are in Jubilee? How many leaders were in Jubilee? One of them being the vice president today. He was a part of those parties that got zilianguka zote wakaform wakasema let's be Jubilee. Now, are we supposed to sit down here and tell Ruto that now you cannot see anything because you've been there and you are a party leader of URP, and now that you are in Nini? Dude, please, let's think about this thing. Uhuru has a right, he's a Kenyan. He has a right to be where he is. Sijui uchungu iko wapi, and let me tell you the truth right here. Me, I don't lie. The truth. And the basic truth. If Uhuru today was doing the kumi yako, kumi yangu, today y'all wouldn't be speaking about what you're talking about today. But just because he went the other side, you guys want him to retire and be a nobody. He's a citizen. He can do whatever. CBA is a business. Nilisikia ukisema ukileta CBA, sijui ati na nini. Dude, come on. Stop with the BS. And I'm tired. Stop. Maze mnaleta vitu one wrong. I mean, two wrongs don't make a right. Stop it. Nani, you're a smart person. Stop it. Hata ingekuwa ni wewe ungesikiaje watu wakikuambia kwa country yako ati now you've been the president. Hata saizi Obama does stuff for this country. Ungesikiaje watu wakikuambia ati sasa because you are president you're not supposed na hii chama ni yako. Come on man, you're smarter than that. Stop playing people for stupid. I'm sorry.
Okay, there's a right of reply. Atria.
Thank you. Martin, I'm not being ignorant. What we're trying to say is that the president, CBA is a business, yes. What I was saying is that there's something we call state capture. The president is using his power to give his private businesses government deals. That is what he wants to continue in office. Now, Martin, again, let me
substantiate like nani aliambiwa. Okay, which one?
Martin, again, I don't
hold on, Atria. Martin, we have said, kindly do not unmute and talk. If you have not been given permission to speak, we don't want to have that kind of exchange. I don't like that personally, and I really don't want it. All right. So whether you are this side, let's just argue. I mean, get a chance, respond, get a chance, rebut, so that it's a nice debate you guys are having. I mean, respond to what the other person has said. Kama itakuwa ongea no, I don't want that. Hata kinywa umeshapata nini yako, so just raise up your hand. Hata ukisikia unawashwa namna gani, don't unmute. Wait. Yes, Atuya.
Martin, I didn't even have much to reply to you, but what I wanted to remind you is that I don't have to please you each and every day so that you praise me as a good debater. I must at times stick with what I believe in. And what I say tonight is what I believe in. And the good thing is we go to school not to only read and write. We go to school to understand and know things that cannot be seen by the plain eyes. The reality is Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta wants to continue his tenure in government via the back door. That is something that is not written. That is something that you can substantiate through documents or what, but there is evidence to that. And I have never said that they will suspend the constitution. They will use that council to make decisions, policy decision. You asked me which document I was reading. I was trying to turn my screen and show you. I read the agreement here. There is where they say policy decision. Can I read it for you, please? Just a minute. According to the agreement, the council will be charged with the governance of the coalition party and give policy direction for the coalition. The policy direction of the coalition will be the one that will run the government, and Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta will be in charge. Makiadi is really hurting.
Okay, Atuya, Ruto wants to return our country back to one-party political system.
How?
Okay. You are uncomfortable with that?
You know, I'm afraid to unmute and speak. Should I reply?
Now, allow me to finish my assertion, because now we need to make assertions. Because now, let's make assertions. Even me, I make an assertion. Ruto wants to return this country to one-party political system. They have already arranged in an agreement they have with the ANC and Ford Kenya. He's the one who is going to field his candidates across board. And they have already signed a document that Ruto is the one who is going to lead, and he's the one who is going to actually, have the lion's share of the government. And immediately they come. That's why they have not even put the Kenya Kwanza into a coalition party. So UDA is actually going to be the one ruling because of this. It's going to have more political MPs than all the other parties. And immediately the deputy president of this country takes over power, Kenya is going to go back to one party rule immediately from day one. That's why he feared to even sign a political parties agreement with the other parties. Actually, the reason why Mukile and Atuya cannot say about any document has been signed and no leadership structure is because the only leadership structure that suffices right now is UDA leadership structure. And that is the kind of a leader that we are going to get as a Kenya when we elect the deputy president. Case in point, why is it took him so long to even admit these other 11 parties as a coalition? Why aren't they signing a coalition party? Instead of signing a coalition party, he's the one admitting them to UDA actually. We are not going back to one party system, which the deputy president is sure of taking this country back to. Now I want to give Atuya and Mukile. Mukile seems to have something you want to say. I mean, it's their documents. There are documents that are available. That's why they have not signed anything. So let me start with Mukile.
Thank you, Banathem. But first of all, I want to debunk your statement that he was afraid of doing a political coalition party. I can tell you, the Act gives us options. It doesn't dictate that this is the path you need to take. It gives us an option either to have a coalition of parties or a coalition of parties. Initially, it was just a coalition of parties, but when it was amended, it was now we had another option B of coalition party. So if your presidential candidate chose the other path, we don't have to follow the same suit. We can go another way. That's number one. Number two, when you say the UDA is going to rule, maybe to be like one party, I think it is about how you market your political party. You know, the deputy president had a chance to go all over the country. The same people you are saying, for example, ANC, ODM, they also had a chance to go all over the country to market their political party. And unfortunately, majority, the message maybe resonated well with the UDA. Because when you are doing marketing, if you talk to those people who have done marketing, we have stages. You know, the deputy president was smart to market the party in stage format. Yes, please.
Mukile, we fear that the deputy president wants to return this country to one political party rule, and that is what we don't want. You see now the way you are trying to explain. Hold on.
Let me remove that fear. Okay.
You see the way? No, we fear because you see it's about fears now, isn't it? let's register our fears. We fear that the deputy president. You see the same way you guys fear that the Raila is going to be controlled by the president. So as we fear, and it's a genuine fear because his behavior, his body language, can you imagine? You have a national election board and you are the party leader and you are constantly the one coming out to announce who has won. That is dictatorship. We cannot stand. We have already stood a dictatorship of KANU for 24 years. We cannot stand another one-party rule. We cannot. His behavior is that of a controlling UDA one-party political system. Kenya is a multi-party democracy. He is actually eating the other smaller parties. Can you imagine? You have parties in Central. He refuses to give them recognition at all. When he goes there, he's the one who wants to control them. We do not want to go back to one-party political system. Iliisha na KANU, we are in multi-party democracy. We refuse, we fear. That's our fear. I don't know how he'll get out of that. He's come out. In fact, you are the guys who are saying he's very controlling. You know, he takes charge. We don't want a president who is the one who stands there. We want a president who is consultative in nature. So we fear. Let me hear Atuya and then I come back to you. Then before I go to Kinyo.
I think Demba has just coined a narrative just to distract what we were actually speaking about. Demba, your fears are not founded anywhere. Ours are founded in the document. Your fears are not founded
Atuya is you're unfair. You're unfair. I've told you my fears are founded. And we fear. We fear as a country and as a people. You're not the only people who fear. Ours we fear more because number one, Atuya, let me give you as your response so that now you respond. Mine, we fear first of all that the deputy president could not respect the president. So what if he's the president who nobody can tell nothing? If only being a deputy president, he became so disrespectful that he could not be controlled. He could not. How about now when he's the president? And look at how he's even controlled, even the way he's first of all controlling his party, controlling the other principles. The Kenya Kwanza has not yet even arrived at their presidential candidate. He's already controlling them, bulldozing everybody. You know, what kind of a president is that? Nobody will be advising him. In fact, nobody advises him. So we are fearful of the presidency of one Dr. William Samoei Arap Ruto. We do not want to go back to one party political system. We do not want a president who cannot be advised. We do not want a president who decides and what he says is final. We want a president who will be consultative, a president who will run a country and will respect the constitution, a president who is going to nurture the multi-party politics of our country. Ruto has never fought for any constitutional change. Ruto has never defended any constitution. He said no to the constitution that he's trying to defend right now. He is a despotic president. We do not want such a look at the way he's even dealing with the UDA party. I mean, they say with how you deal with the small things shows how you're going to deal with the big things. Look at you guys coming here telling us, you know, he showed leadership, he was there. No. So I'll give it to you and then I bring in Makiadi before I bring in Kinywa. So if you have fears, we do have fears too. So let's respond to all the fears. You guys, your fears are genuine. Our fears are genuine too. So your fears have not been proven. Our fears have been proven. It has been proven. We have 9 years of a deputy president who has not worked. We have 9 years of a deputy president who cannot be told nothing. We have 9 years of a deputy president who has been paid for doing nothing. We have 9 years of a deputy president who decided to start a party and initially he was saying that anybody joining him must join UDA, and he has actually ensured that. Kenya Kwanza is a coalition of parties, not a coalition party. What does that mean? If he gains 100 or more than anybody else, and those others don't gain nothing, what reason will he have to talk with them? We have a person who does not respect other people. That is the Ruto we are talking to, and those are our fears, and that is why he must be defeated on 9th. Yes, Atuya.
You just brought out the political side of you. Our fears are fears that have been documented, are fears that have been legalized and deposited. Your fears are just political fears. There's no way William Ruto can take this country into one party system without changing the constitution. What I say, or what we say, or what I'm saying here is that Azimio has a document, and that document is legally binding from the law that you bulldozed. Azimio has a document that concentrates its management and its powers to a council. That council is led by a failed president. Our fears have been proven, they are legal, and they have been registered. Your fears are political.
No, Atuya, I like the way you respond. My fears are they're not political. It's evidence. It's evidence. Don't we have UDA? Don't we have a party for a deputy president who has been there for 9 years and has done nothing? I mean, that is not political. It is evidence to everyone. Don't we have a deputy president who has been accused of looting and land grabbing? Don't you have a deputy president who said no to the constitution that actually right now he is serving under? There's nothing political about that. There's evidence. So we fear. Don't you have a deputy president who in one stroke went and led the Jubilee Coalition Party, and in a nomination he made sure that all the people who didn't support him were thrown out? I mean, that's evidence. It's not political. It's there. What other evidence do you need? You are banking on a document. Which, do you know the political parties formation? Do you know how many political parties have already, taken their documents to the political register of political parties? What is the requirement? The same documents you're talking about, the memorandum of understanding of Kibaki and Raila was posted. It was a legal document. Did that make Kibaki not go against it? He went against it. The MOU that they signed with Raila. It is all, you can go out here and you see where Raila is, where maybe he sacks one minister, the next day Kibaki, goes against that. So you see, coming in and saying, you see, this document, that document, if we were to rely on the MOU that Kibaki signed after 2007 with Raila, immediately he went against it. And it's something that people talk about to date. They had an MOU posted and they signed. But that did not make him, when Raila decided, when Kibaki decided he was sucking his side, and Kibaki was like, no, he returned the minister. I think it was either Nyachai or Ruto, one of them. So you can't rely on, a deposited document in the political parties, whatever, that says that the party will be governed by a governing council. Each party, when it is going into power, it has its policies. After 5 years, by the way, let me tell you something. The problem we are facing today has been caused by one William Samoei Arap Ruto. If we had the Jubilee Party today as it was, we would be actually giving Jubilee a scorecard. And we'll be asking Jubilee government, have you helped us? Like it happens in other jurisdictions. The US. The Democratic Party comes with its policies. After 4 years, they go back to an inch. We say, no, Democrats did not do for us this. Let's take Republicans. That's a party and their policies. But what do we have now? A confusion. One person who has been mangering in the name of UDA. Now we have Jubilee has to be put together. Now here we are. Now even you you don't believe in political party governance, you are now here criticizing the same political party system. Because your leader does not believe in political parties, he believes in one party rule. And you see, you'd better he come here and tell us, you know, Ruto is the one going to be on power. That's a dictatorship. We want nothing like that. Let me give Mukile, then I come back to Mato.
Bwana Chair, let me just say you have broken one rule that you set up when you say that when we discuss, we should not personalize. You know, there are some terms you have used and I felt like, you know, you become more personalizing, like, you know, the way you just said, like, kumangamanga, you know, that is, Bwana Chair, that is not a correct term.
Mukile, you see, you didn't listen to me.
So let me continue. Allow me to respond.
Hold on, Mukile, you didn't listen to me. And if you listen to me keenly, I said your party leader, Anamangamanga, is not you. You have no business in Anamangamanga. I said your party leader. And the person you want to be the president is Anamangamanga. I have not attacked you. I cannot attack you personally, Mr. Mukile.
I will not use that. I will not use that term. So what I was just trying to respond to you, I understand Kenyan politics is full of deceit and comradeship. It didn't start today. It started at the Republic when it was born. It has gone through our roots. All the political leaders that are running currently, they have been in that school of deceit and comradeship. Some of them, they have perfected it. Some of them, they haven't, you know? So it has been there. But when you talk about the relationship between the deputy president and the president, it cannot be a whole discussion. But what I just wanted to point out, respect is earned. And respect can't compromise your personal freedom. I can give you my respect. I respect you as Themba, but that doesn't mean when I want to do other things, I have to do the way it has to be. So what the deputy president was actually doing when he walked out, for example, when he was sidelined, because there are some, even some things actually with the people, we don't know what, we don't have some things he has shared, some of the things he hasn't shared. There's a lot of things that has happened that we are not aware of. And even personally, when you're having the deputy president here in DC, I was even to engage the leaders, what really happened. And some of them who work with him, who have been with him for all these years, he hasn't shared them, you know? So there are some things we cannot just say, oh, it was like that. So the deputy, I think he was right to walk out of the marriage they had that wasn't going, and he had his freedom to form his political party, you know?
Okay,
and
thank you. Thank you. You made your point. Your admission is that he walked out. That is what I needed to hear. So we at least we are on the same point. You have now moved to defending him. He walked out. Reasons we don't know. And now that is where the rain started beating us, you and me. The rain started beating us when you walked out. You have admitted. So Mato.
Hello. Can you guys hear me? Yeah, okay. Anyway, you know, I think we are playing on a very thin line right here. There's something Demo Mesema, which I would never say. It's about what you said about William Ruto, where we have been forced into doing something, and now we have to look at this. And there's a touchy situation also you touched about going back into one multi-partyism kind of way from where we came from. We're not saying Ruto is a bad president. We're not, or he cannot be a president. We're not saying that. But we're also looking at who is he, what has he done, how is he, what kind of person is it that we want we want to lead our country. You know, and I don't know why people are taking this very lightly.
just about 3 days ago, there was in parliament that was adjourned, people coming in with a briefcase. I'm not, you know, like for me, sometimes, because every time I have to judge somebody, I have to put myself in their shoes. And you have to put yourself in somebody else's shoes. I'm not a perfect person anywhere. I'm not a perfect person. But my friend, if you can come with a suitcase about me, oh my God, I gotta go back and look at myself. And I think most of the panelists that we come into the same time here with, they know I speak things that are not very hazipendu na kila mtu, but most of them know them banakuaga hata mpaka na nikanyagia na wewe mato unaenda mbali, shikilia. You know, I'm telling you, in your life, if somebody is gonna come with a suitcase of something about you, and that's not even half, God damn, really? And that's the country that's the person you're sending us to rule? I mean, to rule us? I mean, I don't even know. Look, my job, whatever I do, I don't even, there's some things I let other people to do with. And I heard somebody say here, you know, yeye ndo anasimamia kila kitu. It happened last time, Kabogo said, guys, this is Kenya. It's not about politics. It's not about whatever. You know, our wenye tunabishana nao hapa hivi, we still will live in the same table and we will have the same wine. But, dude, fikiria, kama mtu anakuletea mpaka suitcase in the history of Kenyan politics, hajawahi kuja, my friend. Yani, you have to think there is something going on. There is something about someone. Dude, if you went to parliament today, hautaletewa suitcase. Mi najua mi na makosa zangu zenye nafanyanga huku hivi, lakini hakuna mtu hapa hivi anaweza niletea suitcase. Leave alone you guys, the people that know me very well, hakuna mtu atakuja na suitcase. Na zote hakuna mtu anaweza hepa. You gotta think. And by the end of the day, I always say, guys, this is Kenya. Thank you, man. I like what you said. And I like your stand where you stood. Because at the end of the day, I think we are thinking so much on the politics side and thinking of what our kids are going to be, what Lulu is going to be, what my daughter is going to be, and everything. We're thinking about more of kelele ingine hata iko, watu wanaanguka huko nao, sijui atarudi independence, sijui Ketua Ruguru na ametoka kutusi baba na ametoka kutusi Uhuru, sijui nini, sasa ndio wanaanza kulia. Guys, this Kenya ni yetu. We are the generation. Na Ruto, please guys, please. Na mimi nikirudi Kenya anigonge na anichukue, by the way, I'll be fine. At least nishasema vitu zangu. This guys it's not right. They always say, and I think Demba, as with your career and what you do in life and helping people, I know you know this. If one person says something, the other person says something, and the other 3 people say something out of 4 about you, then you gotta go back and look at yourself.
Okay, Mato. Thanks for that. Let me. I know Atuya is still but anajaribu ku assimilate hizo vitu. Wacha kinywa, alafu nilete Richi Makiadi, alafu Richi sasa you make pia submission sasa, sio? Sababu unajua Atuya ameanza kusalimu amri, amekuta hata sisi tuko na fear, si hao peke yao, so najua hata Mato huja make submission.
No, sijafanya. Nitatoka Themba. You know my transition on Fridays, so acha ni transit alafu Nitajaribu kuingia, maybe utaniwekea link.
Yeah, sawa. Aya,
Okay.
Kinywa.
Thank you so much. Let me now be at least cool as a you know, I was so devastated sometimes back. Let me just say this about politics. You know, there's something Atuya, I think it's Atuya Olmokari has said, and I would like to state this. You know, politics is all about interest. And as for us, here outside, me, Atuya, Makiadi, and anyone else, we are looking. Let me just put on my perspective. As for me, I'm trying to look about this interest, the person who has interest also for the people, the person who has interest also for the people. And those are the things that are in politics. Politics is all about interest. Another thing, let me just talk about, you know, there is sometimes back I said this, there is no thief who will always be stoned by one person. A thief will be stoned by mob, a lot of people. Hakuna mwizi upigwa na mtu mmoja, mwizi upigwa na mob. And as I'm saying this, I'm just going back to the point of Deto, about if you hear some 3 people, 4 people talking ill about you, you should just go back and think. And you know this, that's a very critical thing people should understand. Another thing, if I may talk about there is the day I said this, the Mr. William Ruto, it's not a bad person, but the character he has, I think it's not a good character. Another thing, this is the person who doesn't support anything. He knows that whatever he says is correct, so he doesn't support anything from elsewhere. Mr. William Ruto didn't support the constitution. He opposed it. And the same constitution is the same that is making him to enjoy the salary that the work that's being paid of the money he has not worked for. If it were not for the constitution, 2010 constitution, Uhuru Kenyatta could have fired him long time ago. But the constitution favors him. You know, DP is someone who benefits from something that he has not fought for. There is nothing Deputy President is enjoying and benefiting from that he had ever fought for. He enjoys something that he have been opposing all the way around. And you know, in such circumstance, it's on a serious thing, because when people go for voting, you know, there is no alarm to say that the vote you have put there, that's not the correct box. You see, even the people who are saying Azimio, maybe UDA, as they vote, there is no alarm into those boxes that if I was going around singing UDA, then I've ticked for Azimio, that the alarm will ring and say, no, you have done wrong thing. Nothing like that will happen. So that's the thing people should understand. So when we talk about these issues of presidency, you know, presidency is not an MCA or a MP or a governor or a senator. This is a critical thing, and it needs someone who is humble. That's the point. Someone who is mature enough to lead the country, regardless of anything. Deputy President didn't support devolution. You remember the conference in Makueni? The Deputy President was invited to close the devolution conference. He didn't do that. He was in Nyandarua campaigning, and he's a Deputy President. They had to call Eugene Wamalwa to go and do that. Deputy President sent I don't know, this is the guy in the State House, the secretary, I think so, chief of staff, in such function for devolution, 47 counties, and you are the chairman of IBEC. You send these are the people that and things we are looking much about. And if we go into conclusion on my own perspective, this is the person who don't want the devolution to work. He would want to control the government by himself. That if you want anything, if you don't support him, you don't get maendeleo in your place, like the way in Moi regime. In Mount Kenya, we suffered a lot. That time, we suffered. Coffee were being paid 6 shillings, per kg. Right now, we are being paid 95 shillings to 100 bob. Tea, we used to be paid, I think, more than 2.5 shillings. Right now, we are getting over 40 shillings. And that's what we are looking as per interest. If politics interest, who is at least having interest more so even to the public. So Deputy President wants to benefit from something he has never or thought of voting for, and is a person who believes that what he says is the one only who is correct. The last point is this: Deputy President Danes, he doesn't need and he doesn't like someone who is independent, especially in political arena. That's why he keep on imposing people who can say nothing, people who are not independent. You can see in 2017 what he did in nomination. He gave us Waitito, Mike Sonko. He managed to eliminate all power of Akina Wawero in Mount Kenya, to eliminate them so that he remains with the people he can control. Even right now, is the same thing he's doing, because Deputy President believes in what he says. He is the group admin in UDA. He is the speaker. He is the MC. He is the secretary, and he is everything. In Kenya Kwanza campaign, he is everything. So he is the only person who can say anything. So he doesn't believe in any other one decision. So for that purpose, we need to be very careful. And that's why we Kenya, we are very ambitious on this issue, so that we don't get ourselves into trouble. Thank you.
Kenya. Sawa Kenya. Wacha nilete Ricky Makiadi, alikuwa hajafanya submission yake already. Now let's agree so that we don't overemphasize on that fact. Atria, you are justified to have your fears based on the document that you purport to have, right? We also justify to have our fears based on what you are pointing out. It's just about, okay, fine, which one can stand the test of time? All right. We can't overemphasize, like if you look at that document, for you have all those assertions you're making. And that's, you're right to make those assertions. The other people also on the other side, they have all those fears, like Kenya is saying, and like I said, there's more evidence this side. So we are going to look at which one will carry the day as far as we talk. Which one. You guys, by all means, go ahead, push your assertion. Say that, hey, this document will make Raila be tied. Uhuru will extend his leadership and stuff, like you're saying. And for us also, we are going out to the ground to say, by all means, this is a guy who wants to take Kenya back to one-party political system. And that is it. We don't have to eventually agree. You don't have to come and agree with us. We don't have to agree with you. But at least you've put your point and people have heard you. We put our point, people have heard us. So let's see which one will be more persuasive. Yes, Richie Makiadi.
Them I've kept here quiet for a long time. I thought even you're closing the show. But again, thank you for giving me this opportunity. I wanted to make this an interactive session with Atuya because rarely do we get people who believe in their party on this show like Atuya. I'll still go back to a question that I asked Atuya. I heard Atuya and Mukile saying that when Raila wins the presidency, that document that they deposited today or yesterday, the document, the coalition agreement document, gives them permission to overthrow the constitution and rule according to what the council says. I'm still waiting for you to show or quote for me which section that document says. Number two, you are talking about a president being held captive by a council. I want to ask you, Atuya, today here, when a president is being sworn in, what does a president swear fidelity to? Is it the constitution or is it a national governing council? And number three, this is about UDA nominations. I heard you today saying you had a very successful nomination process and you gave it about 68%. I got that number very correctly from you. I want you to tell me, if UDA said that it has over 5 million members as a party, why did you use the IEBC register? And if you used the IEBC register, was this nomination justified, correct, or it was a flawed process?
First, good questions, Makiadi. You really insisting on me giving the actual clause in that agreement that stipulates that Azimio will suspend the constitution and rule according to the council's rules. You might have heard me say that, but that is not what I really meant. But it is what I mean. That is not what I really meant, but it is what I mean in context. This is how I want to address it. The Raila Odinga, as you have asked me, will swear in if he wins. That is a big if. My UDA people, don't kill me. If he wins, he will swear to protect the constitution. That is a fact, and that is something that we all agree on. Raila Odinga, if he wins the presidency, he will be governed by the constitution and all that comes around the legal issues surrounding the presidency. Now, our biggest worry is the amendment that you guys bulldozed recently makes it legal that any agreement that has been deposited there it's legally binding, and that any agreement that they make, it is something that is legally enforceable. Now, this is where the catch is, that Raila can't go against what they agreed. And this is something legal. This is something he can be forced into legally. Someone can go to court for that. Now, if whatever they agreed is legally binding, then it means that they have also in those agreements, they have given the council lots of powers. And who is the head of that council? The president. Now, this is our concern. The president will have substantial power, not constitutional power, but substantial power in that coalition that is actually legally binding. I don't know if I've explained that, because Richie, I'm actually on your time, and you asked me a question.
Okay, when you say that the document says the president will have power to control the council. By the president, you mean Uhuru Kenyatta?
Yeah.
So Uhuru Kenyatta will not be the president. Let me just remind you, Uhuru Kenyatta will be a private. Uhuru Kenyatta will be a private. Yeah, Uhuru Kenyatta will be a private citizen, number one. Number two, if the document that is deposited with the Register of Political Parties goes against the Constitution, what do you expect? Will the Constitution reign supreme, or will the coalition agreement reign supreme? Between the documents, which one is more superior than the other?
Of course, the Constitution. My issue is here, Makere, and I'm sure we will agree here. My issue is here that policies. Let me read that point. According to the agreement, the council will be charged with the governance of the coalition party and give policy direction of the coalition. Now, policy is all about governance. Policy is the biggest in terms of Raila Odinga's presidency will have policies. Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta will be the chair of that council that will come up with policies that will guide Raila Odinga's government. And that is where our concern is. We will have a failed statesman in that chair or chairing that council.
I think, Atuya, your statements are only based on assumptions, number one. Number two, I want you to draw a parallel between the statement that you've read, talking about policies that govern a coalition. You know, there's a difference between a ruling party and the government. Do you know there's a difference between that? Mm-hmm. Do you want to tell me that right now, because there's a Jubilee party and there's a Uhuru Kenyatta government, that the two tangle? There are things that the Jubilee party does that are not related to the government of Uhuru Kenyatta. And so when you try to marry the issue of coalition party and the government of Raila Odinga, then you are misleading us. And that is why I said here, most of the things that you guys have made, most of the statements that you guys have made today are basically based on propaganda, rumors, assumptions, and we cannot let you go unchallenged. Let me ask you this. You guys said you are, I think it was Mokile, said that you guys are in a working relationship with the ANC for the Kenya and the rest of the parties, Akina Jibebe. So now that we have a coalition of party under Azimio, with the Jubilee and the rest, deposited with the Registrar of Political Parties. You guys have not deposited any document with the Registrar of Political Parties. Tell me, if you play ANC or for the Kenya, who is going to defend them? Where are they going to run to so that they get a share of the government if you ever win?
You know, the reason why you guys had to deposit an agreement document, it is because Raila Odinga is known to be a very deceitful leader. So Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta and the company, to protect themselves, they had to come up with a law to protect themselves from Raila Odinga. Or else, we in Kenya Kwanza, we are trustworthy. It is not a must to reinforce our relationship legally. It is based on mutual agreement. And it's been agreed. If there is a document that will be deposited, it will. But it is not a must that we must have a legal document to protect some people. We are not liars. We are not deceitful leaders. We are a coalition of the willing. We have not been forced to come together, and that's why we don't need any legal enforcement to glue us together, like the other side. You can tell what is going on right the other side. And there's an issue I have. You spoke yesterday. I came in the house late. I could not join.
So again, Atuya, you've just answered me on the basis of assumptions. You've just answered me on the basis of assumptions that you assume you guys are glued together because you trust each other. You have no document. The thing is, you have no legal document that is deposited with the Register of Political Parties, which, just in case ANC or for Kenya feels like they have been aggrieved, they can turn onto probably to sue UDA. You have no document. That is what you're telling me, right?
I don't want to answer that with surety, but what I will tell you is that we don't need one. If need be, I'm sure they have crafted one that is sacred, but we don't need one. We are a coalition of friends. We are a coalition of people who are not liars. We are not deceitful. We have been brought together because of the problems we want to solve of this country. We are not there to grab leadership, share political power. We are there to save this country. So we don't need to be legally glued. It is a coalition of the willing. But need be, we have a battery of lawyers in that coalition that has been taken care of.
Atuya, you know, I would have argued with you if you had facts. And if this argument is based on assumptions and propaganda rumors, then I don't want to go further than that. But then I want to revisit the question that I asked you about the legality and fidelity. No, actually, the transparency of the nomination process that you did yesterday. You've been singing to us that you have over 5 million members, UDA members. I want to ask you, yesterday we realized that you guys carried out a nomination process using the IEBC register. Now, when you use an IEBC register, then it means any person who is not a party member and is a registered voter can come in and vote for whoever they want. So I want you to tell me here today, do you believe that the nomination process that took place yesterday was free, fair, and transparent?
You know, UDA is a national party, and where we conducted nominations in the counties where we conducted the nominations, there is belief that 90 to 99% of the occupants are UDA supporters. Don't face the sky. UDA supporters. So if you use an IBC register, if you use a party register, they are the same individuals. Now, the issue why the UDA register was not used, there was an issue with the transfer of members from the original political parties to current UDA. We have over 5 million registered members, but the registrar of political parties made it willingly made it hard for our supporters to legally and officially move to their new current parties. If you check my membership currently, it will tell you I'm registered and what, but I have not fully been registered because there are some documents they want. So they made it hard for UDA members because they knew that most of them were walking away from Jubilee. So that's why they made it deliberately hard for us to move so that we can face a legal hurdle in nominations. That's why it was even passed in that draconian law that you passed. But the courts were there to stop that. So in terms of the legality, there is, I cannot conclusively say that it was 100% legal, you can find something that you can go to a court of law and say that ABCD was not done legally. But to some extent, it was free and fair and legal. Yeah.
Yeah, I think actually I don't want to go that route, because now it looks like all we are talking about here is assumptions and rumors, and you've just confirmed to us that there might be other party members, people from Jubilee, who voted in that particular process. So for me, I think today's topic, UDA nominations, I think people were fixed. The nomination process was not free. It was not fair. I think it was a failure. And I think it was over ambitious for you guys to run a nomination process in over 37 counties in one day, something that has been even a challenge to the IEBC. And I'm even beginning to doubt whether the members, the people who were declared winners, won fairly. And so moving forward, I think you should just shut up when it comes to talking about party nomination, because there was a shambolic, and you've just shown us that you guys are very undemocratic. I'll leave it there. Maybe Domi can come in and give his statement or something.
Okay, good morning, good evening, all of you. I'm happy to see Tuya, Emba, Selina, Richard, and Penny Nyagaka, who is not appearing there. I don't know where he is. But okay, let me first talk about the party nominations that happened in the UDA party held. To me, I think what I've seen with the UDA majorly, they are full of hype, mandazi type of talking. You have a very big team which has nothing inside, and they have proved several times that is what they are. There is something that I will recognize and I like in your party leader, Ruto. What he is good at is that he's so confident, even if he has nothing, he will tell you that he has everything. And I normally see that one with and I think I'll still refer it to what used to happen in Germany with this guy Hitler. The confidence he had and the ability of, okay, they talk of the gift of gab, the ability to talk, made it very easy for everybody to believe what he said, just because of the confidence of speaking. But what this guy really worked on is to ensure that there is no voice of reason. There is no way reason can take place. If you start reasoning with him, he will try to brush it off, not by facts, but to ensure that you just don't talk or you don't just think. That's how he has assembled people like the likes of Moses Kuria around him. People who don't, in fact, when you check, those people who are thrown out of the nomination are people who at least have some substance in their mind or in their talking. They have something. Most of those people who came in are like, and it's like it's replicating what happened the preliminaries of Jubilee, when he managed to push away those people who had some substance in their heads, so that to get people who he can control very easily. Whoever that does not agree with him, whoever that he feels that this person is a threat, he'll work out to get you out. Okay, that's what I see that happened in those nominations. Okay, let me comment something about what has been discussed here, what I found being discussed here. I think what I'll say with what I can comment on what Atuya and this other guy have been presenting here is that the problem is there is a lot of assumptions. You take resident in, and you want to bring those assumptions to make them look like very big for everybody to believe in. Now, for example, okay, you have read to us the articles in the agreement of, that Azimio presented, registered in at the political parties. You are forgetting. I'll remind you, together with what I think. Let me add on what Richard Matiadas presented. You see, you can't take a document of a party and take it to look like it's over, above the Constitution. The Constitution is what the president swears to protect. The party organ or the leadership of the party is there to advise the president. And it is good to have people to advise you. Even in the Bible, it says in Proverbs, where there is much counsel, things run smooth. A person who does not want counsel, that person ends up misleading the group. That is, this somebody who believes that whatever he says is law. And that is what dictators do. I have never seen anywhere in this world where a deputy president or a vice president is ready to counter every statement the president is making. And by the way, let's get this clear. I think let's get this clear. You cannot keep on sabotaging your boss and expect that you'll be in good terms. Forget about it. It will not happen. And also, you are challenging whatever that is doing right, you are against. Let me give you an example of a retrogressive mind that the deputy president was presenting to us. When the president started this small arms factory in Ruiru, the deputy president was saying that money would have been taken to the, I think it's normally called the cottage industry, whereby, okay, like Bama, where they're constructing some, whatever, those small, those parts like pans or whatever. You are forgetting that however many pans that these guys make, for it to for the business to survive, it is supposed to be, they are supposed to be bought. And they're supposed to be bought by those people who have an income. And the income and best come from those investments, like industries, like farming, which the deputy president has never been keen into. Has never been keen. He's talking. Yes, everything that he's been talking about is about promoting the small businesses. The small businesses depend on the income of the residents. Now you see, the whole thing is, this is somebody who does not even entertain being told, being talked to. How to expect that person to be a good ruler? It means this guy is a dictator. And that is it. A dictator does not listen, remember? Does not listen to opinions. We need, and the best thing could be that arrangement where there is a council that can sit down the president and tell him that here you are going right, here we think it's not. If you go to this direction, it may not be going well. The time Kibaki took over power from Moi, there was a council. But when he did not honor the council, that is where now things went bad. But when he was going to, when the council was there of other leaders, he had a very easy time of doing the business, because there were people around him. He would listen to everybody. But when the council ceased to exist, he started to listen to people of selfish interest. So it is important to have a council. And whichever way, councils are very important. And more so, you cannot avoid the council of a person who has been the leader of the nation, because he knows where he has taken the nation up to. And he can tell you that I have done this up to here, so start from here, going on. And if anything,
Okay, Domi. You need to summarize.
Okay, let me summarize. You cannot avoid, because let me give you an example of Kibaki. When he took power, everybody despised Moi. But at one point, he had to go to look for Moi. If we have been in Kenya and we remember there was a time he had to go look for Moi, because there were some technicalities that he needed to cancel from Moi. So don't tell us. And remember, Moi was the greatest failure. We are not talking of failures of Uhuru alone. Moi failed badly. But despite the failure, there was something, some sense that Kibaki needed from Moi. So don't tell us that Uhuru does not have a contribution he can make in the nation. And remember also that when you are telling us that there is nowhere in the law that prevents the previous president from taking part in the leadership, that one hatuya you hapo hivyo na udanganya. There is nowhere. Hakuna. That's my submission.
Okay, thank you. Katu, habari gani? Umeamka ukalala?
Habari yako Themba, it's been long.
What's up? Campaign ulienda mchujo ya UDA?
Nilikuwa kwa mchujo ya UDA, so I'm really surprised when I'm seeing Atuya making a lot of defense for UDA. And
So unajua wewe na Atuya mnatoka the same village. Sasa it's okay, unajua it can never be easy for watu za UDA.
Ndio maana baba
wewe Kasudi.
Ngoja, ndio maana unapea Atuya priority. Ni sawa tu. Wacha interject.
Kasudi.
Sawa tu.
Kasudi, nitakurudisha huko chini. Katwe kaa hapo kidogo. Kasudi amekuja hapa mara mingi. Wacha nimwache aongee. alafu tumwache alale. Unaona amekula vitu zake, but ako na point anataka kusema. Kasudi.
Mimi nimekwambia kitu mimi nitasema ni kwamba wewe Dominic, sijui wasi sina sivi unena wewe, sina sivi nena. Okay, wachana Dominic, acha tukae hapa. Mimi nasema hivi, if there is any shambolic kitu, all these things Atuya atakwambia ni ukweli. Unaona the mighty, kuna Biblia, kwa Biblia kuna mahali verse, kuna scripture inasema ya kwamba the captive of the mighty or shall be set free. Yani sijui Themba, wacha kuangalia chini. I don't know if you understand what I'm saying. The captive of the mighty shall be set free. Sasa hapa niko hapa kwa Atuya. Atuya ameenda wapi? Ametoroka. Mimi nilikuwa nataka kwa trace Atuya. Wallahi. The captive of the mighty shall be set free. Inamaanisha nini? Unaona the mighty people wale walikuwa wanapika mdomo kusema vile sijui wheelbarrow iko safi, sijui iko juu, sijui iko nani. It was strategically, ilikuwa imetengenezwa. Those the might one lazima wangelambishwa chini. Ndio muone, niliwaambia kitu hapa. Martin ataniambia, atakubaliana na mimi. Wallahi, kama kuna mtu atakubaliana na mimi ni Mato, kwa sababu nimekuwa hapa kwa hii station every day nasema ya kwamba William Ruto is a schemer, na ni mtu anajua ni kitu gani anataka kufanya lini, saa ngapi na ni wapi. So all the mighty in UTA. Wewe ngoja nikwambie, wacha nikuuliza swali tu. Kositani. Who is Kositani when it comes to deputy president? Who is Kositani? Who? Alafu unaniambia ati amelambishwa nini? Hiyo ilikuwa ilidisainiwa hivyo, ifanywe hivyo. Huyo Kositani, alafu ndio mkuje msema hapa, mnakuja Atuya hapa anakuja kutuambia hapa ati ile kwa free and fair. Wapi? Saa ngapi? Wewe unajua Kositani? Who's Kositani? Ni kama when you talk about Kositani, it seems like you are talking about Sudi kwa deputy president. Sudi is a mouthpiece ya president. Whatever Sudi says is what deputy president says. Amemaanisha, na hiyo ndio amesema yeye. Unajua sisi tunasema ngati unaona okay, ni safi. Alafu unaona mtu yani for example unakuta mtu, mimi nasema, alafu Dominic anakuja hapa anaongea ananipaka mafuta, alafu anasema kwa sababu sijui kwa sababu maana pengine in one way or another kuna mahali tumekutana na Dominic tukaongea, tukareconcile ama tukafanya mambo ABCD, alafu tukakuja tuko sawa. So Sudi is the mouthpiece of deputy president. Hiyo ni safi, hiyo weka kando. Sasa mimi nataka kuwauliza nyinyi, who is Kositani? Nyinyi kama mnajua tu, it was designed that way. Iliwekwa hivyo ati museme ati Kositani anyang'anywe, yani ionekana ati kuna mtu ametoka from nowhere akaondoa Costa. Nani alikwambia hivyo? Uongo mtupu, uongo mtupu. Hiyo iko designed to make sure that wamepersuade, waseme UDA wamefanya. No, that was, if there was shambolic, desperate, sijui nini, kitu yenye haieleweki, atuya, there is no way you can tell me or unaweza kujapa udefend about UDA nomination. It was designed to be that way, whereby nikuuliza swali, who is Sosioni? Sosioni sisi tulimunominate tukiwa kutoka ODM. Sosioni was the nominated MP from ODM, whereby it's ni Baba alinominate Sosioni, so that Baba akili alikuwa nayo ni kwamba wafanyikazi wakuwe na voice, whereby bunge ndio inatengeneza sheria, bunge ndio inafanya mambo zote. So akasema ya kwamba, so in the parliament where the laws being made, sheria zinatungwa, wacha nifanye hivi, nichukue mtu mmoja kutoka hao wafanyikazi wetu wazuri, tunawapenda, wanaelimisha watoto wetu, tunawapenda, wacha nichukue Sosioni kumbavu. Sosioni kumbavu akapelekwa bunge through ODM, through Baba. Alafu wewe, hebu nikuulize swali. Wewe Sosioni huyo mmoja, huyo ndiye mmoja ako anapika kelele, anasema ati sijui nini kumefanywa kukaenda atuya. What will you tell me about it? About Sosioni? Wacha tusiende mambo mingi. What will you tell me about Warukuru? Do you know Warukuru? Who is Warukuru? Warukuru alikuja hapa hili, tukasandaisi Warukuru na tukamtengeneza na tukamfanya akakuwa Warukuru. Wakati aliclimb akafika pale juu, akaona ya kwamba amegain umaarufu. Aligain, by the way, tulitoa Warukuru uko chini, tukamleta pale juu, akagain hiyo umaarufu from Laikipia. Mimi I'm a voter in Laikipia, despite the fact that I'm a Luya, I come from Bungoma, but I'm a voter in Laikipia. So when I talk about politics of Laikipia, I know what I'm saying, what I'm talking about. So Warukuru tukamtoa huko chini, tukamleta Azimio, akaenda hapa hili, akakuwa sanitized, tukamleta, profile yake ikapanda. Kabla binifu, inasemanga kabla binifu, akarudi wapi? Akarudi kule kwa wheelbarrow, akawekelewa juu ya wheelbarrow. Ndio hiyo amesukumwa na wheelbarrow, akapelekwa Laikipia, akapelekwa na wheelbarrow Laikipia. Alafu watu wa Laikipia wakasema, hii kumbafu hii inakuja mnatuleta hapa. Hakuna wheelbarrow inaweza, haiwezi make. You don't know who is dirty. Dirty is the only man who challenged Irungu nani right, the sitting governor. I know, I was in those campaigns, nilikuwa pale na nikafanya na tukafanya. Dirty, well, you don't know who is dirty. So hizi scheme zote Warukuru, there was no way Warukuru could get even a ticket in UDA. That was designed. Mlikuwa mnaona ati huyu ni mama Simba, mkamweka jina, mkampea jina wapi? Ngoja kidogo. Ngoja,
maneno.
I'm Themba, thank you. I'm summarizing.
Dakika moja.
Okay, thank you. Huyu mama huyu tunaita Keti wa Rukuru huyu. Mimi niko hapo kwa sababu she's I didn't vote for her. Okay, she's whatever, women rep, but I didn't vote for her. Me, I voted for Irungu Kangata, nani the current MP. Hiyo ni sawa kwa sababu alikuwa independent. Hiyo ni sawa. Nikavote jamaa wa ODM, whereby ukiangalia, ukienda kwa structure na uende uangalie Laikipia. Wacha nikwambie, Laikipia is the richest county. The richest county iko na diasporas people. Western, Nyanza, wote tuko Laikipia. Alafu imagine, hebu Themba nikuuliza swali, imagine hiyo watu wote wa diaspora kutoka Nyanza, kutoka Western, kutoka wherever, alafu wanasema Laikipia imetoa 0. Yani kusema ukweli 0. Mimi najua nilienda nikavotia baba, nilienda nikawekelea baba kura hivi nikaweka mimi mwenyewe, alafu wanasema Laikipia ati ilitoka 0. Surely, for heaven's sake, we are paying this one. This one we must pay for it. So they must pay for it. Okay, it was designed ya kwamba vigogo waangushwe, alafu sasa Ruto akuja atuambia ati mnaona mahasola wameangusha vigogo. Wapi? Saa ngapi? Tunajua hii. Nilikwambia baba akiwa amekaa upper hill hapo chini kwa kiti kwa mti, anaona mbali kuliko Ruto akiwa amepanda juu ya Times Tower. Times Tower hiyo ndio ya KRA hapo juu, is the tallest building East and Central Africa. Ukiwa umepanda pale juu, si wacha KICC, wachana na KICC, East and Central Africa. Baba akiwa amekaa hapa hili chini kwa ofisi yake, anaona mbali kuliko Ruto akiwa amepanda Times Tower. Thank you. Lakini watu wa UDA wasikuje kutuambia hapo. Mimi nimekasirika sana nikisikia Hatuya anakuja hapa, anakuja kutuambia, na ni vile mumenikazia, ninge submit mbeleni, lakini Hatuya bwana. Themba, thank you by the way, umenieta na nimeongea, Hatuya amenisikia, ni sawa. Dominic, na wewe wacha kuchanganyikiwa bwana. Acha kuchanganyikiwa.
Tosha Kasudi. Naona umeongea sasa, umetoa yale yalikuwa moyoni, so tumekusikia and sasa tulia hapo. Wacha nilete Katwe.
I think one thing I like about when you're debating with someone like Hatuya, I want to congratulate him because he really gives you the run for your money. And he has made me to do a lot of research on what he has been saying. And one thing I've realized about UDA is that when I'm looking at their portal, the first thing that you'll meet on the front page of their page, actually, it is the registered number of members of UDA. And I want to ask myself, why would they do it at the first instant of when you're opening a portal? The first thing that you see depicts what you sell, what you really want people to see. It's like a balloon where the first thing you'll have to understand is that the balloon is big. And that is how you can lie to a kid how the balloon is big. But in the real sense, when somebody is looking, anybody who knows a characteristic of a balloon is that is an air-filled object that is there to deceive a kid that when you're having it, you have something big that you can play with. But look at if somebody can check on their portal, the first thing that you'll meet is 6,942,397. That is 6 million. Eh? So you're asking yourself, why would they start by selling their registered members on the portal? And I know Atuya is taking it right now to confirm. And it's really amazing me how much these people are selling. But if I was to ask myself another question, why would they have registered 6 million people, yet the voter turnout was less than? Actually, it was less than, if we were to take their numbers, we leave the numbers for the IBC, we were to get around, let's say 12 to 15% of the voter turnout countrywide. But when you take the register for IBC that they were using, some of us happen to be observers in what they were doing. You could tell that from one station that I was in, the number of registered voters, dead or alive, 1,901 registered IBC voter turnout, IBC voter registration. But the voter turnout in that particular polling station was 63. Then you're asking yourself, where is the 6 million that they purport to have registered? And why would they want to use the IBC register rather than to push for the registrar of political parties to verify their registration as fast as they could, so that they can use it in nomination? You could tell that once a person was going to the polling station, at some point their names were missing because IBC has not verified the register. Yet again, they say they've got 6 million. If at all they had this 6 million,
Temba usinitume quarantine, lakini umeona Hatuya ametoroka kwa sababu amejua amepikwa.
Kasudi, tafadhali, I don't want to send you to quarantine. Endelea Katwe.
And I wish I could flow, but now when I'm checking that, if at all we had a 4.5 million voter turnouts, I would have appreciated that UDA is working very well in the 36 counties that they conducted nominations. Because after all that, you could see the voter apathy, especially on the mountain, they had 2% voter turnout. 2%, let me give them 3% because of maybe they will say the person who gave out the statistics is from Azimio or probably from the deep state, the way they purport. But let me give them 5%. 5% in Mount Kenya should be worrying William Ruto. And the problem with the mountain leaves William Ruto the time that he needs the mountain the most. Take an example, and I'll give you scenarios before I come to the coalition that Atuya was talking about. One, the time when BBI was voting the county assemblies were voting for BBI, the mountain left William Ruto. The time we had a problem in Nairobi where there was that case of assault for that young lady, and I could tell William Ruto wanted to test the strength between him and the state when he said, what were Pikipiki? The people of Pikipiki are the ones that he proposed to be having support from. And he said that, please, can you go and get your motorbikes from the police stations? Still, these people left him. This is the third time the mountain is frustrating William Ruto. Who is playing a Trojan horse in the camp of William Ruto? Is it the people from the mountain, or is he himself playing as a Trojan horse in his home turf by himself? You could tell that the mountain was not satisfied by the way they conducted the nominations, but when William Ruto sent the likes of Akina Murkomen to go and check the nomination process in the mountain, and the mountain was asking, don't we have other bigwigs in the, do we have a secretariat who is a Kikuyu? Why wasn't she sent to go and check the nomination process in the mountain? But yet we were brought the likes of Akina Murkomen minions to come and check these nominations. Lastly, I would like to talk about the coalition that he has been talking about. And it truly made me to do a research on what is a coalition. A coalition means an alliance of two or more political parties formed for the purpose of pursuing a common goal. There are pre-election and post-election coalition. What are the processes of entering a coalition? The parties which are members of the coalition, the policies and objectives of the coalition, the structure of the coalition, blah, 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 it goes down. This is what I want Atuya to get, the last part. What are the effects of a coalition to an individual or parties? Each party in a coalition is still recognized as a legal entity, as an independent legal existence. Need not register a coalition name, slogan, or symbol, but may use each other name, slogan, or symbol in popularizing the coalition. No candidate is nominated on a coalition ticket. And that brings me to my point where Atuya was trying to lie to us as to why, as William Ruto was running as a UDA party member, party presidential candidate, and not in a coalition. We all know that William Ruto has been making grievous mistakes, political mistakes from the past. And we say this because we know that William Ruto was a boarding student in the school of Daniel Toroitich Arap Moi, and came for his pupillage in the school of Raila Amolo Odinga. He knows the mistakes that Moi has done. He knows the mistakes that Raila Amolo Odinga has done when it comes to coalition agreements. He knows that from 2007, he has very good experience on how to maneuver through the government. One of it being from the experience of the Grand Coalition. And then you come to the coalition that he made with Uhuru Kenyatta in 2013. And then you come to the party that he formed with Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta in 2017. Take those three scenarios. One came to the government through a post-coalition agreement through a grand coalition. That is 2007. And he was made a very powerful man in Kenya. Secondly, in 2013, he became the same, let's say, an equal principle in a government when he was running URP. That's the second experience. The third experience, and he knows that he made a mistake, was to break down URP to join Jubilee as a coalition party. He realized that he had lost power. And nobody gets power only to relinquish it. And that is what William Ruto is doing. He is not going to UDA, he is not contesting using UDA just to relinquish power, because he knows that, one, if he joins hands to become a coalition party, then the power will be split. And that is what William Ruto is doing right now. He's not doing it for Kenyans. He's not doing it for anybody just because he loves Kenyans. William Ruto comes first before even his wife or children. That is William Ruto for you. Thank you.
Okay, I want to hear from Ndeto. Ndeto had raised his hand. Halafu, Ndeto, as you speak, kindly also give your submission, because after that, we want to start taking our closing remarks.
Thembo umeniharakisha bana.
It's a good Friday. It's a good Friday. We want people to. It's a Easter holiday, man. We wanna start. Hata uliona tulianza late kidogo leo, so we wanna start, celebrating.
I admire that, lakini wacha nifanye submission baadaye. Mimi nilikuwa tu nataka kuambia nani ilikuwa hiyo
Baadaye saa ngapi, man? Baadaye saa ngapi?
Si uko mbele kidogo, wacha nijipange.
Mbele kidogo, saa ngapi?
Wakiendelea tu nitaingilia mahali, we wacha na akue Kondenya. We nilikuwa nataka kuambia, mimi nilikuwa nataka tu statement moja tu ya kuambia Katwe very nice, but the percentage nilikuwa nataka tu kumwambia it's 2%, it's not 5%. Mimi nitakuja huko tu tukiendeleaga. Don't give me my submission right now.
We are closing, man. Okay. Nataka tuanze kuchukua our closing remarks, and I will start with those guys who have been silent for a while. Selina, Mama Selina huko? Okay, that silence tells a lot. Maybe she's asleep. Ngoja Kasudi bana. Wewe ushakuja mpaka umetoa submission yako. Si utulie. Mkono ni ya nini? Ngoja Kasudi. Utakuja nini yako? Eka mkono chini. Umekunywa zile ziko na nini leo? Haya, we will start with Atuya. Kwa sababu amementioniwa mara mingi. Sasa Atuya, do your response to the mentions.
Adui ametominate hii show.
Wewe,
Mimi nimekuwa huko.
So Atuya, we'll start with you. You give your if there's any that you need to respond to, but I really don't think there's anything you need to respond to, but maybe you'll disagree with me. So as you also give your closing remark, and then I move to Richard Makia. Richard Makiadi, you will give us your submission, and also, you know, we are in the Bill of Rights, so you'll go into Article 21. I think we did Article 19, 20, so we have Article 21, Bill of Rights. As I'm just preparing you psychologically, so as you wait for your time, you can be looking at it. And then we come to Maggie. Maggie huko? Maggie pia kamelala, lakini ni sawa tu. Najua atakuja hapa aseme, Themba nilikuwa hapa. Alafu tukuje kwa Katwe. Alafu Matoso. Wacha tuanze na Atuya. Atuya.
Themba wacha ni regain nini yangu basi. Let me finish now, alafu nisikize.
Wewe tushapita hapo. Tushatoka huko. Wewe kaa hapo tu. Atuya.
Martin, you grab your chance. In politics, opportunity comes once.
Yeah, so been brutal today. Ageniacha tu nimalize saizi basi. Kasiko ajua kani kufunga.
I'll donate my minutes. I don't have a lot to say. Just wanted to respond to Kasuti telling us that Sosiona Mepango and Waiguru. That's not true. Sosiona has not even lost to the incumbent. Remember, the incumbent has also lost, and the way that senator was really William Ruto darling. So ni ground imepanga wananchi. And then with Waruguru, she's actually went for an opponent she could not fight at the moment. Maybe she could have calculated her moves, go for women rep again, and then try another seat. But she went for a seat that she could not fight the opponent. Kositana ameshindwa na raia. He has not even been beaten by someone close to William Ruto. And if you can remember what William Ruto said, yeye hatajihusisha na siasa ya Rift Valley until after nominations. Wacha wananchi wenyewe waamue, they come up with the list, ndio yeye aingia hapo. So there's nobody who amepangwa. Like, that is what the wananchi wamefanya. You can be very noisy, and I'm telling you for free, if ODM did free and fair nominations, maybe hata Otiendo Molo angekuwa, maybe hata
Niruhusu tu ni interject ya Atuya. Niruhusu.
Acha nimalize. So if ODM did actually nominations in some centers free and fair, mungeona some big wigs pia wangeenda. It is not something that Ruto is planning. Now, to respond to Katwe, you said that UDA we have 6 million registered voters, and they were nowhere to be seen during our primaries. I want to tell you that we have over 6 million registered, but only about 2 million have been verified by the ORPP. They have openly made it difficult for our members to transfer because they know it will affect Jubilee. That was the issue. They made it so hard for us to transfer our members from Jubilee and ODM to UDA. That's why we were forced to use the register, the IBC register. Number two, the match publicized and said low voter turnouts, and let's focus on Mount Kenya, because Rift Valley, even if 1% turnout yesterday, I could not be worried that when time comes, they will come out. If you could realize, most seats in Central were already settled. Tell me any major battle that was going on in Mount Kenya, apart from Kiambu. Kiambu, even the UDA candidates, I will confidently say they don't even stand a chance to win that seat. Tell me, in the case of, we had Kabogo, Moses Kuria, Wamatangi and Maina Jungle in UDA, then you could have seen the numbers. Those people are questioning why those numbers, at least we had MCAs that we should have had numbers. I want to tell you that the bigger seats attract people. People can leave work to come and vote for a governor. So because most of those seats were settled, very few people turned out to elect MCAs, and even most MP positions were already settled. So it was not about the people of Mount Kenya not coming out. Most seats were settled. It was already settled. Somebody was questioning Katu again, it why Murkomen was sent to Central to go and be an arbiter there. It is only fair to send someone who is neutral. If you send Rigathi Gachagua to Embu, he might be having people he likes. He comes from that region. You rather send me to a place where I'm very neutral, so that I can be a neutral arbiter. And he went there to just guide the process, not to choose them who UDA wants. He went there as a neutral arbiter. We could not send a person from there. He could be having ties. So there's no qualms about that. Murkomen went there just as a neutral arbiter. You said William Ruto breaking up URP was the biggest mistake. I think it was the most genius move he made maybe in his political career. Had he not broke URP in 2013 and around 2017, if they had gone into 2017 election still in alliances of TNA and URP, it could have been very difficult for William Ruto to penetrate the mountain with his URP party. URP was seen as a Kalenjin party. It is good that he went to UDA, into Jubilee as one entity. They were chased. He ran out with the rest of the Jubilee members and formed UDA, which is now a national party. There is no way URP could have penetrated Central. So it was not an ingenious move. It was a very genius move from the deputy president. And I don't think I have much to say. I hope nobody rebuts again. I think we have had a really good discussion, and that will be coming earlier, man.
Thank you, Atuya. Mimi unajua ile kitu nakumbuka na Ketu wa Ruguru ni ile matusi alikuwa na, yani huyo mama matusi ile alikuwanga tu nayo alafu anaenda anaongea ni kama preacher anazomea rais, anazomea Uhuru, anazomea Raila, anazomea sasa sisi tumeamua. I mean, that's not politics. That's not politics. Mimi huyo kwanza vile alilambishwa floor, nilisema yenyewe Atuya huyo ukimwona msalimie, mwambie tumemsalimia.
The good thing is they were replaced by UDA diehards. That's the good thing.
It doesn't matter. You know, it doesn't matter. Sisi Sisi huyo ndiye alitutusi, huyo mwingine akuje tu, huyo mwingine huyo hata akikuja it's okay, lakini huyo every Sunday, alafu sijui alikuwa anaita nini wapi, anaita mama Simba wa sijui wapi, but ile kitu imemwangusha chini ni loyalty. Oh, mara ako na Uhuru, oh, mara ako na UDA, oh, mara bado nafikiria niende upande gani, oh, sasa nimeamua. I mean, be on one side. Makiadi uko tayari? Constitution ndio tutasoma baadaye lakini.
Okay, sasa unajua leo nimeshindwa kudebate na Atuya because Atuya huwa anakuja hapa na facts. Leo ameniangusha because amekuja na propaganda. Nimejaribu kusikiza ile kitu wanaongea na mahali ametoa reference hana. So
Unaona
basically
hata mimi nimemchapa na propaganda, ndio sasa twende draw.
yeah, so basically Atuya leo umeniangusha. I expected more from you, but you've come here with a lot of hearsay, presumptions, and mahali umeniangusha kabisa ni mahali umesema kwamba Kenya Kwanza Alliance do not need a document because they trust each other. I think in the near future we'll have this conversation after the elections. I was happy, like Vemba said, when I saw most of these names being chopped on the board. And there are these guys that Raila, I think Raila is a very generous man and mtu wa roho safi because amechukua watu kutoka kwa dustbin, the likes of Duale, although I know Duale was not contesting, was not fighting for a nomination certificate, but the likes of Duale alitolewa kwa port huko, sijui alikuwa anapima weight ya container, Raila akamleta na akamfanya MP. This other guy anaitwa Isaac Mwaura. I don't know where Raila got that guy from. Akakuja akamfanya MP. Roho safi kabisa. Akachukua Sosioni kutoka huko kwa Nati ikianguka. Akakuja akampatia kazi. Sosioni akakuwa na kiburi, dakika ya mwisho akaenda. Mwaura alikuwa na kiburi, dakika ya mwisho akaondoka. So Raila is a very good person. Most of these people wametengeneza career yao, walifika mahali wakamea pembe, and you've seen how this thing has gone. So I was happy when the likes of Ketu Waruguru, the person who's been referring to kama Raila to ule mzee wa kusinzia ni kama amedungwa na sese. Like, you know, sometimes politicians wanaongeaga vitu zingine, you forget that politics is transitional. The likes of this lady wa women rep wa Bomet, nimeona clip ingine ina circulate kwa media akisema baba tunakupeleka Bondo. So hata yeye ametangulia kuenda nyumbani kabla baba aende. So it was a very good thing. You know, the only thing yenye naweza sema ilikuwa successful kwa your nomination ni kwamba mlituondolea wale watu upiga kelele wanafanya hii party yenu UDA inakaa ni kama is a very famous party. At least we have newcomers ambao Ruto anaweza kucontrol na anaweza team, which is a good thing. And I don't know how dangerous it's going to be in terms of protecting the democracy, because most of these guys, I don't think they can stand up to Ruto. Atakuwa anasema kitu na wanafuata, akisema twende left wanaenda left, akisema right ni right. Now, the nomination process itself, I believe it was not verifiable, because Atuya has just confirmed here today that there is a possibility that Jubilee members might have voted in that nomination. There's a possibility that ODM members might have voted in that nomination. So basically what Atuya has confirmed today is that that process was a sham. It is not verifiable. And when you guys keep on telling us that you have over 5 million voters, supporters, I expected to see the numbers out. You might have selectively talked about your numbers and the turnout in Central Kenya or Mount Kenya region, but I also want to remind you that in Western Kenya, basically there was no elections. There were no people queuing. There was basically zero presence of UDA activity. So as we have always talked about here, yesterday was confirmation that UDA is basically a Rift Valley party. and by Rift Valley, you know what I mean, and some elements in Mount Kenya. And looking at the whole thing, August is going to be a mountain for you guys. The best thing you can do right now ni kuongea na Ruto a withdraw candidature yake, angoje maybe 2030 huko kwenda mbele. Nimemalizia hapo.
Safi Richi Makiadi. Unajua hatui hata umwambie ilikuwa 2%. He will not believe it. Okay. Bato.
Remember, my brother.
Nasikia huku chini naambiwa ati sijui I'm being unfair to watu wa Azimio sijui nini. I'm doing one thing that I don't want. I want us to observe civility at all times.
No, uko sawa. Unajua remember when you're running a show like this which is international, pia saa zingine lazima pia ujisimamishie mali uko. Si ati ni kitu hatujui. Ulikuja hapo ukatuambia kuna vitu zingine utafanya na lazima tutii. You told us Richie kwa hapa hivi ukisema hiyo siku. So ulituambia na kila mtu mwenye alikuwa nasikiza alijua zile vitu ulisema mimi sitafanya, utapigana na vitu zingine nini, and today you're living what you said.
Yeah. Karibu Mato.
So,
toa your submission alafu pia closing remark.
yeah. Usikue, I mean it's okay. Hata sisi lazima tukue tunatii. Sasa mimi mi yangu ni jamii nagonga kuna zingine ambiwa ati emotional sijui nini, but you know I actually speak the truth. Richie does the same, and that's why I like us at the end of it. Let me start with, it's funny so much that the big mouths in UDA wenye walikuwa wanagonga baba, some of them are out, and then now you wonder where they're gonna go. And now I mean, like I'm saying, me, I think today my submission today is let the games begin. Saizi ndio utaanza kuona watu wenye walikuwa na support Ruto wanakimbia huko kila mahali. Sasa ndio utaanza kuona sasa, sasa ndio game inaanza. Game haikuanza. This is the time that the games are going to begin in the political field. This is the time that you will find the people that you thought were with you moving on to the other side and starting to beat you, because I bet you Ketwaruguru tomorrow will not talk UDA. And then we also have to look at something. And I believe, and this is why I feel like Kenya this year is going to have the most peaceful election, if not better, at least as of 2012, the one that ile ya Kibaki yote yaweze kana bila Moi, that one. I think this is the best time that we're going to have that kind of an election. And the one thing that watu wengine wanaogopaga sasa, huyo mwenye walikuwa wakiogopa na walikuwa wakiweka propaganda zitaisha. I know people who come over here, and I know where they come over here because they want to hear, and actually I think most of these people are here. Unaona kama David the other day alikuja akatuambia, aliambiwa wewe ni mtu wa UDA, akasema mtu wa UDA wapi? Mimi ni mtu huko tulitoka kitambo, and which tulikuwa tunadhani David ni mtu wa UDA for so long. He came back. UDA just came yesterday. ODM has been there. There's a change that is happening in Kenya, and is that thing that people have understood nowadays is not the old politics. And to prove that is the many people in this, the people in this right now, almost 9, the people in this
forum right now. That's the change that is happening, to where now we are moving into different kind of politics. Na ndio maana unakujanga hapa saa zingine mtu anakongwa anasema, oh, mnatuonea watu wa sijui nini nini and all that. I want to know what happened to the nomination of ODM, Jubilee na nini. Kwa nini tunaongea juu ya DA? Because this is just like a small party that just came yesterday and really does not even have anything to go. I mean, well, maybe I'm not gonna put you guys down, but it's just like a small party that just came the other day, and then you don't have it. There's change happening in Kenya, guys, and people are starting not to do the old kind of politics, but new kind of politics where we can even come into a forum like this and start talking and understand what we're talking about. Mimi, what I feel like, as I close so that I don't take so much time, I feel like we're going to have a Baba moment or a Nelson Mandela moment that you're going to say, you like it, you don't like it, it's going to happen. And just like I said, Kalonzo was going to be a little bit of a problem in our side. I feel that, and people came back and said, Mato, you said it. I feel this time Baba is going to have it, but just for a one term, not two, one. And Kenya is going to change after that. It's going to be a new country and a good country that we all will live in that country peacefully, nicely, being able to have different kind of opinions and live in the same country. And our kids, we will, all of us in this here panel, will leave our kids in a good country. Haya, acha niite huko motivational speaker.
Nimekuita motivational speaker hata wewe watu pia unapenda chocha. Na watu bado wanazidi kuingia wanakuja, kuna watu almost 200 bado wanatuangalia. Kumalizia. Domi, Katwe, tafadhali your closing remarks, nikuje kwa Domi alafu nikuje kwa Kasuti. Katwe, yani hata wewe kwa unmute bado hujui.
Yeah, thank you. Sorry. I think I should be checking also what you're checking. So now,
Katwe, you know you are the only chess player in this platform right now.
Yeah, I understand, but that does not give.
You don't
does
play
that not
chess.
does not.
You play chess.
Anyway, I'm a chess player.
Themba, you
I want to
cannot
check
beat me on chess. You cannot beat me on chess. I bet.
Bro, it's just a question of going to the table and finding out. It's not a question of who can beat who. Chess is a matter of coming to the table. You never know. Hata mtoto anaweza kutandika kwa chess vizuri sana. It's just about the issue of which move to make and which one not to make. So I want to thank Atuya for confirming one thing. That one, the allegations made by the Mount Kenya the politicians that UDA is a Rift Valley party have been confirmed by Atuya in this sense. He said that William Ruto was never going to. He said that William Ruto said that and I quote, that I am not going to associate myself with any Rift Valley politics up to the end of the nominations. But here is a man who is involving himself in the Mount Kenya nominations. What does that tell you? That Rift Valley inataka kupanga Mount Kenya. because they feel like they are supposed to dominate Mount Kenya, because Jubilee dominated Rift Valley after the formation of Jubilee. When he's saying that that was the best political move that he made, forming Jubilee, he made that mistake. In my own opinion, he made that mistake, and he's trying to correct it using UDA in this sense, because Jubilee pangered Rift Valley in the whole government. Now it is the turn of UDA to panga the mountain. And that is where unasikia tu akisema that the deputy president said that he's not going to associate himself with the Rift Valley nominations, but he's sending the minions like Murkomen to Embu to go and supervise the nomination. That confirms to you that one is trying to panga the mountain, and because he was pangued in the past. Secondly, when he's saying that the office of the registrar of political parties had not verified the register for UDA, I just want to ask myself this. These people, do you know that there is a loophole that most of those who were brought down by the UDA nomination have a right in court? And there was a very big, there is a very big lacuna, and they are going to use this. They are going to use ODM as their defense in their winning of those cases. In this sense, how does it happen that ODM used the registered members to conduct their nominations, yet UDA used the IEBC register to conduct their nominations? In my own opinion, I feel like they realized that they did not have these numbers. And you remember from the past, there is an allegation that was brought to the ORPP that most of the members that have been registered in UDA were registered without their consent. So if we are to take the 6 million registered voters, 6.9 million registered voters, and go through the ORPP from those people who have registered fully in UDA, are we not going to get that there are only 2 million, the ones that Atuya is confirming, that 2 millions are the ones that they were seeking to be confirmed? In my own opinion, I feel like there are things that Atuya is confirming to us that we are not taking keen of what he's saying. Secondly, when he's talking about that Kiambu, that Central did not come out to vote because it was not that important because of the aspirants that were voting. Take an example like Kiambu that is giving an example. What was the voter turnout in Kiambu surely? And Atuya is here lying to us. Check the numbers very well. Tell us what were the numbers in Kiambu. Of course, we know the county bosses who are running for nominations. What were the numbers vis-a-vis in Rift Valley, where in Uasin Gishu, you could find that over 100,000 people came out to vote? Give us the numbers in Kiambu and give us the numbers in Uasin Gishu. Then you tell us, is UDA a Rift Valley party or UDA is a national party? When he's saying that UDA is a national party, I'm wondering that the reason as to why UDA was using an IBC register, it's because it's a national party. Between ODM and UDA, which one has been conducting nominations using IBC? And you could remember that ODM used that IBC register, I think in 2013 or 2007. And it was mad with a lot of violence because people were so mad at that particular kind of register. People in Jubilee voted in, and they gave Jubilee an upper hand in instilling other political aspirants in those areas, because I have a feeling that they went there to vote in weaker candidates and so that they could beat them in the general elections. I don't want to continue from there because I don't want more rebuts from Atuya, who doesn't have facts.
Thank you, thank you, Katwe. You inaitwanga checkmate. Mato, inaitwa checkmate. Yeah, checkmate. Wewe Kasuti amka.
Yake anaweka checkmate kama mwingine hazi angalia kama it's sure if it's a checkmate, because unajua unaweza hepa kidogo.
Kasudi, usilale kwa studio. Wewe vitu unachoma na kila siku nakuwa hapa
Wewe ngoja Themba umekuwa unfair to me. Umenipeleka quarantine si mara moja, si mara ya pili, umenipeleka quarantine. Sasa nimeamua kunyamaza nisikize kile kitu watu wanasema, alafu bado tu unakuja kunichokoza. Huyu umeacha Atuya ameenda wapi? Atuya hana facts.
Sikukuita uongee. Nilikuwa nakuamsha usilale kwa studio.
No. Mimi sijalala, nasikiza baba.
Watu wanasema huko chini Kasudi analala kwa studio. Kasudi
nalala kwa sababu wewe suli umenipeleka quarantine. Nimekaa huko nyuma ya tent. Nimepika kelele huko nyuma ya tent. Umenirudisha. Ulinipeleka quarantine na sina corona. Mbona unanipeleka quarantine na sina corona mimi?
Domi,
nitaongea when my time comes.
Unaongea baada ya Domi. Domi, dakika zako za mwisho. Domi, unmute.
Oh, sorry. I appreciate to have an opportunity to hear great breaks. Tuliambiwa if you want to be wise, listen to wise people. And if you want to know more, listen to debate. And you'll be able to crack between lies and truth. Wisdom is how close your judgment is to truth. Unaweza make a judgment which you feel that, all may be an opinion, but truth is the basis of the best opinion. Now, I think Kato kuna kitu ameongea chenye just exactly that I wanted to touch on. And I really appreciate, I think I'll not go into details because I think you presented it the best way. Kuna mtu anataka kupanga watu wengine when he's giving his people in Rift Valley, amewapatia very a leeway of doing whatever they decide. The only problem is that the people who are the central or the mountain people, wenyewe hawaoni kwa ni kupangwa wanapangwa. And there is one thing that I've said here, and I'll still repeat. Whenever Ruto makes a statement of the so-called principle, ile maneno wanasema, hatupangwingi, wakati wanaongea kuhusu hatupangwingi, the next thing anataka kufanya ni kuwapanga. Akituambia, akikuja aseme, Kenya wajinga waliisha, there is a shortage of foods. The next thing he wants to do is to make foods. If you have not studied that guy vizuri, you'll believe everything he says. But if you can master the way he talks. Now, I wonder how great brains like Atuya, people who are smart enough, can believe every statement Ruto makes. Mpaka to the extent that there was a day for media, I don't remember who was interviewing Ruto, and he told him, the question was, why did you lie? The question was, why did you lie? Atuya has told us several times here that they are not liars. When we know, everybody knows, the king of lies in East and Central of Africa is Ruto. He is a good liar. He knows how to lie, and he can lie properly. So I think whoever that is in that camp, check, I think, check check your wisdom, because I think there is a failure somewhere. You cannot believe somebody who lied yesterday, lied today, and when he's going to talk of tomorrow, you still believe him. You have a problem. I think that is what I will say today.
Thank you so much, Domi. And at least today umepata nafasi, umekuwa kwa forum, unakujanga, unaingia ukitoka, unaongea ukitoka. But at least today umekaa mpaka mwisho. That is good.
Shida ni network hapa, saa zingine wewe inasumbua.
Okay, so no problem. Okay. I know I called Maggie, she didn't respond. And Serena, they didn't respond.
I'm here now, Themba. How are you?
Yeah. Usianze kusema Themba ukuniita sijui nini. Nimekuita mara mingi au
pengine nilikuwa nimeshikwa na something. Maybe kwa sababu siku nini.
Ongea kidogo basi tunafunga.
Asante sana. Ile naweza kusema ni vile nimefurahia kabisa na kile mtu amesema, na hata mimi wacha ni repeat tu. Wenye walikuwa wanatukana baba wote wameenda kulala. So watangoja 2027 because hakuna nafasi wataingia, hata wakienda independent bado watalala tu kwa nyasi. Naona maneno si mbaya sana, lakini huyu mtu wa UDA bado anakuwa tu confused. Leo pale walikuwa na apisha bishop, badala ya kusema bishop amuombee, yeye anasema yeye ndiye ataombea bishop. Anaombea bishop, yeye iko hata na Mungu gani? Huyu ni mtu wa shetani nusu na nini nusu, because he's a liar, ni abusive, ni nini na nini. Katwe, huyu ni mtu wako, ndio naongea juu yake. Kama wewe ni ODM pole, kama wewe ni Azimio sawa, mzuri, thank you. Lakini hatuasikie hiyo. Mtu wake ni confused, more and more confused. Lakini Mungu yuko na sisi. Things are gonna be okay, and I hope things will be very very okay. Sikukuwa na mingi, lakini nilikuwa ni wakutega masikio leo na nimesikia mingi sana. Thank you people so much. Asante.
Asante sana Maggie. Asante kwa kutega masikio. Wacha I acknowledge wale ambao wako kule kwa comment section before I call upon them.
Before uenda huko please, a minute.
Ni nini tu tena unataka kufungua debate tena jamani?
Hapana. Just a second. Meg, Mungu ni wetu sisi wote. You cannot call somebody a devil. Pole sana, Mungu akusamee. Katwe, what I meant that in Kiambu kulikuwa na low turnout, it's because in Kenya Kwanza we have 3 parties. We have in Kiambu we have 5 candidates.
Atuya the 11 parties, not 3.
Okay, yeah, I'm speaking about gubernatorial seat in Kiambu. We have around 3 parties which were strong.
No, there are 4.
In Kiambu?
There are actually 5 parties.
In Kiambu?
Mm-hmm.
Those ones who are have a gubernatorial aspirant in Kenya
Actually,
Kwanza?
there are 4. There's UDA, there's Jibebe, there's what do you call it? Kuna hii nani? Chama cha kazi, and
Farmers
then there's Farmers Party.
They have a governor. Okay. So Katwe, what I meant is,
unaona watu wako very confused bwana Themba. Hata Atuya hiyo confusion ya mtu yao imemkujia. Hajui.
If we had all those strong candidates in UDA, then you could have seen numbers in Kiambu primaries. What I meant when I said that hakukuwa na big numbers, it's because in Kiambu we have 2 big candidates who are not in UDA. That's why, and they are likely to win the seat. And I said it, I'm a UDA member, and I believe it might go to Chama cha Kazi or to Jibebe. Good night.
Wacha sasa kuinua mkono.
Ndema, chama cha kazi haina candidate wa governor Kiambu.
Na Moses Kuria. Moses Kuria nenda. Jibebe iko na nani? Jibebe iko na Kabogo.
Moses Kuria aliambiwa arudi Kurani Gatundu. Mmesahau?
Hapana, hakuambiwa aende. Ilikuwa rumor nini, lakini hakukubali. Anyway, tutakutana tena hapa kesho.
But hawako wanatumia register ya UDA, walikuwa wanatumia ya IBC. So wakati Atuya anatuambia that is the reason ya low voter turnout, anajaribu kutupima akili hapa. Because kama ni register ya IBC mtu ajibebe ange.
Haya. Hizo Atuya ngoja. Unajua hata hizo allegations unaleta ni nyinyi wenyewe ndio mnazileta hapa. Ni wale ambao wameshindwa ndio wanaanza kututolea siri za ndani. Najua mkishakosana sasa mtu anakuja kuanza kutoa siri za ndani. Hata alikuwa aoshi nguo ya ndani. Alikuwa analala kingorota. Alikuwa sasa, unajua hizo ni nyinyi mnatuambia sasa sisi.
Wako confused all corners, by the way. Wako confused all corners.
Wanatry kusema kwa sababu kulikuwa na IBC list, so the numbers were supposed to be high. I'm saying candidates determine the number of people who come out for primaries. UDA ikuwa na the biggest or strongest candidates in Kiambu. That's why the numbers, but at least walifika 100. Nilisikia ukisema hawakufika kulinganisha na Uasin Gishu.
No, you see Atuya, we look at the number of those who have turned up for nomination vis-a-vis the registered number of voters. So in the previous, your candidate has campaigned in Kiambu for like 9 years. And you guys have been saying that Jubilee is very strong. I mean, UDA is strong in Kiambu. You expected a similar show up in the UDA nomination, at least if possible, a quarter of the total number of voters. Like in places like Uasin Gishu, you'd see someone going with 73,000. You know, that tells you that there's some level of that is likely to reflect, because those people who have voted for you during nomination, unless there's a serious earthquake, they are likely to show similar trends. But now, if you're having 100,000 registered voters and you're getting 10 voters showing up, there's a serious disconnect. Anyway, hiyo ni shida yenu watu wa Kenya Kwanza. Wacheni tufunge.
Demba, real quick. No, it's just a statement. It's just a statement. You know, I said something, and I think you saw me on the comment section before I came in. I said, let the games begin. Hasa hapa ndio mchezo sasa inaanza sasa. Hao sasa wenye walinyimwa huko, wenye wali lose, now is when we're going to see where people are going. Sasa saizi ndio mchezo inaanza. Let the games begin. Tutakuwa hapa kesho, tutakuwa hapa mpaka 9th. Let the games begin. Kinaketu, Waruguru and all those people will see what will happen between now and then.
Lakini Ketu Waruguru ataenda wapi? Na lazima akuje kwa baba, na baba ndio huyo alisema ni nini? Ni kama plan. Yeah? Ataenda wapi? Hao ni wanaenda kulala mpaka 2027.
Sawa Megi.
Kwa nyasi. Thank you.
Kuna mtu anauliza where is mchujo wa Azimio? I mean, you see, mchujo si lazima ikue chaotic, na si lazima watu watumie pesa waende huko sijui nini. By the way, in some civilized democracy, mchujo hata haiko. You just go straight to an election. I mean, why do you want to go to a mchujo mufanye hii kutumia hizi pesa zote? I would prefer negotiated democracy anyway. You know, if the other person has more money. Na nyinyi sasa, nyinyi wapiga kura, nyinyi wapiga kura, Nyinyi watu wa kupiga kura, tafadhali msianze kudanganya hawa watu wameangushwa. Ati wako popular kwa ground na unataka kuwakula. Tafadhali. Na wewe ambao umeshindwa kwa nomination, usisikie hako kashetani kanakwambia ati bado uko popular. Watu wanataka kukukula. Wanaenda kuambia hapo, oh, mweshi, wewe uko popular, enda independent. Ni pesa yako wanakula. Kama ground watu wameenda wamekuangusha, hakuna miracle inaweza fanyika. Kubali tu yaishe. Ukiachwa kama Ketu Waruguru ameachwa sijui na 7,000. The guy got 12,000, she got 5,000. That's a lot. Yeah, that's a lot, madam. Just tafuta kazi ingine kama ya kupreach. Niliona anaweza kuwa preacher mzuri sana. Aanze sasa kufanya kazi kwa crusade. Achukuliwe kwa one of the churches, akue preacher. Aanzishe kanisa. Ndiona anafanya kazi mzuri sana kama mwana anaweza kuwa evangelist Ketu Waruguru. Hapo Laikipia watu waende hapo sasa wamfuate. Acha niangalie watu kwa comment section. Kuna Julia Kanyoro. Don't need Ketu Waruguru, she's a bad seed. Eric Otieno. Gigi man, nataka kukula Kate. Ay. My apologies, nilisoma hiyo nilifikiria sema. Some comments, my friend.
Nisalimia Olodo Gitash.
Oh, you mean unataka kukula pesa yake? Yeah. I mean, unataka kukula pesa yake. Endo umwambie asimame independent. Saizi kuna kashetani kanasukuma watu. Mweshi. Wewe ndio ground inakutaka. Wewe ndio ground inakutaka. Haya. Watu lazima wakule mpaka tarehe 9. Waambieni kabisa wewe ni wewe. Utaona kila rangi. Kini kama kona pesa wewe kula. Yes, you are not sleeping. Geoffrey. Wakenya wameamuka kama Katwe. Ako holiday mpaka sijui Tuesday. Si Wakenya wako, imagine Martin, Kenya wako na 4 days holiday bwana. Kutoka Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday.
Easter, sisi tuko kazi.
These guys are having fun. Wakenya wako na raha bwana. Gigi man, na Manjugu, where is mchujo ya Azimio? Hapana, leo tulikuwa na discuss mchujo ya UDA. So ya Azimio tuta discuss siku yake tu. Jimo Mbati, Matangi is a strong guy. That was your region. Be sure people will turn up. You people never accept reality. It's okay. Reality is as real as you feel it is. Najua wewe reality yako ni reality yako. We don't have the same reality. Yeah. In philosophy we say reality is very subjective. Where is MS Olo? He got beaten by Atuya Nkasudi. Olo anakuanga huko chini, so sijui kama ameenda ku Julia. Now is Atuya getting himself into confusion kama alikuwa nagonga Atuya kitambo. Idi Halfan, sasa tumepewa endorsement, tumekuwa malaika. Kenya inahitaji maombi. Katu ameenda kulala. Kikwetu venture Temba is equals to Muturi. No, I've decided. I usually I make decisions as we move on. Unajua wanasemanga, as you keep interacting, you need to keep redefining the boundaries. Kwa my debating, you have to make sure your microphone is muted until you are given a chance to talk. No warning. Unmute, unaenda. Unaenda kwa quarantine. Na ukizidi sana tunakuban for a few days. You don't come back. That is how it's gonna be. We have to maintain some kind of civility and debate with decorum. Hakuna mtu ako na rights more than others. Si ndio Mato?
Kama kawa hii inakuwaga, unajua debate yetu ya hapa mwisho mwisho, ndio maana napendanga kuja hapa, and sometimes I go to the comment section and tuambia kina Mato mnakuja saa ngapi, because we can make fun, we can laugh, but we also debate very maturely, and that's why I like to, I mean, semi wengine wa debating vizuri, they debate well because they come with the whole thing that happened the day, lakini hapa tukikuja saa zingine we venture out of what it needs to be, you know, Makiadi and the people that come up to this, zile vitu zingine zishaongelewa. So we come here and we change, and that's why we go to the constitution, we go to other things, and we go to move out of the topic a little bit. So that's why I love to come out of this, kuja kwa hii. So yeah, no, we have to be respectful. Hata mimi sasa unanikanyaganga na kwambia wewe umenigonga na lalamika na okay, sawa. Kesho tutapatana tu hapa hapa. So I really love coming to this end section of it. Na the new guys, I think wanafaa kutuombea leo.
Okay, before that, Richard, you ready?
So tulikuwa tunasoma chapter 4. I think jana ulienda mpaka 20, right? Okay, so we are going to proceed from where Ndemba left. It's a long chapter, but I don't know how far you want me to go, Ndemba.
I wanted to do Article 21.
Okay, Article 21 is a bit short. It's just about 4.
Okay, 21 and 22.
Okay, all right. I'll start with 21. So 21 says implementation of rights and fundamental freedoms. 1, it is a fundamental duty of state and every state organ to have, respect, protect, promote, and fulfill the rights and fundamental freedoms in the Bill of Rights. Number 2, the state shall take legislative, policy, and other measures, including the setting of standards to achieve the progressive realization of the rights granted under Article 43. Number 3, all states and all public officers have the duty to address the needs of vulnerable groups within the society, including women, older members of the society, persons with disabilities, children, youth, members of minority or marginalized communities, and members of particular ethnic, religious, or cultural communities. Number 4, the state shall enact and implement legislation to fulfill international obligations in respect to human rights and fundamental freedoms. Number 22, so that's Article 4, Chapter 4, Article 22. It says enforcement of Bill of Rights. Number 1, every person has the right to institute court proceedings claiming that a right or fundamental freedom in the Bill of Rights has been denied, violated, or infringed, or is threatened. Number 2, in addition to a person acting in their own interest, court proceedings under Clause 1 may be instituted by a person acting on behalf of another person who cannot act in their own name. B, a person acting as a member of or in the interest of a group or class of persons. C, a person acting in the public interest. Or D, an association acting in the interest of one or more of its members. 3, the Chief Justice shall make rules providing for the court proceedings referred to in the article, which shall satisfy the criteria: A, the rights of standing provided for in the Constitution, in the Clause 2, are facilitated. B, formalities relating to the proceedings, including commencement of the proceedings, are kept to the minimum, and in particular that court shall, if necessary, entertain proceedings on the basis of information documentation. C, no fee may be charged for commencing the court proceedings. D, the court, while observing the rules of natural justice, shall not be unreasonably restricted by procedural technicalities. And E, an organization or individual with particular expertise may, with the leave of the court, appear as a friend of the court. 4, the absence of rules contemplating in clause 3 do not limit the right of any person to commence court proceedings under this article and to have the matter heard and determined by the court. So that's the end of 22.
Sasa hapo kwa article 22 ndio anybody can go to court, even you and me. When you started first of 22 hapo inasema kwamba you can approach the court. The other one
Then by
is
you place no charge shall be Richard, maybe that goes to you because you read it. No charge. Which one is that? That one that you don't have to be charged to go to court?
I actually read through very quickly. I can't just go on them, but I'll come in when I find that section.
Article 22, that is the ile nasema the Chief Justice shall make rules, and then B. C ndio nasema no fee may be charged for commencing the proceedings. Alafu what I was saying is every person, Article 22 clause 1, every person has the right to institute court proceedings. Every person, right? Claiming that a right or fundamental freedom in the Bill of Rights has been denied, violated, infringed, or is threatened. In addition, a person acting. So now that's where now a lawyer comes in. So
hapo ndio Okia Mutata anachezeaga.
Sasa Okia Mutata anachezeanga hapo 22:1. Anasema every person has a right to institute. Wakati nani alikuwa anaenda kuchaguliwa tena, Professor Mugenda alikuwa anaenda kuchaguliwa tena, Okia Mutata kaenda kotini. So when someone tells you that you have to have a lawyer to come and do this, these are things that you can read and understand. Until when you need someone to go and act on your behalf. Because even the Constitution says why may be instituted by a person acting on behalf of another person who cannot act in their own name. You see? So you can say, I'm going to take a lawyer to act for me. So you talk to my lawyers. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Kama kawaida, we really appreciate your coming here. And vile tunaendelea kusoma tuko kwa chapter 4, Bill of Rights. Leo tumesoma article 22, 21 and 22. So tomorrow we look at 23 and 24. We look at 23 and 24. Hii Bill of Rights ni kubwa kwa sababu it's very, very, very fundamental. So I think that's why it's taking a lot of things. So kesho we look at 23 and 24 and we move on like that. Jua constitution yako. Jua, know your katiba, know what it says, know your rights. Know what goes where. And in the future, we'll also be trying to look at them. We'll also try and go through the electoral laws. We'll also try to go through political parties acts. We'll try going through the ones that we think you need, even as we move on. Tuelimishane. Tunashukuru sana. And as always, we really appreciate everyone who joins and comes in and shares with us. We appreciate you taking time to even comment. Wale ambao mko comment section. Tunawashukuru sana. Tunafurahia sana kwa sababu mnafanya the conversation inaendelea vizuri. We started a little bit late today because there was the live Azimio live ya baba ilikuwa leo digital live. I don't know how many of you tried to watch it. There was a live rally that Baba was holding today, so that took a little bit of time. We also report that the Kikuyu Forum is also going on well. We hope people are learning, but from the reports we are receiving, people are really getting informed. That comes to you every Friday from 8 to 10. So you can, today they stressed it a little bit, but it is gaining traction and many people are joining, people are coming in and they're learning. That's the essence of debate. Debate is for informing. You inform as many people. You open it up to as many people as you can. Lolo anasema GG man ni George Gakure. Gakure ni jamaa mpoa, jamaa wa UDA. Okay, Domi, tafadhali tunaomba kwa national anthem ya Kiswahili na unaikariri au imbi. The first answer.
Okay. Go. Ee Mungu nguvu yetu, ilete baraka kwetu, haki iwe ngao na mlinzi, na tukae kwa amani, na tukae kwa amani na umoja na uhuru, raha tupate na ustawi.
Mato
Upande
saidia.
mlima hapo.
Mato saidia Domi.
Wacha Richie nifanyie.
Hata wewe pia umeuzi leo. Haya Richie.
I think Domi umefanya mzuri, mahali umekosea tu ni hapo pa na tukae. Tunakaa na undugu, amani na uhuru, raha tupate na ustawi. Huko
Hapo
kote
sasa.
umefanya vizuri, umepotea tu hapo mahali kidogo.
Hapo sasa. Bob Werunga, asante. Kuja kesho. Debate inaanza saa 3:30. The reason why Kate Origins failed was because she bashing everybody. She was showing bravado to Mwangi Kiunjuri, the governor, the president, Ruto. He didn't accept. Yani, enyewe, siasa ni mbaya. Jamaa alikuwa natusi kila mtu bana, na alikuwa anaenda kupreach kwa kanisa. Anyway, kuna jamaa anaitwa Father Danny, anasema ni tumeni namba zenyu atutumie kakitu. Umeona hiyo hapo Makiadi, uliona? Au kuona Dani ametutumia nini?
Vemba sijaona hiyo, lakini nimeona jamaa fulani hapo hivyo ametuambia, amesema kandanda imeanza. Let the games begin. The politics has just begun now.
Yeah, the politics has just started. Actually, bad until the names are out. 22nd ni Monday? No, not yet. 22nd ni next week. When is today? Today is 15th. We still have about 7 days.
Yeah.
For everything to be sorted, and then after that, ndio sasa kandanda inaanza. So we still a little early. Kuna jamaa anaitwa Dani.
How many more days do they have to switch to independent? Is it a week or 10 days?
No, not yet. I mean, they still have so much time until after all the names. You know, like right now, kuna the party primaries which they are doing right now. Kuna wale wata complain. So the processes will take place up to 22nd. 22nd is the deadline. So 22nd, all the parties must have finished their party primaries. Then after 22nd, they'll have 10 days. That is up to May 2nd to decide whether they want to go to independent or they want to just stick to where they are. So if they choose independent, they have to decide. First of all, they have to write to the party that they have to get that form showing them that they don't belong to that party anymore. So that's how now they will go to register as independent. And that will take place, the deadline is 2nd of May.
And also one thing that I forgot to mention here, I think I should have mentioned this when I was still here. Did you hear that all the people that went to complain in the political parties tribunal at UDA were asked to pay 200,000? Did you hear that? So 200,000 if you're running for governor, MP was 100,000 and MCA was 20,000. So walifika pale wakaambiwa kabla tusikize kesi yenu weka 200,000 hapo, and they gave up.
Hii ni biashara ndugu yangu, hii ni biashara. Sio nimekwambia saizi lazima watengeze pesa na kuna wale pia wanatengeza pesa. Wale supporters wale wako nyuma nao wanapatia pressure bwana. Ni wewe umenyang'anywa twende. So kama una kakitu my friend.
Demba sinasema ngapi hivi lazima tukue public service. Unajua hapa ya Kenya tunakuaga ni kumake chapa. Cause hiyo chapa yote unataka uirudishe.
Hapa kuna jamaa amekuandikia pale amesema ni 20k, 100k na 200k.
20k MCA, 100k MP, 200k senator na governor. Ndio kesi yako isikizwe.
Sasa hapo kuna doi kuundwa na kesi zinataka kusikizwa Ndio huyo Richard Makiadi. Temba, wewe tuma number, I can buy you coffee. Acha nikunywe kwanza maji.
Huyu ni Darius, ndio ule ulisema ni father.
Ni father Darius.
Ako Arizona or where?
Father Darius uko which state are you at? Father Darius, tuambie uko wapi?
Ni father ama ni Danny?
Yeah, he's a father.
Oh,
Texas. You in Texas? I'm in Texas too. Niko Dallas. Come by me. Which place is this that we can meet at? Nikunywe mimi nikuje nikunywe tu hiyo chai. Yeah, Arlington. Father Darius, sema kama uko Arlington nikuje nikunywe nini? When you get to Makini, look for me. Father Darius, thank you.
Amekataa kuandika, hata mimi nangoja nione.
Amekataa kujibu hapo. Father Darius, we are waiting for that response ndio tuweze kufunga hii studio tutoke hapa. San Antonio. San Antonio Maze, that's like how many hours from Makini? Whoa. San Antonio is quite a distance. Yeah, but it's okay.
Let's go towards New Mexico, Sindio?
Yeah, as you go towards New Mexico, Houston. Yeah, but it's good. It's all good. Later hiyo nini kuja tumpatie cash up. Mato tumpatie cash up.
Patia cash up bwana. Sisi tunachezaga cash up. Alafu unampigia picha ukikuja hiyo chai.
But thank you bro.
Umpatie namba ya Bernard atume huko. Bernard atatengeneza studio nayo.
Hey, by the way, that reminds you. Oh, father, where is San Antonio? San Antonio is in Texas. Oh, kuna mtu anauliza where in San Antonio. Maybe that guy is also in San Antonio. Father, si uchukue namba ya Bernard, utumie Bernard hiyo hela bana. Hata hiyo chai yangu tumia Bernard man. Ndio nipatie namba ya Bernard. Tuweke namba hapo.
Kwanza tunahitaji hiyo, itasaidia sana cause tunahitaji Bernard aache kusumbuka sana. Akuwa akienda na inaitwaje portable internet 24/7.
Wacha nipatie namba ya Bernard hapo sasa hivi kabla tutoke kwa studio.
Na amekwambia okay?
Amesema sawa, si ndio? Haya, wacha niweke namba hapo father. Uweke hiyo yote ungenitumia. Let's send $10 man.
Unataja namba. Ufai kutaja namba.
Si ya nani ya Bernard ni public, naiandika hapo.
Oh, ya Bernard, oh, ya cause yake ni public, eh?
Yeah, Bernard ni public. He's put it here many times, so
Yeah.
yeah. Private 5.
I wish kama nani kama father angekuwa private chat ingekuwa poa cause
Na ya
pia
Bernard
kuna
ni
watu wengi
pastor.
sana wamekuja na ujui nani atapata ya Bernard na maybe atake kusumbuliwa sana hivyo, so I don't know, it's up to you Themba.
Bernard ni pastor.
Ataombea mtu akimbie.
Cheza na pastor shauri yako. So that's the number. The name that will come is Bernard Ngosi. So don't send 10 bucks.
Wewe unajua unaingilia father hivyo, na mimi nilikuwaga altar boy. Wewe
You altar boy?
Yeah, from class 4 all the way to form 3.
So, pastor, you put something like 50 bucks and above. That's good. How about that, Mato?
Amesema love it.
Yeah, I love it, man. 50 bucks and above, yeah. My cousin
I think Mbemba, you do not know how people, you might not know how people appreciate this show. Kama leo people were complaining, watu wamecomplain kwa comment section ya ile show ingine ilikuwa inaendelea because this one was late. Hii show ni kama addiction, ikimiss namna hii saa 7:30 ikifika watu wanaanza kuingia internet kuangalia iko wapi. So people love this show and I think people can support Bernard pia, ndio muendelee kumtia moyo kwa sababu ni kujitolea, anajitolea kwa hii show. Kama jana alikuwa amesafiri, mliona wengine akisinzia kwa studio because he only had a few hours sleep, so it's a good thing mkimsupport pia, na yeye anapata motisha ya kuendelea kupeperusha hii show.
No, you're
And just
right.
to add on, and to add on you, Richie, you know, these guys take a lot of their times to be here and even to make us, you know, some of us imekuwa like a hobby. You know, there's sometimes I come home, you know, I go home and, you know, my daughter and wanajua tu to just leave me alone because I'm on that show. And when you see these people make thing, is good. I made a big thing for wale wanatusikiza to have, you know, Themba's number and the people that actually come over here. And sometimes I'll be so tired to come over here. It takes a lot for them. And I appreciate these guys so much. So even not just Bernard, umeona kama saizi Themba ameofwa kofi akapeana kwa saidi ya Bernard. But even Themba, for the time that he comes over here, first of all, I think number one, if you really don't want to do the money, go subscribe to their show, na mtoto wake, Themba and Lulu, because they actually talk some things that are real. And when you talk to them and you see the love, it actually encourages you, especially if you're a father, a mother, it encourages you on how to deal with your kids. So that's something else that does not need any money, but actually you help them as you help yourself, because there's a lot that I've learned from how he interacts with his kid and all that without even having to spend money. But if we also can spend, you know, send something for that, you know, for Themba, for him always just taking his time out. I mean, we all know when you're US, when you're Kenya, wherever you are, we all know how much it takes for us to be here. Richie Makiadi, how much is here, you know, just to make it happen. I think we need to support Themba a lot and his good heart. The fact that hata saizi anaulizwa kahawa alafu anasema tuma kwa Bernard. You know, let's just see how we can also make him feel like he needs also to get something. But mostly also go to the Themba and Lulu.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Mato, for the passionate appeal for my channel. Actually, sijaipata mtu ameuza channel yangu vile umeuza leo. Nimeshukuru sana. Kindly go to Themba and Lulu show, subscribe. If you have any bags you wanna send to me, don't worry. Just go to the Themba and Lulu shop. subscribe and watch as many times as the bucks you wanna send to me. If you support our channel, I really appreciate. But for the support, the cash that you wanna send to Bernard. Send them to Bernard. If you have coffee, tea, mtumie. Mimi nitashukuru ukienda kwa hiyo channel yangu Themba and Lulu Show, kindly subscribe. Saizi sipokei hela. sipokei hela. I really appreciate for those who are the love that you come and show us is a motivation enough. Lakini
Hey, and then,
yeah.
I'm waiting for the day you guys will let Makiadi Richie be a moderator. I want to see how he can handle it, because watu kora kwa wakora, you know, he's so nice and compole. I want to see if he can handle it.
Yeah, some of us are obsessed. Hauoni tunasema bye na bado tuko hapa. Yeah, I know this channel ya Themba na Lulu Show niko huko kwa mpigo. Yeah, we have just dropped another video. Go there right now. We are teaching you how to listen effectively. Probably you learn one or two things on how to listen effectively. My daughter is also there. You know, we are trying to share with you. It's just a journey between an African dad with his daughter who is growing up in the US. Go right there and learn. You know, you never know. You can learn something, one or two. So please, thank you so much for those who have been there. You are giving us great support. We really appreciate. For Mato, you have said something so nice. For Danny, we really appreciate. Kindly, nimeweka namba hapo ya Bernard. Channel kitu hapo. Mtumie, ukiamka msingoje akuje kuomba. If you feel like there's something that you can just chip in, $10, $20, $50, just send to him. It's a booster. It's something that can really help him go away. I mean, a long way in terms of what you do here. Sometimes, I mean, like Mato is saying, you just need to, if you can spare that, do that for him. Kwa mimi, the greatest support you can ever give me is at least get 5 of your friends to subscribe to my channel, the channel Themba and Lulu Show. That is the greatest support you can ever give me. Other than that, tukutane hapa kama kawaida. Respect, civility, 4 things you need: a working phone, connectivity, something to share, and something to learn. Let's keep talking, because if we stop talking, we start fighting. We don't want to fight, so let's keep talking. Na kila mtu anaweza kuja. Wewe usione mtu anaongea hapo kasema huyu anasema nini, kuja tukusikize hata wewe. Najua zingine unakaa hapo chini, maybe uko kwa comment nasema mimi nafuata tu kwa background. Huyo jamaa hata hakuna kitu anasema. Okay, you come, we listen to you. At least yeye amepata courage, amekuja hapa tunamsikia. Hata wewe njoo tukusikie. And then the best thing you can ever do is when you are here talking, call your friends pia wakuje wasikie, because you never know how many people we can reach. Ati channel yako shida ni kuongea lugha ambazo sahihi kwa muda mwingi. Waambie watumie Kiswahili au Kiingereza upate wafuasi. Yeah, yes sir.
Unajua akijifunga na Domi, siwache Domi aseme kitu. Anacheka tu.
Domi alishafunga. Ati 10k is cool. Yeah, $100 is 10k. Yeah, to be a Bernard, $100, man. 10k is cool. That's nice. I mean, Danny, we like that. Themba is just subscribe to your show. Thank you, Victor Kitoko. Nelson Mwinde ati wanazungumza Kiingereza. I mean, that's a teenager growing up in the US, man. Tunajaribu kuchanganya, but there you are. You have it. Don't worry. Tusikize tu. Haya basi.
Alum anasema tell your daughter kuwa anaongelesha sisi wa Afrika accent Joe.
Oh, okay.
Then kuna accent kanaongeanga kizungu ingine bana, hata then wanachanganikiwa mwenyewe.
That's what it is, man. That's what it is.
Na hiyo salamu yenyu sijui mnafanya sijui nini hapo.
Yeah, you gotta have some bonding session with your kid. At least hapo itakusaidia kuwa na your own way of communicating. So nitamwambia, but of course you can realize that's uliza Mato, that's how it is here, man. Uliza Makiadi pia. Hata yeye anajaribu kwa sababu ya show. Sasa akiongea ile sasa anaongea shuleni, you'll hear nothing. Nada. Yeah. So, but just subscribe. We have actually in one of our shows we were learning Kiswahili. So if you follow our channel, you see we learn Kiswahili with her. You can follow us through. We also learn other her mom is Kisi, so she's learning also Kisi. We are learning also Spanish. You go there, you see some of the stuff. So I'm trying to take her through, and also teaching her some of the words in Kiswahili. She can speak pretty good Kiswahili, and we'll give you a surprise. One of our shows will be in Swahili, and you'll be surprised. Yeah.
Then, as a father of a kid, mine is gonna be 4 years in December. You know what? You are an inspiration. That's how I would also one day want to relate with my daughter when she gets that age. So I do appreciate when I look at that show. I appreciate because that's what I want to be able to, the relationship that you have with your kid, mine being 3 and almost half. I can see what I want to be. So that's a good thing that you do, and don't get discouraged. It's actually good. Thank you.
Yeah, such comments keep us going. Go into our channel, just post that, tell us that. She's gonna read that and she's gonna be, oh, daddy. Okay, Mutembei TV, we also want you guys to subscribe. Please subscribe. Get us as many people. Let's have this channel grow. See you again tomorrow, 9:30 Kenyan time. Your time, wherever you are. Sisi Mato, Makiadi, mnajua masaa yetu. God bless you.